This story will tell us about three people bound by love and fervent hatred in a time of blindingly bright summer. I really love this story and I hope you enjoy it too. If you like this kind of content, please don't forget to give a like and subscribe. It's a huge help for us. Without further ado, let's get directly to the story. The mistress kept talking about how she found that girl so funny because she had stepped on the hem of her dress because of the mask and fell down, which overturned the tables. She was about to get bored when she saw such a picture. And then the lady offered Friedrich a little more to drink while the mood lasted. She turned to him and asked him to bring her another bottle, to which Friedrich took the bottle and replied that she had had enough to drink at the reception. He asked her to stop. Hearing this, the mistress said that he had been boring lately. And then she asked him directly what's the matter, whether it's because of those people whispering to her or not. She knows exactly what they're talking about. All the conversations were about her being a dirty girl. She has no shame and no conscience because her husband raised her on her feet, and she goes with her lover. It's not the first time the lady hears about her wealth, youth, and beauty. Everyone thinks that she is happy with her life. The lady doesn't care anymore. She inherited a hotel with a huge mansion, but she says it's all hers. Only she didn't understand why she had a fortune when the whole family died and she was the only one who survived. They're right. On the contrary, I feel sorry for her, and she's changed dramatically since she got married. She brought her husband to take over the hotel business. They are strangers. They don't even get along with each other. Friedrich just kept quiet and listened. Serena continued to say that where is it seen to behave like this with a living husband? Horror, just horror. Friedrich only replied that it was obvious that she was angry. Hearing this, Serena grabbed him by the hair and asked him not to be impertinent because he was the first to show his anger. In one easy motion, she removed the mask from his face. Looking at his face, Mistress explained that when he looks at her like that, she starts to burn with anger. That is why he should not make her blaze but bring her wine. Friedrich still listened to the order of his mistress, and when he just came out of her room on the doorstep was already waiting for Sui with a tray where there was a bottle of wine. Sui explained that she thought mistress would want another drink. Friedrich just silently took the tray and returned to Serena's room. A servant came up to her and asked if the master was coming back tomorrow. The maid replied that yes, and that tomorrow was Wednesday, so you should be prepared, because on that day they would both be in a bad mood, so you should take that into account. The maid realized that the lady and the master would be a bit capricious. They will prepare everything perfectly. Sui went on to say that since the master was returning, the roses would soon bloom at Serenity's mansion. The summer is approaching, bright red as blood and scarlet as sunset, filled with roses. The events of the story take place in the early 20th century in the fictional state of Murachevia. There may be discrepancies with reality. Early 20th century, the kingdom of Murachevia, Serenity Manor. There were two ladies waiting in the hall. Here, one lady began to talk about the fact that they had agreed to meet at 9 o'clock in the morning, but a whole 40 minutes had already passed. Yuvril answered her to be quiet and not to show that she was here for the first time, because the time of the lady's arrival is the same as the time of the meeting. That's why she closes her shop on the day she visits the house, because she doesn't know when the meeting will start and end. Still, there's a reason why the best jeweler in the kingdom comes here for a whole day. The jeweler explained that it's because to miss out on such a client would be the ruin of her trade. It's a great honor for her. If Mrs. Serena wears her jewelry, he will never give up. The young lady replied that it was the first time she would see the lady, and because of that she was shaking like a leaf. She didn't understand what Mistress Serena had been doing all morning to be so late. But it was obvious she must have overslept since she had been tumbling around with her lover all night. The young lady was very surprised when she heard about the lover. Mrs. Jeweler answered that there was a young guy who she carried everywhere with her like a doll, and most likely they would come together this time. It was raining outside the window, and suddenly lightning struck. The noise woke Serena up. She got out of bed. After yesterday, she had a headache. But suddenly Friedrich took her hand and told her to sleep some more. The sound of rain is so pleasant to the ear. He explained that it had been raining since early morning, so the sun did not come out yet. And since she had drunk a lot last night, it would be better for her to stay in bed. To which Mistress replied that the jewelers were due to arrive today and were probably already expecting her. Suddenly, Serena asked about what date today was, to which Friedrich replied that today was the first day of the month when the moon changes, Wednesday. Serena realized what she'd heard, queried about the moon changing, so also Wednesday. Friedrich sincerely did not understand what day it was, for Mistress was not in the mood since morning. He gently hugged her from the back and asked her if her arm was stiff or if he could give her a massage. She sharply threw his hands away and ordered him to pack up and get out. The young lady could not stand it any longer and turned to her director and asked that if it had already been an hour and a half, maybe she should at least ask the servants. But suddenly the jeweler answered her that didn't she hear the sound of the lady's heels and ordered her to get up quickly. Mistress Serena came into the room and they greeted her together, to which Mistress asked how long they had been waiting for her. The headmaster replied that they had not. They had sat and relaxed with a nice cup of tea that her servants had brought them, and then went on to say that the mistress knew that she was closing her shop on the day she would meet her. The younger Juvenile was very surprised to see Serena, for she only knew of her through the stories of others and never thought she would see her so close. Serena informed her that there was no need to shut up the shop, as the director had gotten a lot of workers and could leave the shop to them for about a quarter of the day. Such a luxurious image covers the miniaturization and thinness of the mistress. Despite her tiny physique, she is straightforwardly bursting with charisma. The director replied that her visit to Madame is a real event and this day is exclusively for her. The director does not accept other customers willingly. Man would like to choose a necklace for today's reception, so Uveril asked permission to show her something special. No sooner had the director opened the suitcase than Friedrich entered the room. The assistant immediately thought that he must be the lover or whatever his name was. She thought he was a work of art, like porcelain molded from yellow clay. Serena looked at the jewelry and said that she had high hopes after what the director had said, but that it was actually Ceylon diamonds. Uveril replied that she knew that Madame did not like Ceylon diamonds, but she had decided to take this model as it was made of finely worked ore, and it looked lovely as it was her favorite carat and of the highest quality. Hearing this, Serena replied that she has said many times how much she dislikes Ceylon, and it doesn't matter how beautiful and high quality the stones are. She hates Ceylon itself. Meanwhile, the assistant kept her eyes on Friedrich and thought that it was good that she had come. Madame turned to Madame and informed her that today was not a good day to choose a necklace and asked them to leave back. When the principal heard this, she immediately asked Madame that if she disliked these diamonds so much, she had brought other diamonds with her. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Serena asked about who this girl was, for she hadn't seen her before. She's totally in a slump. The previous assistant is now in the workshop, learning hand finishing, so now she has another girl with her. The mistress replied that this was it, because she had been wondering what kind of person she was, because she seemed to have no interest in selling her own goods. Friedrich watched in silence. She turned to her assistant and asked if he was really handsome. The lady was a little startled by her mistress' question. She explained to her that she was talking about this guy because she noticed that she was looking at him every now and then. Everyone has the right to think in his head as he wishes about what he sees, but was she not too distracted, or did she just want to admire the man? The assistant replies that she is sorry because she acted rudely. Serena realizes that the eyes are always drawn to beauty, and no matter how much you try to pull them away, they don't listen. The headmistress immediately apologized. Mrs. Serena rose and approached Friedrich, gently took him by the shoulder, and turned to the girl that if she wants to look at him so much, then let her look as much as she wants. In one abrupt motion, she had Friedrich on his knees right in front of the girl. Serena asked how she was doing, if she liked it. The assistant started to apologize, but Mistress kept asking about also licking at what was hers. It's not like that at all. The girl kept apologizing. No matter how much she liked him, he already had a mistress. Serena asked her if she agreed that trespassing was wrong. The assistant realized the situation and began apologizing profusely to both her and the gentleman. The director decided that it was time to intervene, turned to Mrs. Serena, and explained that her assistant had accidentally made a mistake. It was her first day and she had not yet mastered it, and apologized for her rudeness. The jeweler shouldn't have brought Ceylon diamonds, and the assistant had made a mistake, so they would go. Serena glanced at them, then turned and walked irritably back to her room. Meanwhile, Friedrich was getting up from his knees, but he was surprised when Sui asked him if he was all right. Sui explained that he'd just inadvertently gotten caught in a hot hand. Friedrich replied that it was nothing because it was not the first time, and the jeweler had touched on a very sensitive moment for the lady. However, she seemed to him today even more prickly. He asked what day it was today, because when the lady woke up she started to ask for the date and got nervous, and then he remembered that obviously the master was coming back today. Moreover, on this Wednesday mistress and master have a compulsory meal together. The carriage had already pulled up to the courtyard, and mistress was watching from the window. Sui said that what the lady disliked most about the weather was the heavy rain, strong winds, and thunder and lightning. Why is it that on the day of the master's return, it rains again? Mr. Iser Lyons-Grayen has returned. The residents of the Kingdom of Mirasevia are considered adults from the age of 19. Master and mistress were already having dinner together. They were watched by Sui and Raul, who was the secretary. She asked him if the business trip had gone well, for it had been a long journey. Raul answered that everything was fine. He had done all the things he needed to do, and asked her if everything was quiet in the house, to which she answered in the affirmative. The secretary explained that it has been 4 years since the wedding of Mr. and Mrs., but he still continues to be nervous on Wednesdays and Sundays when they have dinner together, much more than he is nervous at meetings. But things are a lot better now than they were. At the beginning of their marriage, every meal had some unpleasant situation. Especially Raoul remembers the day when Mrs. Serena wanted to pour water on Mr. Iser, and his heart beat so hard he couldn't sleep all night. That's right. That day, both of the two masters were not in the best of spirits. Even Mr. Iser, who usually just keeps quiet, said a few words. After which Mrs. Serena wanted to pour a glass of water on him. But Raul quickly got beside the gentleman and covered him with himself. As a result, the water was poured on the secretary. Sui agreed with Raoul and went on to say that the lady left immediately, and the master did not even raise an eyebrow. She never ceases to be amazed by the masters, and the secretary is glad that he was able to protect the master by sacrificing himself. Now everything is still peaceful, although even this silence feels somehow fierce. Mrs. Serena has eaten practically nothing and has already finished her dinner, just a few grapes. Raul truly didn't understand why the hosts needed to eat together every week if they were so uncomfortable with each other. Sui explained that it was because they were both Serenity's masters. The Serenity clan and their family business of the same name hotels, Mr. and Mrs., protect Serenity with their methods. As uncomfortable as they are with each other, they need at least minimal contact to properly protect Serenity. They both have a certain reason why they need to keep Serenity safe, which is why they gladly tolerate this time together, because of Serenity and for Serenity. It is the silent rule of master and mistress. Mr. Iser said that he would tell her about the business trip on Sunday, but now she would have to come to his office after dinner to sign a document. Serena was surprised by this announcement because why would he need her signature if he either put the family seal or signed it himself? Serena turned to her husband and explained that he was doing a great job of figuring things out on his own, so let him figure it out on his own this time. If Iser is demanding her signature, then it must be something serious or else. The Lord turned to Sui and informed her that it seems her mistress doesn't understand him well. That's what he's telling her. Sue needs to escort Serena to his office in an hour because she has something important to do. Sui understood him. Mistress just watched. An hour later, as planned, Serena was standing in Iser's office. He held out a sheet to her and asked for her signature. She looked at it and took the sheet. Since Iser was asking for her signature despite having a family seal, the long-standing issue would most likely involve changing some long-standing tradition or custom of the Serenity family. Taking the sheet, Serena began to read the contents, and what it said was that the withdrawal of rights and the stopping of support for the 8 honorary assistant families of the Serenity Hotel from the end of this year. She didn't understand how to make sense of it. Iser reported that the pen was in front of her. Madden wondered if he was out of his mind, since they had been a huge benefit to the hotel since her grandmother had founded it. Her mother and grandmother had paid so much attention to the matter, and this brat had just done it his way. Serena explained that it was thanks to their investment and labor that the hotel was able to reach such heights. So every anniversary they sent them a thank you gift. It's their tradition to provide these 8 families with all the benefits and privileges. He knows. Serena didn't understand why he was slipping her the paperwork, but she wondered if the old traditions had become ridiculous to him now that he'd already turned Serenity around in his own way. He explained that she and they were both descendants of the founders. Serena had inherited the hotel and they were the rightful owners. She asked him if those same descendants had the same interest in running and developing the hotel that their predecessors had. He obviously doesn't care how they use their privileges either. At the time, there was no clear contract regarding the investment. These 8 families take long-standing traditions as justification for their reckless attitude to running the hotel. Serena was angry and said that gratitude is always remembered. To pass on a piece of Serenity's heart is her role, and no matter how the descendants use their rights, it is their right. It is because of old traditions that they maintain friendly relations with the families in question. He doesn't know if they would agree with her. Again, that look was noticed by Serena. She threw that sheet on the floor. The lady turned to the gentleman and informed him that if he was an ignorant ignoramus and was going to ruin an old friendship with a piece of paper, it didn't mean she would sign it. They just looked at each other. Meanwhile, Sue and Raoul were waiting outside the big door. The secretary noted that the master had said that the mistress just needed to sign somewhere, but it had been so long. He hoped they weren't fighting again, and the fact that they couldn't go in made it even more unsettling. Sue explained that dinner went without incident this time, so she thinks things will go smoothly now too. Madden will be out soon. The secretary replied that they hope so, since they'd known each other for a long time. Mrs. Sui was called out by someone. The gentleman ordered Serena to pick up the document, sign it, and get out of here. To this, the lady replied that he dare order her to leave, since her grandmothers and mother worked in this office. She was already sick of him sitting in her mom's desk. She ordered him to get the hell out of her house herself. Iser just stayed silent. Then he stood up and walked around the table. He stood behind her and told her that she seemed to forget things sometimes. He was not so free to respond to her every provocation. He needs her signature to do his job. She just needs to jot down a couple of pens. No more complaints. Iser was as close to her as possible and ordered her to sign. Serena smiled at him, turned around and picked up the sheet. The master only watched her. Serena reported what a failure and tore the sheet in two. There was nothing more to sign. The mistress asked about what he would say to that. According to the rules of etiquette of the Kingdom of Mirasavia, a spoon, fork, knife, or other cutlery on a red plate meant the end of the meal. Iser only watched calmly for what she did. Raul's voice was heard, and he addressed the hostesses and then apologized for interrupting their conversation. The gentleman asked what had happened. The secretary replied that he had a visitor. Iser didn't recall expecting anyone today. He replied to the man that whoever it was, let the guests leave. They hadn't finished their conversation yet. But Raul explained that the matter was that the guest was Mrs. Iansa Serenity. Iansa said that the weather was really bad today. Iansa Serenity is Serena's grandmother on her mother's side, the founder of the Serenity Hotel. Iser came down and greeted her, and then asked her what brought her here in such inclement weather. To which her grandmother replied that she had heard that he had returned from a business trip, so she had come to see how he was doing. She apologized that he must have been exhausted after his long trip and that she had come at the wrong time. It had been a year since she'd lived in this world, and she'd never been beaten by her impatience. Anyway, she thought it would be nice to get a glimpse of him for once, and she had something she wanted to pass on. Iser replied that it was good that she had come, and since it was getting late, he suggested that she stay the night. But Iansa explained that if she had planned to stay for a long time, she would have come early in the morning. Granny's health is poor, he's sure she's pretty tired from the road. It's probably Serena. She'll just drop something off and leave. Serena will feel uncomfortable if Grandma stays. Iansa said that the rascal hadn't even come out to greet her today, and grandmother had actually come from far away and in this weather. He gave her his hand and asked her to accompany him. As they walked up the stairs, Serena's voice was heard, turning to her grandmother and informing her that he was tricking her. Iansa turned around and saw her granddaughter. Serena explained that the man had just slipped her some absurd documents and demanded her signature. The mistress went on to say that Iansa wanted to abolish the rights and privileges of the 8 families, to trample on the long tradition that her grandmother and mother had paid so much attention to. He made a huge mistake by bringing up such a topic. He felt so sorry for their annual losses because of them that he even forgot to look away. Grandmother is extremely sensitive about this matter. Serena is sure that she will not turn a blind eye to such self-indulgence. And then she asks her grandmother if, despite all this, she still thinks she made the right decision in entrusting him with Serenity's affairs. Iansa turned to Iser and asked about the truth of it, to which he replied that it was. The founder went on to say that the 8 families were real thorns. She wondered what angle to approach them from, and eventually Iser did it all for her. The grandmother looked at him and said that he was good for him because it had to be dealt with at some point. That really surprised Serena. Iansa turned to Iser and said that they needed to talk about the topic some more. Serena didn't understand why he was good for him, as in, if it wasn't someone else who had said it, but her grandmother, how was that possible? A memory flashed back to when Serena had come into her grandmother's office. That's when Iansa had inquired about the ballet class, to which the little girl replied that it was over. When her grandmother lifted her into her arms, the little girl noticed a piece of paper and asked what it was or if her grandmother was also studying. To which Iansa asked her to read it. That way Serena would know what her grandmother was doing. Serena confidently read that there was a list of guests invited to the anniversary of the founding of the hotel. Her grandmother complimented her granddaughter and asked Serena if she would remember that day of the year when their whole family had fun with the guests. To which the little girl answered that yes, because then also many of her friends come. That's right, Grandma invites her friends to the hotel, so she was checking on Serena's mom's preparations for the party. Now that Serena was coming to terms with her memories, she decided that her grandmother must have senile dementia. Starting from the moment she had forcibly married her off to this man and trusted him with the house and hotel, Ansa Serenity herself had agreed to the dementia. Serena went to her room and called out for Friedrich. Meanwhile, the guy was sitting at the table with a glass of wine. As soon as he saw her condition, he immediately got up and walked over to her. He wanted to ask what was wrong, but did not have time, for the lady was already in his arms. He noticed that she was trembling and asked her gently that something had happened in the office. The mistress replied that she wanted Friedrich to kill Isabel. Serena talked about Iser turning their hotel house into a shithole and messing with Grandma's head. She doesn't recognize her at all. It's like Grandma's a different person. She didn't understand why he'd show up and take everything away. You can't do that. Serena snuggled closer and closer to Friedrich, who hugged her. She has only Serenity, the one who lost everything, but that there was nothing else left. She didn't understand why then. Now at the sight of Iser, Serena feels all sense in her existence disappear. Especially annoying are those calm eyes of his. They piss her off, as if they were looking at a pathetic fool, at an uncomprehending child. That crushing stare, the look of a man she can't stand. Serena wishes it was all a dream, that it would all disappear. She turned to Friedrich and told him that her heart was beating so hard that she was afraid. Her mistress asked him what she should do because these terrible pulsations in her chest felt as if they were killing her. She kept talking about death, and Friedrich kissed her to take her mind off such thoughts and calm her down. Hotel Serenity is located in the center of Wellenberg, the capital of the Kingdom of Mirachevia. The Serenity family estate itself is on the outskirts of Wellenberg. Ansa moved to her personal mansion in a neighboring town to regain her health. After the kiss, Friedrich asked Serena to stop because everything is fine. Serena didn't need to cry because crying could make her sick again. She hugged Friedrich even tighter. The mistress explained to him that she was confused, she could not leave this man alone, but everyone was on his side. Friedrich replied that there was no need to hate Mr. Iser so much, for without his help the hotel and the estate could have suffered a bad fate. Hearing this, Serena replied that she didn't need his help from the beginning. It was all decided by her grandmother. Mistress recognized his abilities, which was why he did what she couldn't. He came from the Grayan family. Iser's just as dangerous because he comes from the Grayan family. Serena is sure that even if it seems like he saved Serenity to everyone right now, this man will definitely show his guts soon. Eventually, Serenity will be taken over by the Grayans. If Serena gets in his way, he will surely get rid of her as well. It would be 100 times better and more honorable if Serenity's lineage fell on her generation rather than becoming a plaything in Grayan's hands and continuing to exist. This left her utterly frustrated. She fell to the floor and continued to talk about her beloved house. Her serenity was fading. In the study, Iser and Ayansa were chatting. The grandmother replied that she understood him, then she would thoroughly deal with the case of the 8 families. Ayansa wanted to resolve the matter back in the day, but the conditions were not right. The founder said that it would not be easy to get out of it, as there were many different business matters intertwined. Iser replied that she shouldn't worry because he already had ideas in mind. The grandmother asked what he would do now, as she realized that Serena's signature had not worked out. He swore it was nothing, since her signature was only required anyway to confirm her knowledge of the matter. Ayansa put her glass on the table, took out a cigar, and explained that she thought he was having a hard time more because of Serena than because of any other problems. But he denied it because it was better to be thundering and lightning than despairing. She was trying to protect Serenity from him in her own way. Grandmother only smiled and offered him a cigar, to which the gentleman replied that he had quit. Ayansa replied that he was a flint, for it was hard to refuse that temptation. Lighting up, she went on to say that it would probably be too arrogant of her to ask Ayansa and Serena to get along when she forced them into marriage. However, asks him not to hold so much grudge against her granddaughter. Her first love had been extremely painful. The wounds from it were so deep that she put the relationship aside and immersed herself in her work. And so Ayansa's youth flew by. She ended up marrying late. She gave birth to Serena's mother, Belicia, and the time she spent with her husband and Bella was very happy. But the fate was cruel. After a while, her husband went to war and died. At that moment, the whole world seemed to crumble under her feet. She was afraid that she would die soon because she was no longer young and sick. Then Ayansa thought about how her daughter would live alone if she was suddenly gone. She was afraid of losing the hotel, on the basis of which she had traded her life. That's why she had to strictly educate her daughter from infancy. The stronger inside was the triumph, the more rigid was the education. And so Bella eventually married as soon as she inherited Serenity and had Serena with Harper at a fairly early age. Bella didn't want her daughter to load herself up with robot labor like she had from a young age. She wanted Serena to have a free life, to grow up like other children of her age. It was also that Serena could enjoy whatever she wanted to enjoy. Bella said it was okay to bring Serena into the family business later. That was because at that point, neither of them knew that they would have to part ways so soon. Serena was in her 17th year when she was left alone. She was a young woman of no small age, but she had no education, so it seemed an impossible task to keep up with the affairs of the estate. Ayansa had a lot on her shoulders after the incident and didn't even have time to recover from the sudden tragedy. She had already retired then, but then in a hurry she moved back to the mansion and started teaching Serena the business and housekeeping. However, since her granddaughter was a minor, she couldn't even sign a simple contract properly. Ayansa hired assistants, but the day-to-day work made her health even more compromised. The further things went, the more Serenity came close to collapse, and then they were the only ones not to be attacked. an elderly manager, and a young girl. A pack of piranhas kept pouncing on such coveted prey. It was truly a living hell. Soon, however, the Iser appeared. They banded together to get each of them out of their swamp. Of course, as a result, her only granddaughter hated her, but she still felt she had done the right thing by entrusting Serenity to Isaac. This step turned out to be as perfect and infallible as all of her previous decisions. Anyway, Anza asks Isaac to try and understand Serena a little bit. Anyway, they took advantage of her without her consent and even forced her into marriage. Iansa deduced that somehow she'd gotten emotional from the night's drinking and put out her cigar. Iser replied that he understood what Iansa meant, but she was worrying so much that she needed to focus on her health. He reminded her that she had something to tell him. Grandmother remembered and said she had found this nice little thing at home and put it on the table. Serenity's lineage continues in the predominantly female line. The next morning, Serena was asleep and Friedrich was sitting beside her watching her. Suddenly the door ajar and Sue peeked out. The boy took notice of her. When Sue came closer to the bed, Friedrich said that she had fallen asleep about an hour ago, so he thought it would be better for her to get some more sleep. Sue agreed that he was right. Only the assistant took a blanket to cover her, then Friedrich asked her to leave the blanket because he once tried to cover her, but it wakes her up. She has very sensitive sleep. Then he asked Sue to lower the curtains. The sun was shining too strong. He explained that he could have lowered them himself, but he was afraid that Mrs. Serena would wake up at the slightest movement. Sue understood. She informed the boy that in the afternoon the doctors would arrive at the house. Today was the day for regular checkups of the owners. Friedrich understood and explained that he would stay in the garden while the doctors were examining him. The weather was clear today. The summer flowers are in full bloom. It would be nice to stroll through the garden while drinking coffee. Serenity's landscape is beautiful. In the hall sat Iser and Serenity's two family doctors. Dr. Renan informed Iser that fortunately his condition was normal, except for a little fatigue after a long time away. Obviously, he is very careful about his health. Iser asked how Mrs. Iansa was doing, since during her visit yesterday he thought she looked a little thin. His grandmother still drinks alcohol and smokes tobacco. Renan replied that it looked as if Mistress Iansa was not thinking of quitting, though he asked how long she could live if she gave up such addictions. This worries Renan because the situation is not positive. Iser suggested that the doctor advise her to at least cut down on tobacco and booze. He then asked about how things were going with Serena. Dr. Estancia reported that Mistress' insomnia and other sleep problems were jumping up and down. However, it wasn't getting any better. Mistress had lost even more weight. Estancia felt sorry for saying pretty much the same thing every time, but she needed rest and plenty of food. Iser continued to drink tea quietly. Suddenly the doctor announced that there was something else, but she was a little hesitant to say such a thing. But since she was Mrs. Serena's attending physician, she was obliged to do so. Iser looked up, set the cup down and replied that everything was fine and asked to continue. During the examination, in the room, Estancia informed Serena that she had lost even more weight, and they had agreed that Serena would try to at least maintain her weight. The doctor then asked permission to examine Serena's wound from the fall last time first. She asked her to take off her robe, and after the examination she said that everything was fine. The wound was as good as it had ever been, and there would be no scars, which she was so worried about. But suddenly the doctor noticed marks all over her body. The doctor went on to tell Iser that he should be careful not to get the lady pregnant. Of course, they've been married for 4 years and it's natural to have children. However, Estancia thinks that because she has known Mistress since she was young and is worried about her, she is in the worst health at the moment. Her youth is still somehow helping her to hold on, but she will not be able to bear the birth of a child, and not only Mistress, but also the baby may be in danger. The doctor reported her conclusion that if they suddenly had plans to have children, it would be better to think about it after Mistress was better. Iser replied, then understood her. Then Iser thanked the robot and said that they would meet at the next inspection. He had to go, but they could take their time, finish their tea quietly and be on their way. After Mr. Renan left, he said that they seemed to have touched on a sensitive subject for him. Astancia explained that she was obliged to tell him that, but just as she had told Mrs. Serena, even in the contract it is stipulated that they have to report the same results to both masters. It is their job. Even if what happened is about the mistress and her lover, they as doctors just need to express recommendations. Astancia asked Renan about whether the masters are in an arranged marriage because Mr. Iser has never shown much interest in Mistress Serena, but today he seemed annoyed. This is obvious, for whatever the circumstances in front of other people, he is her spouse. Renan noted and told Astancia that her words sounded like, "Make sure his spouse doesn't get pregnant by a strange man." Renan asked her to imagine herself in his shoes. If he heard such a thing, he would feel wildly uncomfortable. In the meantime, Sue helped the mistress clean herself up. She asked Serena if she remembered the doctor's instructions. Serena should eat a full meal, not just a couple or 3 grapes. Serena countered that was why she brought the food and wondered what was in it. The aide walked over to the table, lifted the lid, and replied that yesterday, after all, Mrs. Iansa had come to visit. It was an opera cake. Sui informed that Mistress always makes it herself. That's why she asked that Serena try at least 1 spoonful. Serena replied that this old lady was doing something she shouldn't be doing again. She asked Sue to either give it to one of the servants or throw it away. Serena asked about where Friedrich was. Sue replied that minimal protection is required when outsiders visit, because if someone sees Mr. Friedrich, there could be some more rumors flying around. Madame turned and asked her about the fact that is there anyone in the kingdom who does not know that she is taking Friedrich with her, especially family doctors must keep such things a secret. This applies to everything they see and hear within the walls of the mansion. She asked that the next time someone comes to visit, have Friedrich by her side not. Sui replied that she understood and asked about what she needed to tell the gentleman to come back. To which Mistress replied that no, she would put it on herself, only asked about where he was. He's in the glass garden. Serena was already straining to get into the garden. She's got a headache. It's probably since Isaac's return. She can't stop being nervous. She would like some rest somewhere outside the manor, so she decided that she would have to suggest to Friedrich to take a quiet walk. She found him, but there was someone else there. It was Iser. When it was time to look around, Friedrich was strolling through the garden and seeing the table set he remembered what Sue had told him. That's where he thought the coffee aroma was coming from. He poured himself a cup of coffee and enjoyed the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Iser was strolling through the garden, thinking about the fact that Iansa was gradually getting weaker and weaker, and Serena's condition was also getting worse by the day. There is no time, the end of the promised time is approaching. Action must be taken. In the distance, he spotted Friedrich. Iser had told him that he had often heard of him while he was on a business trip. Friedrich seems to visit a lot of places where rumors spread well with Serena. Friedrich replied that it was all because she wanted him. Iser to that only said that of course that's what Friedrich is for. Friedrich put the cup on the table and asked in what way. The master answered that everything in this house has a reason, from the furniture or the paintings hanging on the walls to the people. He was no exception. The boy said that it seemed that Iser had misunderstood something because he was in Serenity's mansion by the will of his mistress, Mrs. Serena, and he didn't need anyone's permission. Iser looked at the boy and answered that he was the one who had allowed him to stay here 2 years ago, and he was the one who still allowed him to stay here. His use is for Friedrich to help Serena with her insomnia, to calm her hypersensitivity, and to always protect her from danger. Friedrich explained that insomnia, hypersensitivity, anxiety, the habit of acting impulsively. Then he asked Iser if he didn't know it was causing her stress. That's why Friedrich has to fulfill his role properly. Iser wouldn't want Serena to die now, and he also ordered the guy not to cross the line because he doesn't want any holes in his plan because of Friedrich. Serena hurried into the garden, stopping not far from them. She recognized Iser and didn't understand what he was doing with Friedrich. He doesn't need to say anything bad to Friedrich because then Mistress won't leave him alone. Friedrich said that he is the only one in this house who is able to calm and control Mistress, so if Iser doesn't want his grand plan to fall apart, he needs to refrain from being rude to the guy. Iser doesn't know anything about the guy, so he shouldn't take him down for something. The master asked the guy if he was sure he didn't know anything about the guy. Iser went on to ask all about what Friedrich really thinks he would let into the house, much less into his wife's bed, a man he hadn't made any inquiries about. Just because Friedrich has Serena's heart doesn't mean he has Serenity's knife handle in his hands. He needs to remember that Friedrich doesn't have the hilt, but he does, or else at one point Iser will reveal his carefully hidden secret. So the Lord explained that he needed to learn the difference between the two. Friedrich is in this house not because Serena wants him, but because his ability to control her benefits him. Friedrich needs to refrain from any kind of parties where rumors spread because it's bad for Serenity's reputation. That's when Serena came out and asked about the whole thing. Just when she touched Iser's shoulder, he threw her off. Serena couldn't keep her balance, so she fell and bruised herself. Friedrich immediately ran up to his mistress asking if she was in one piece. He turned to Iser and asked about what he was doing now. Mistress only stared. Serena asked to stop and asked again about what the matter was and why the two of them were here. Mistress looked at her palm and saw the blood. Friedrich noticed that Mistress had twisted her leg, so he picked her up and left the garden. Iser continued to watch. When they were already in the room together, Serena began to ask what they were talking about, why they were standing there together. To which Friedrich replied that they had met by chance and exchanged greetings. He bandaged her leg and went on to say that it was obvious that Gordon Iser didn't know he was in the garden. Continuing what he had started, the guy asked his mistress not to do that because she had almost hit her head and it could have been irreparable, and talked about the fact that he had already asked her several times not to wear high heels. It was dangerous because she didn't walk well on them. She just likes them. That's why she wears them. More importantly, she'd gotten hurt because of him, and he not only not helped her up, he hadn't even raised an eyebrow. The more she learned about his family, the more shivers ran through her body. She didn't know who he thought he was to treat her like that. How dare he push her? Pisses her off so much she can't. He made her sick. Plus, how dare she fall and hurt herself? Shameful. He pushed her away with his hand, but it felt as if it were a whole block of stone. Once she was rendered unnecessary, it wouldn't even be a problem for him to kill her. It would be like crushing one small bug, a mere trifle. Friedrich asked if she was okay, to which Serena replied that she wanted to lie down. The boy asked about what kind of man Mr. Iser was. The lady asked why he was asking her. She didn't understand who he was. She wanted to cut his head open. Friedrich explained that they live in the same house. Before he didn't care, but now he wants to know at least the most basic things. Serena asked if he knew the Graham family. They're in construction. Yeah, they have the biggest construction company in the kingdom. Come to think of it, his full name is Isher Lyons Graham. Serena said that's right, he's the second son in the family. Right now, though, he seems to have cut all ties with her. She doesn't know why that is, but it's pretty obvious. Graham people are dangerous. They will do anything for money, fame, and power. Graham are connected to various criminal organizations, although they pretend they are not. They can easily use threats, extortion, or violence for their cause. They can even kill a man without any hesitation. Serena went on to talk about how when it came out that Iser's mother took someone's life, she committed suicide. The Graysons get rid of anyone who might interfere with their business, so when the woman was discovered, she said she would pay with her life and killed herself. Soon the Grayon, as a penance, began to conduct a large-scale charity business, and ironically, they didn't just restore their reputation, they went even higher. They killed a man, but in the end they only became more famous. There are no words for it. In fact, in order to cover the expenses that went to the charity, Grayon tortured their semi-contractors horribly, only it's not publicized anywhere. Anyway, the Graysons are a bunch of garbage, and they don't even want to talk to anyone. Serena kept saying that all of this leads to the conclusion that Iser left either because she was forced out by her scary brother or because he crossed the family. She's got a gash where it stings, and she won't forgive a scar. Gray are heartless. They are willing to abandon a weak person, even if they are part of the family. That is why she is even more unable to understand her grandmother. It was always the most important thing for her to keep peace and harmony in the family. Serena didn't understand why her grandmother had brought a Grayan descendant here. Meanwhile, Iser was in the study. Rawl was sitting not far away, watching him and thinking that some gentleman had been brooding lately, and he would probably break his quill. Yes, that's what happened. The secretary did not understand what the gentleman was so thoughtful about that he broke an expensive feather. Suddenly, Iser got up and left without saying anything. There was a knock on Serena's room. Hearing an affirmative answer, Iser came in. This surprised Serena very much. She reported that she thought it was Suin, which is why she let him in. He had never come into her room before. She said that if she knew it was him, she wouldn't even answer, so he should leave the room quickly. He has a hard time touching Serena, but now is not the time to dodge the situation like he used to. He doesn't even hope that she will overcome things on her own anymore. Serena shouted, asking about the one who is deaf. For someone who kicks him out and repeats day in and day out that she's going to be Serenity's sole mistress while gnashing her teeth, she's too worthless. Skinny, sickly, irritable, and hypersensitive. What can she do on her own? Serena thought about being crazy. Once she thought for a second that he had come to apologize. She didn't understand why he was pushing for another conflict. It's been a while, but there's been no change. He's going to train her. Then there would have to be a change in strategy. She didn't understand what he was saying now. Iser looked at Friedrich and explained that he would be glad if the third person left the room. The guy, on the other hand, replied that it was somewhat problematic at the moment because, as the Lord must see, he was changing the ladies' blindfolds. Serena didn't understand what Iser was up to again, so she asked Friedrich to leave for a while. When it was just the two of them in the room, Iser took Serena's wounded arm and looked at it and began to apply the bandage. Seeing this, Serena asked him if he had been asked to put the bandage on. Iser replied that if she breezed by she would make herself worse, so she needed to sit still. She wondered if he was probably going to break her arm under the guise of bandages. The master explained that he thought it was the right thing to do to give her time, so he was probably not paying attention. Serena replied that if he made that decision, then let him keep it that way. Then she asked why he was teaching her something after all this time, who he thought he was, or maybe he thought he had become a part of Serenity by entering that house. Iser asked her why she hated him so much. Whether there are conditions or not, he helped her and her grandmother when they couldn't handle running the house. Though she was not enamored with marriage to a stranger, without him, he might have had limitations on his power and Serenity would have continued to be attacked by others. The litter she had tried to protect as a young girl was like a sand castle. Early in their marriage, Serena had distrusted him so much that he had given her the opportunity to work as Serenity's second mistress. She ended up signing a contract she didn't know anything about, ran into fraud at the auction, created a lot of other problems, and Iser had handled everything quietly and peacefully, without reproaching her for anything. He asked her if she hadn't given up, tired of her own ineptitude. He didn't understand why he disliked her so much then. Serena replied that he was from the Grayan family. She doesn't trust anyone from his family. After all, he is the descendant of the very real scum. She's sure that after the end of the pact with her grandmother, he won't be happy anyway. She asked him what he thought she didn't know, that he planned to kill her and take the whole estate for himself. She didn't understand why he had to pretend to care when he had much bigger plans in mind. I see, so the thing is, he's a Grayan. Iser got out of bed and asked about what she thought he was trying to kill her about. He didn't understand. She kept thinking that he was going to get rid of her and become the sole master of Serenity. Since that was the reason, there would be no compromise in the relationship. But how could there be? He took her face and told her that he wanted her to live until the very end, until she realizes how pathetic and useless a creature she is, how much more inferior she is to a man from a family of scum. Eventually, the Grayan will use her, take everything she loves so much and destroy her. She should get a good feel for it, watching what's going on with her beautiful eyes. He asked her if he was wrong. She abruptly flung his hand away from her face. He warned her that let her show her stubbornness only when in the appropriate position, he would not be forever condescending to her lover. He asked her about how much longer she was going to live this reckless life of hating him and her grandmother. He went around her and informed her that she didn't need to kick him out of the estate 1,000 times in her head. She should consider how she could beat her opponent in reality. It wouldn't be too late to show her pride later as well. Bastard, she thought. She got up from the bed and replied that she agreed to be taught. One day he would pay. His insolent face would be at her feet by all means. Rahl met Lovis, who was a friend and colleague of Isaac's, and greeted him. Lovis replied that they sought each other so often. The secretary confirmed, but it was inconvenient. He should rest now. Iser's friend asked Rahl what was wrong with his master. After all, they had just recently arrived from a business trip. He had the feeling that he was the only one who was tired. Who is it? Lovis thought. The mistress and Friedrich were coming to meet them. Lovis greeted Lady Serena, asking her if she was well, and it looked like she was out for a walk. He held out his hand to greet her, but noticing that she had something wrong with her ankle, he also wondered what was wrong. Since the lady didn't shake his hand, Rahl did and informed him that Mr. Iser was already waiting for him, to which he replied that the lady was still the same, and yes, he was right. Friedrich seemed familiar to Lovis for some reason. Friedrich turned to the lady and explained that she could rest in the room because her spoon was sore. Already in the study, Lovis asked Iser when he would make friends with her, for they had not seen each other for a year, and my lady had not changed a bit. Iser answered that he should just give up, because Serena didn't like everything about him, especially if he was his man, and that only added to the dislike. Lovis explained that he is Lovis Ravitz, who is so friendly that everyone in the kingdom knows him, and there is no one who is not struck by his sociability, so that my lady's coldness, on the contrary, only encourages him more to become friends. And then he added that judging by the words of Iser, Lady Serena must hate Rahl too, but last time she was quite nice to him. Iser replied that Rahl was an exception. Of the people he has let into this house, he is the only one Serena accepts. Lovis didn't understand why that was, or if it was because Rahl was nice. To which the gentleman explained that Raoul looked like Harper, her older brother. The friend replied that if you think about it, they are both blondes with green eyes who wear glasses. That's it, he's starting to get sad now. Isir added that everyone in the house is scarier than Rahl, and he thinks that Serena's soul is lying to Rahl because he reminds her of Harper, and he just feels like a little brother. The landlord said that enough of this crawling chatter. He wanted to talk about the waterfront property that they had looked at on their business trip. But Lovis asked him to stop. Once you don't watch how once bang and talk about work, he had just sat down, so he offered to have a little more drink. Iser replied that he had 5 minutes. Lovis asked about seeing that stout and handsome fellow. It was him, Milladine. Well, he understood. But seeing no reaction from his friend, Lovis went on to say that of course he understood that they were in a contract marriage, but still, my lady was on her arm with him at the picnic. He inquired if the gentleman cared. They sleep in the same bed even when he's home. The collie did not understand how Iser could not care so much. Moreover, the guy's appearance is very dangerous. Iser reassured his friend, replied that he is useful, he will figure it out himself. Lovis asks about if there is any improvement in their relationship at all. He asks since it seems like there isn't. Iser thinks it's impossible. They disliked each other from the beginning, and nothing has changed by this point. Lovis asks what he didn't like about my lady. Iser replied that the look. She looks at him like she's ready for him to eat her one day. Her eyes are full of distrust and apprehension. He has a feeling that it's more like they're the ones who will devour him overnight. The gentleman added that Serena also said she would never shed tears in front of him. Even if those gathered in her big eyes, they wouldn't roll down. For some reason it unnerved him. Lovis asked what annoyed him so much about my lady not crying in front of him. What was so important about it? Iser replied that he was right, but for some reason even those little things stress him out. As he looks at her, he begins to fret. She's shaking like an aspen leaf with anger, yet she's desperately trying to hold back tears. It's getting on his nerves. Lovis noted that it all sounded like he wanted to make her cry for good someday. He doesn't. Serena should be careful, though, before he gets even more curious to see what expression she'll make when her remaining handful of pride hits rock bottom. Serena was relaxing with Rawl. Suddenly he asked about her decision to learn leadership training from Mr. Iser. She replied that she had. He was just a little surprised because then she would have to see Mr. more often. Serena replied that yes, though who cares? She didn't like things at first either. Iser looked suspicious and only cared about his own gain first and foremost, but he had told her yesterday that he was going to teach her the workings this time. Because of her small age, she had no opportunity as such to be educated by her mother and grandmother. Whatever Iser had in mind, studying would benefit her. Besides, if she learned to do everything on her own, she would have an excuse to kick him out of the door, and he would dig his own grave with his proposal. Friedrich replied that if that was Mistress' wish, fine, but he would get bored during the day. Serena replied that they would have a lot of fun at night. The lady remarked that the weather was wonderful. It was good for them to get out for a picnic. She turned to Friedrich and said that his hair had grown back so much and how handsome he was. Friedrich replied that last time she had called him handsome in front of the jewelers, and he didn't really like that word, as all men usually do. He jokingly threatened her that if she called him that again, he would grow a mustache. He gently took her cheek. Serena asked where their hands were going. Friedrich explained that there was no place on her body he couldn't touch, but the cheek was not to be touched or anything. Mistress asked why they were so nice today. Did he really hate to hear the word handsome, or was he just cranky because he had to stay alone during the day? Friedrich asked again about the word cute and noted that he was actually older than her. Taking her in his arms, he sat her on his lap. She teasingly asked him what age mattered. Besides, because of the prickly mustache, you can't do it like this. She moved as close to his lips as possible. Friedrich turned to his mistress and asked her to kiss him. She lowered herself more and more slowly to his lips. Then at one point she said softly in his ear that she didn't want to. It was better that he should kiss her. Iser asked Lovis where Serena had gone, to which his friend replied that to a picnic, for he had seen the maid carrying a basket of food. So she's having a picnic, the gentleman thought, and it looks like she's not coming to her senses. Iser called Rawl. He ordered him to find Serena and bring her here at once. Serena and Friedrich were in the garden kissing. A foreign sound made Serena look up to see who was approaching. It was Raoul. He turned to the mistress and reported that he had seen nothing, covering his eyes with his hands. The aide apologized and informed her that Mr. Iser was calling for her. She asked if it was now, to which he replied that the Lord had some business with her. Even though she had agreed to be trained by him, the mistress didn't understand that she had to run to him like a dog at every call. Serena replied that right now she didn't want to which Rawl asked her to go or else they would be in trouble, him first and foremost. Rawl was worried that the owners would quarrel again and what would happen to the atmosphere in the house. He didn't understand what he should do. Mrs. Serena told him not to worry because nothing would happen. She asked him why he thought that in the first place. Serena asked Rawl to tell him the reason and asked him to come closer. He did so. When the assistant was as close as possible, he leaned in and Serena replied that only what she said would be a secret. She informed him that she would beat his master. Hearing that, Rawl asked her not to joke around like that. They'd just gotten out into nature, and now this. Serena informed Rawl that he was fishing for a bag of cookies. She ordered him to eat every last crumb, which would be his punishment for ruining the mood. Serena would forgive Isaiah for this time for such a prank, and thanks must be given to Rawl. Serena turned to her assistant and asked him to tell Isher that she would be a little late as she needed to change. Serena turned to Friedrich and told him that they had to go. After a while, Raoul announced that Mrs. Serena had arrived, to which Iser replied that she should come in. When Lovis saw her, he said that they had met again. He noted that she had changed her image and looked stunning. Lovis kept saying that they had not been able to talk earlier. He was about to leave, but if she didn't mind, they could have a cup. Iser, on the other hand, informed her to sit down as she had some reading to do. Serena proudly walked past the men and the couches and made her way to the table where Iser usually sat. Pulling back a chair, she sat down and asked what the something was that needed to be read. She asked him in an orderly tone to bring it to her. This manner surprised Lovis very much, but not Iser. The master asked her what she was doing. Lovis, realizing that it was time to leave, informed her that he thought he had better leave as he had intended. He realizes that they both don't care about someone like him, but see you soon. Raul went to see him off. Izir walked over to the table, stood beside Serena, and ordered her to stand up. He showed her where her seat was. It was a table a little farther away. Serena replied that she had said that her mother and grandmother had sat in that seat, so in truth that seat belonged to her, and then the desk that Isabel had pointed to was where the secretary sat. Iser said that he did not have time to argue with her and asked her to stand up. The mistress suggested that he clear the air after all. She had agreed to be trained by him, not to become his subordinate, so he should sit there. They exchanged unfriendly glances. Iser couldn't wait any longer, so he took the chair himself and turned it and Serena towards him. Picking up that chair, Serena started asking what the man was doing and ordered him to let her go belly up. She kept asking him to let go. Iser walked over to the desk where the secretary sits, kicking aside the chair that was there. He placed the chair there where Serena had continued to sit all this time. Iser leaned over to the girl and addressed her like a restless my lady, asking her to listen carefully. In order for her to be a true mistress, Serena would need to be empowered. She, on the other hand, had done nothing with her life so far. He asked her if she wanted to just take the place that her mother and grandmother had worked hard for. Isabel went on to say that she had plenty of ego but no conscience, and then asked if she was ashamed. Serena explained that she is Serena's serenity. Even without doing anything, she has every right to sit there since her mother and grandmother are her own blood. There is no one in the world who wouldn't accept that. Hearing that, Iser asked about that just like that, and then asked what about herself. Does she accept, and is that reason enough? Serena just remained silent. Isler explained that he thought she respected her kin, but that respect was much more superficial than he'd expected because she saw the seat empty and immediately rushed to sit down at it. Serena ordered him to shut up and asked him what he even knew. Before the girl could finish, Iser told her that if she really valued Serenity's lineage, she should not take that seat lightly. She didn't understand what he said. Iser repeated what she had to prove, that she had a right to sit there, just not in a way that others would realize. She must recognize herself. The master suggested that she organize a proper celebration for the anniversary of the founding of the Serenity Hotel. She needs to make a guest list, prepare the main events, buffet, and after-party. Only then will he allow her to sit at the head table. Serena asks him what he's putting her in charge of. The anniversary of the founding of the Serenity Hotel. It's one of the most important events in their family and the only day the hotel has empty rooms. The height of summer when the greenery is thickening. One of these summer nights is when a secret party is held for the upper classes of the kingdom. Sometimes they serve not elite persons, but because of the fact that the invitation symbolizes power and fame, the person who received it becomes the subject of heated gossip. One such letter can both confer and take away power. A letter should be sent with great care, as each one contains its own meaning, whether it be unspoken promises or threats, and putting all the letters together should create harmony. It is like a chef's dish in which every ingredient complements each other with its fantastic flavor. Perfection and impeccability. You have to calculate every detail in the organization of the celebration. Promise, if norm, satisfaction. Since this process was indescribably complex, my mother and grandmother had to prepare several months before the anniversary itself. Several years ago, before the event, her grandmother had said something to her about how, despite following them like a shadow, one must also remain the sun that dazzles the eyes. Whatever stories are collected on paper, the title of the book will be Serenity. We must not forget that. So important a celebration and so imperative to be perfect. Serena asked Iser if he was even aware that the anniversary was about a month away, to which he replied that he did, so she should start preparing hard from then on. Serena didn't understand what he wanted from her out of the blue. She had no idea what she needed to do. Iser pointed to the books. He informed her that there were records of the preparation process for all the previous anniversaries. The information is organized, but it took Rawl a lot of work to put it together. He said that she would have to read the whole thing from cover to cover in a way that would bounce off her teeth. Iser went on to say that this year's guest list would change a lot, however, but they would discuss that topic later. Serena turned around from Iser. He asked her about whether she was giving up. She turned her head to him and replied that he had told her to read all the books, but she needed water, a warm blanket, and comfortable shoes to keep her focused. Besides, a case like this is far from a 5-minute affair. Serena doesn't want to be with Isaiah for that long, so she will read in the comfort of her own home. Serena got up and ordered him to tell Sui to bring the books. It will take her a week to read everything as there are many volumes. They'll talk then when she's done. Iser only laughed. What a princess to find. This was heard by Serena, who hadn't even made it out the door. Well, princess. Found she didn't like all parts of the sentence. Isher walked over to Serena and closed the doors. Serena asked about what he was doing. The master replied that she must be misunderstanding something. Those books are hers for today. Hearing this, Serena asked about him being crazy, because how is she supposed to read and learn so much text in one day? There are 4 volumes. So that's it. So he's not teaching her, he's mocking her. Iser said that she had said that the anniversary was a month away. There's a lot of planning and booking to do. He asked what kind of week we were talking about. He went on to say that if she was so eager to embarrass herself in front of the guests on the day of the party, then of course there was no rush. And much to her dismay, those books are not 4 but many more. She needs to remember that. Serena only clucked. Serenity's Hotel. Lovis wished Mr. Jackson a good trip. Jackson was the director of the Autoxin Company. He thanked him and explained that no matter how much he looked at the beauty of the Serenity Hotel, he couldn't get enough of it. The hotel was indeed a great asset to the kingdom. The director said that he was glad that they had accepted his offer. He couldn't wait for their cooperation. It was a great honor for him to share a conversation with them today. To which Iser replied that he should be thankful that he personally visited the hotel despite such a sudden call. His spouse would probably be very happy to leave as well. Iser went on to say that he would contact the director after he discussed everything with her and the hotel's management staff. Jackson interjected about the spouse. He had seen her a couple times at the hotel's anniversary celebration when she was still a student. Now she was a statuesque lady, married after all. It had been so long that Jackson had forgotten all about Serena. The director held out his hand to Isaacs and kept saying that since Isaacs had said they'd make the decision together, he should explain to Serena in a positive way how their partnership would help the hotel. In about 5 to 7 years, there will be more cars on the streets than carriages. And as they become more popular, their company should have a bright future ahead of them. Jackson thinks that Serena doesn't know much about cars and management, so Isaac should explain it to her. Isaac couldn't take it anymore, so he turned to Mr. Jackson. He asked him why he thought his wife was a poor judge of management. The question embarrassed Mr. Jackson. He went on to explain to the director that he wasn't the only one in charge of the Serenity Hotel, and just because Serena wasn't at today's event didn't mean she didn't know anything. Iser Saul's contact matters with her, so her spouse is quite aware of all business matters. Especially after all this time, the director should not call her Serena, but Mrs. or my lady. Jackson realized his mistake, removed his hand to shake and apologized for his words. He hadn't meant to be rude in any way. Lovis came over and said with a smile that it was okay, they understood because sometimes there could be misunderstandings between people, and he was just used to addressing my lady by her first name. Lovis motioned for the headmaster to walk him to his car. Iser said he would keep him informed of all developments and said goodbye. The master turned to Rawl and informed him to get ready, for they were going home. The road home. Rawl noticed that the gentleman was still in a bad mood. Earlier in a similar situation, he would have pulled out a cigar. Iser turned to the assistant. This made Rawl worried. The gentleman explained that Serena had not received proper management training as a child. After the incident with her meme, she was still a minor, so she could do almost nothing on her own. When Serena became an adult, they were married immediately, and then he took over Serenity's management rights. Serena thought he'd kill her after he took the house and hotel, which suggests that she didn't consider working with Iser to begin with. Serena's been trying to do something to get him out, but she's never really had the chance. Whether or not anyone spoke to her, after Iser stepped into Serenity's leadership, people instinctively realize who has the power and in whose hands is the gladiator. At times when Iser wasn't around Serena, they could strike up a dialogue, but business topics didn't enter into it. They only offered Serena tea, asked about Iansa, or complimented her on her dress and gems. They didn't care about Serena. Raul thought the master was right. When Mrs. Serena was standing one step away from Mr. Iser, people were brazenly approaching the master alone, trying to get a word in edgewise. Everyone knows very well that Iansa let in a stranger who could be Serenity's business representative through marriage. This served to prove Serena's lack of management skills. Then in an instant, the honorable young woman and future head of Serenity fell to mediocrity. Someone to be ignored and ignored. Iser explained that those who've known Serena for years understand even more. In the past, he too had ignored such treatment of Serena because it was more important to him to save Serenity. A few years passed, Serena renounced everything and began to lead an idle lifestyle. Come to think of it, Mr. Friedrich arrived at the house at just the right time, when the mistress was at her most depressed and apathetic. However, now that she had gone back to studying the manual, the situation had changed drastically. They need to make sure that no one else can ignore Serena. Serena's authority is their authority as well. If Serena is like an abandoned kitten now, who knows what kind of monster she'll turn into if given the right education? So at least they, about others who know, should always listen to her and show her understanding. Iser went on to say that she was Raul's mistress after all and asked if he understood him, to which Raul gave an affirmative answer with words to the effect that he would remember his master's words. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by Sue. Iser asked about where Serena was, since she had to work now. Sue replied that Mistress is in a separate building. She has been there since the master left for the meeting at Serenity Hotel. She took the dinner to Mistress there too. Hearing about the separate enclosure, Iser thought that obviously she had taken all the books and went to a place that was convenient for her. Raul was a little startled when he saw that the table was empty. It looked like the mistress had taken the stack of books lying there. The deputy noticed that his chair had a broken leg. He didn't understand what had happened there. He asked Iser that he told Mistress to learn the contents of the books in just one day or what. It's not possible after all. Raul didn't understand whether anyone was capable of such a thing. Even he with his good memory needed a decent amount of time to memorize everything. Iser replied that he was right. No one could handle that much information in a few hours. Raul heard this. He didn't understand anything at all, because if he knew that, then why did he give his mistress such an instruction? Iser went on to say that only Serena could do such a thing. These words caused the assistant to misunderstand. The mistress explained that being there for the first time, they were forced to study the place. But Serena has spent her entire life in Serenity's mansion. She already knows the contents of those books, but she doesn't realize it yet. Iser was headed somewhere. Raul noted that it seemed to him that the gentleman was not going to his bedroom. He was actually heading to a separate building. Sui asked about what they should do now. She is sure that Mrs. Serena will not like this very much because the separate enclosure is considered forbidden territory, even for Mr. Friedrich. The private quarters is the oldest building on the estate and Serenity's first castle. It was where Mistress spent most of her time. Due to the fact that the private quarters were the personal space of the Serenity family, only a minimum number of servants were allowed to enter, unlike the main quarters where all employees were allowed. After the tragedy with the carriage, no one else has used the separate enclosure except Mrs. Serena, so now it can be called the personal corner of the mistress. They don't go in there at all, except when they need to tidy up. Mrs. Serena doesn't like it, but the dust can be harmful to her health. Since Mr. Friedrich's arrival, the mistress has been less frequenting the private quarters. The private quarters was the only place in the house that Iser didn't touch. First of all, it was the Serenity family's private space, and secondly, nothing expensive was stored there to cover debts, so he had no interest in that part of the house. The first and last time he had been there was 4 years ago, so he didn't really know what it looked like inside. It was a rather modest place, not at all suitable for Serenity's family. Serena's maid had said that she only spent time in her nursery, which was obviously behind the themed doors. Iser knocked lightly at first, then decided to open the doors. There were still traces of the past in there. Piles of gift boxes, lots of dolls with toys and hobby items. Serena's family was well off. It was immediately obvious how much the parents cherished and nurtured their daughter. At the back of the room, Iser spotted the Faruga. He had come to see how much she was absorbed in reading, and she was sleeping. He remembered the doctor's words that due to insomnia, Mrs. Serena sometimes gets drowsy easily if she concentrates on something. At such times, it's best to just let her sleep. Mistress has no control over her body's sudden urges. Iser stood over Serena. He didn't understand what he should do with such a stroppy princess. After a little thought, he gently lifted her in his arms to carry her to bed, just so he wouldn't wake her up. Laying Serena on the bed, he sees her for the first time with such an innocent expression on her face. Now asleep, Serena looks her age, but with him she looks like a 100-year-old witch. Turning his head to the food table, Iser noticed that by the amount of food on the table, their princess had eaten almost nothing again. He wondered really how the bird was eating or what. Of the books, about half had been read, even though Serena grew up in that environment. The books described not just the process of events, but the very setting of affairs at that point in time, so without vocabulary knowledge, a person wouldn't be able to get through even one volume. Isir noticed that she was taking notes pretty good. He was told that Serena was always the first in the ranking of students at Dalencourt, the royal school. Fortunately, it showed in results like this. Iser put the book on the pile, which collapsed. The noise woke Serena up. She hadn't realized when she fell asleep. Opening her eyes fully, the picture was still washed out. A figure appeared. The mistress thought it was Friedrich. Serena realized that she was in a separate enclosure and he couldn't be there. She saw the figure of Grayan. She wondered what Iser was doing there. Serena remembered the desiccated conversation where her husband had talked about continuing to watch. It was useful then, but if it was no longer useful over time, she'd have to get rid of it. He'll use it for now, and when it becomes a nuisance, he'll kill it. The murder could be disguised as an accident. People will quickly forget all about it. They have no attachment because they're nothing to each other. He doesn't care if she lives or dies, but if he wants to get rid of her, he wants to do it himself. It's worth waiting on the end of the phone for a while he looks for the right moment. That's all Serena heard back then. Even though he said he would train her in her job duties, he couldn't be trusted. With those thoughts, Serena pulled the gun from the drawer. She should have stayed alert. She wouldn't give him anything like her grandmother had. He wouldn't take advantage of her that easily. Pointing her gun at Iser, Serena asked him what he was doing in the room. There was no way she would trust him, Grayan. Seeing the revolver, he wondered if she always kept it around because of him. Iser replied that he had come to see if she had completed his errand, which she had been given 24 hours to do. The mistrust, hatred, and hostility that had long since crept deep into her soul. Iser went on to say that it was only 10 minutes to midnight and she was pitifully asleep, so he hadn't really seen her reading. He didn't understand how things had come to the point where his name made her pick up a gun. Iser moved closer, to which Serena asked him to stay back. Serena ordered him to stay back, but Iser snatched the revolver in one motion from her hands. He got a disgusted feeling. He turned to her with words about how she needed to be taught and trained. When you point a gun, you have to aim by pulling the trigger. If she just pointed the muzzle, a person would begin to question whether the gun was real or not. Turning the gun a little to the right of Serena, he fired at the vase. He explained that just when you hear the magazine spinning, you realize that your opponent is ready to kill you. Serena asked about who he was pointing the gun at. Iser asked in response about how dare she pointing a gun at him, a lowlife who was incapable of doing what she was asked to do. He asked again about how his words were a joke, not for her how. That was the whole time he held the gun to Serena's head like that. In his thoughts, he apologized to Serena's late brother, Harper, for not being able to treat Serena as affectionately as he did. He wasn't sure if his request would be honored. 10 years ago, Harper turns to Isaiah and tells him that he read in the paper that the Graham family bought the Selters Bank. They'd worked so hard for it. Harper's Serena's scary brother, an acquaintance from his days at Dallencourt High. Harper explained that Iser's family is unbelievable. They wanted it and they got it. Iser interrupted his friend a bit and explained that he has no special interest in management. His older brother and his father usually did it. Harper was such a bright and kind friend. When Harper heard this, he said that they were alike because he didn't pay much attention to management. Usually, when people get such news, they immediately start insulting Graham, saying that they have once again acted vilely and inhumanly. Iser asked why this was so, since he had his own faith and truth, to which Harper replied that as Iser knows that his little sister will be Serenity's heir, and Harper wants to run a travel agency and travel the world, he is attracted to visit places that no one has ever been to before. But it's understandable. When everyone was afraid of Iser because of various prejudices, Harper was completely at ease with him. The elder Serenity went on to say that he wanted to study hard so that he could be a strong support for Serena and not make her ashamed of her brother. However, because of his extremely intelligent friend, he is always in second place, while Iser is first in the ranking. Serena was glad her brother was at Dallencourt and wanted to enroll herself sooner rather than later. She talked about being the best every semester, thinking it would be so easy. Harper turned to his friend and asked him if he could not avoid management. Even though he had an older brother, he should probably take on some of the work, shouldn't he? His family has such a large-scale business. He answered that he probably would. Harper turned to his friend and asked him to take care of his little sister when she became head of Serenity. It was fate that they had become friends there. His first and last request, Harper asked his friend to be fair and kind. That time Iser didn't get to shake his hand with ease. He knew that when they became adults, their relationship could change drastically. If the Graham family wanted to, they would make an enemy out of his little sister at any time. Nevertheless, after Iser had been given control of Serenity, he thought he had more or less kept his promise up to this point. Iser asked Harper not to be upset, all that for the fierce princess sitting in front of him. Serena asked about the magic he expected from her or what, because he told her to cram a huge amount of information into an absolutely absurd amount of time. He should look up about such things in children's fairy tales. Iser answered her that at the very least she shouldn't be caught sleeping by him like she was then. Her behavior was wrong. Serena tried to hold back her dozing, but still fell asleep. Even getting to the bed was somehow a bit of a struggle to reach it. She didn't understand why, as if out of spite, Iser had seen the thing. Serena scolded him and told him that if he wanted to finish her off so badly, it was time to act. He should stop pretending to give her a chance and do something he didn't understand. Iser saw that she also knew how to swear. He told her that she would have to wait for a while, because when he had had enough of her and realized that she was no longer of any use, he would think about her words. Now he wasn't even hiding anything. He went on to say that she told him she didn't trust him, like he's taking advantage of her, betraying her, killing her, and taking all her goodies. Isir suggested that Serena should take advantage of him then and use him already. She needs to calculate the moment of betrayal, get ready to kill him and take everything. Then the game will be fair. They'll both put their lives on the line. They'll each go after their own goals, and when they reach the end, they'll point guns at each other. If Serena turns around first and fires, then Iser will gladly accept defeat. However, if she failed to handle her robot and turned around too late, it would be her who would have to part with her life. Iser removed the ammo from his weapon and handed it back to her. Serena took back her weapon and turned from her husband. There was only one question she wanted to ask. She was interested in what kind of sluku her grandmother had made with Iser 4 years ago. What was the price for him taking over Serenity? Iser remained silent. He only informed her that they would be traveling to the hotel together tomorrow morning, so she should be prepared. The next day, Sui arrived at Serena's house. Opening the door, the girl noticed that it was so early, but the mistress was already awake. Serena explained that Iser had said they would be going to the hotel. Sui confirmed that information and said that she had stopped by early to help her pack and suggested a bath first. Friedrich noticed her wounded foot and told her to make sure Serena wore comfortable shoes as it was a long journey and her ankle was not completely healed. Her mistress replied that everything was fine and that she could tolerate it. Friedrich noticed a slight smile on her face. He didn't understand why she had been in such a good mood since this morning. He had heard the sounds of gunfire last night from the direction of the detached hall and mistress had been very nervous since her return. Friedrich came up behind her, gently kissed her shoulder and wished her a good journey. Sui asked Madame about the preparations for the hotel's anniversary event, with not much time left as she was sure. Serena replied that it would be difficult, but she thought she could handle it. No, she had to handle it. Sui explained that her heart was burning with confidence, and she promised that she would be there for Serena and help her in any way she could. Serena didn't understand why Iser had suggested that she could have worked together, because he usually solved all the issues concerning the hotel at dinner and passed the documents through Rawl. Though it was more like he was just informing her about the decision he had already made, the assistant replied that she thought that the mistress wanted Serena to personally take over the important business of the hotel so that they could make the decision together. She was the hostess after all. Mistress didn't understand why he first pissed the man off and kept him up late at night, and now he trusted him. He had a mind of his own. Serena was going to finish the rest of her books then. She hadn't been to a hotel in a long time, didn't know what to wear or which earrings would be best. Mistress pretends she doesn't like the idea of the trip, but in reality she looks excited. Sui wished them a good trip. Already sitting in the car, Serena was thinking about what Iser told her to calculate the moment for betrayal. She was sure she would be the first one to shoot. They hit the road. Sui was talking to Mistress Insa. Insa interjected about Serena going with Iser to the hotel, to which Sui replied that the hostess would also be in charge of preparing for the anniversary of the hotel's founding. Mr. and Mrs. had made that decision by mutual consent. Insa informed that she understood her. There was only a little time left. That's why she is asking Sui to help if Serena needs help. Sui would definitely make every effort. The phone conversation was over. When they arrived at the hotel, Iser explained that they entered through the main entrance, as she had not been in the hotel for a long time, but from now on she should use the back door, which is for the staff, because in the lobby there are guests. Already in the lobby of the hotel, they were greeted by a whole team of staff. Logan greeted Serena. He was the general manager of the hotel. Serena greeted him reciprocally, except that she called him Uncle Logan. She didn't understand the correct way to address him as Mr. or Director. The man replied that she could call him Uncle in informal settings, as he was used to being called Mr. or Mr. Director. Already in the confirmation room, Uncle Logan told her that she needed to look over some documents. He had brought only the ones she needed to deal with first. The reports on the left were by organizational system, and the reports on the right were by category as they were divided into quarters. Logan noticed the expressions on Mistress' face. He informed her that she could review the documents without rushing, as they didn't need to have a resolution put on them right then. It didn't seem to Isaac that it was the amount of paperwork. Serena seemed pleased. It was the first time she'd gotten her hands on a report after all. Serena feels so weird. Those papers were the first she had ever been entrusted with, not just handed over for awareness. Iser was just watching her. His only job was to save the Serenity family and their hotel. It was not his responsibility to teach Serena anything. Iser only occasionally confided some small things to her when she was being extremely annoying. Ianza's situation was no better, and she couldn't keep track of her young granddaughter's working moments because of her poor health. Time was in short supply for both Iser and Ansa. Serena had no one to listen to her. Iser wondered with what thoughts in her head she was holding on to. Having such pride and character, he hadn't expected her to react this way at the sight of some report, even if it was her first. Logan asked about whether they would continue later, to which Serena replied no and let them talk. There was an estimate and a construction contract for a terrace in the couple's suite. The contract was preliminary. They would contact a lawyer after Serena approved the document. The contract was similar in form to the one drawn up 12 years ago during the ceiling repair in the lobby. Her grandmother had let her see the paperwork then. She knew the terms because Iser often used them when he talked on the phone. Serena realized what it was like. It was like the joy you have when you hit the material you've learned during an exam. Next up was a tweaked security manual, and what's below? A Christmas project. Mistress decided that rapture would come later, but for now she needed to come to her senses and focus. Logan went on to talk about how their hotel had been getting more and more VIPs lately, so they were thinking about hiring a couple more concierges. About 2 hours in, all the excitement faded away. Those two were monsters because they only take 15-minute breaks and then they have another meeting. The director continued to inform that the banquet halls with rooms were fully booked until the end of the year. However, they would be vacated for the anniversary. Logan asked what they would do with Michelian, since in return for any additional payment and labor assistance, they had asked only to adjust the date of the renovation of the third banquet hall. Iser replied that the Michelians were considered one of their main clients, and apparently they had some difficulties, so the director should tell them that they did not agree. And if they continued to suck up with money, they would be even more nervous. Even if rumors spread, it's better than a premature loss. The gentleman asked how the land auction at the third house on Welmberg Street had gone, the auction that was aimed at establishing the Selters Hotel by the Grayan family. Logan replied that the auction was ineffective, with Grin's company offering a higher price, saying they also wanted to run a hotel business on the land. Grint has been buying up land on purpose lately, as if it wanted to mess with their hotel. Iser overheard this and said that he needed to keep an eye on that land and should ask Mr. Relton for help with the auction, so he told Rawl to contact him at 3 o'clock by phone. Logan suggested that they talk about another tax case. Serena notices how busy Isher is. When she sits next to him, it feels different to her somehow. Plus, he comes back home and deals with Serenity's business as well, and he's got a lot of work to do here and there. The director asked what they planned to do with Autopsan because it was clear from the contract that the company had made a lot of concessions. Apparently, Autopsan wants rich customers who use their hotel. Iser replied that it is a huge plus for them too to use cars instead of carriages when delivering transportation services to guests. He thinks they are a very good fit for each other in terms of business strategies. However, there are still a couple of things he would like to check, so he proposes to make a final decision after the second meeting. Mr. asked to prepare everything for such a meeting because he will soon invite the director of Autopsan. Only they should not overdo it because the meeting should not be like a service. That's why the staff should make the atmosphere moderate. Last time there was a lot of useless dialogue because of the long meal. Logan understood everything. Serena wondered how long it took to solve things so skillfully and whether she could do it as well if she tried hard enough. She didn't understand what shenanigans lurked behind such a nonchalant face. He had said he would kill her if she was useless, but his words that he would train her sounded like the truth. It's all too confusing. She didn't like it. Serena realized that whatever Iser had in mind, right now she was left to flounder around in his plan. She didn't like it, of course, but she would find a way out. She decided to continue reading the documents. Suddenly, she noticed something and started comparing the report sheets. Iser noticed the same movement. He leaned over to her and asked her if there were any difficulties and what was wrong. His abrupt movement confused Serena a little. She replied that it wasn't that. Logan noted that she was holding an estimate for the construction of the terrace. Serena noticed a sharp increase in the budget. The construction costs were unchanged, but for some reason the price of raw materials had doubled. Iser asked her to give it to him. All that time he had been passing reports through Rawl. Iser thought Serena either ran a glimpse of them or didn't look at them at all. He wondered if she had studied them from top to bottom. Iser hadn't expected Serena to memorize the exact number. It was getting really interesting to him. He saw that the amount had actually increased from what was in the previous report. He asked what had happened. Logan explained that the stone that was to be used for the tiles was no longer being mined. He is sure that the owners themselves realize how important the flooring material is in the construction of a terrace. The processing is quite complicated, but that stove is the best option in terms of aesthetics. They've agreed on a place that will supply them with the material, which makes the costs a little higher. Iser asked about what Plan B was. Logan replied that they would have to use a different tile. He had scouted many places that could provide the material, but then they would be over budget, and the worst part is that the construction process would take longer. You can't lag with the construction. If the couple's rooms are empty for a long time, it will be a blow to business. Logan said that the smartest thing to do in this situation is to give that Toker family the price they want and get the construction completed as soon as possible. Serena asked about the fact that the family that owns the stone is the Dorothea family. They have it in their possession, a small mine. Logan replied that it was that family. He wondered how she knew. Mistress suggested that she should try to negotiate with them. The director asked about her wanting to personally handle that case or what, to which Serena replied that as far as she knew, that stone was no longer of such value, even though it was no longer mined. Moreover, Dorothea's clan wanted to sell the stones for next to nothing in order to get rid of them as soon as possible. In other words, they were clearly probing them. Serena's mother told her to attend a masquerade ball once in a while. At that ball, Serena overheard a lady being fed up with her old man's constant sighing. That phrase caught Serena's attention. They were in debt because of that bankrupt mine. No one knows each other's names, and faces are hidden under a mask. Alcohol reduces alertness, clouds the mind, and makes a person more talkative. One must listen to what such people say. The next day they won't remember any of it. A woman sat on the sofa and complained about how much it cost to operate those cobblestones, that she used to have some interest, but now she couldn't stand it. She went on to say that recently Farbix had started to produce alternatives. She didn't understand who else would want expensive stones. She was already going crazy with all those rocks and mines. Her friend, who was sitting next to her, called her by name and told her that it was not too late for her to remarry. Dorothea asked if it was, and then asked her not to use her name again because it was an anonymous party. Serena didn't go there to get information. The mistress explained that it seemed that Dorothea had found out about Serenity's situation and had decided to make a little profit on other people's money to cover their losses, but they were targeting the wrong people. She doesn't know who that motherfucker thinks they are. When Logan heard that, he asked if the lady was serious because they had just been told that the material was very precious and they didn't even know the best value. Serena replied that it was clear what was going on. They had sold it for a penny and then raised the price dramatically. It was all a scam. Serena decided that it would be a peck on the cheek rather than an invitation next time. She didn't realize that even though it was a one-time deal, it was still unpleasant. How dare they? Logan reported that it was a good thing he had told them about it, otherwise they had suffered a lot of losses. It was a shame, of course, but it was unprofitable for them to refuse, so they could try to negotiate with them, mentioning the previous price. She was pleased to hear the praise, even though she had accidentally learned about it at one of the masquerade parties. Iser reported that somehow such a reason was not enough to renegotiate. Serena, hearing this, asked him why, because they couldn't handle those stones on their own, with only debts piling up every day. She asked him if he didn't think they'd want to sell them cheaper to get out of the business. Iser replied that even if that were true, it would be problematic to cut the price now, especially since they were in debt. Why would they give in? It is better to avoid trades made under pressure on the other side, otherwise there will be problems later. Iser doesn't see the need to go that far. And that's right, if Dorothea easily agrees to bargain, it means they recognize the intentional increase in the value of the goods. For Serenity, such a bargain would also be unpleasant. Serena asked about the best course of action, since they couldn't buy the stones at double the price. Iser replied that they should make them want to lower the price. The lady did not understand how, if they were in debt. Dorothea is a silver-loving family. The gentleman asked if the mine was abandoned or what. To which he heard the answer that yes, the family is trying to sell it to a commune because it is no longer of any use. Iser ordered Rawl to have Lovis get information on Dorothea's family's financial situation and what's going on with the mine. We need to get to the truth. Rawl understood the instructions. Lovis asked about the Lord coming up with some kind of plan, to which Iser replied that there was a man he met while on a business trip. The man was looking for land where he could build a power plant. Since that mine is owned by the Dorothea family, it is most likely part of a mine on the north window of the Nakla Range that was developed 43 years ago. He is thinking of introducing that person to the Dorothea family, as the area he is looking for is basically suitable. Rawl noted that the gentleman has a good pamyat, for that director will surely cooperate with the family. Logan heard this replied, then lately indeed many people are starting to build factories with power plants on the sites of abandoned mines. Dorothea's mines are on the outskirts and the terrain there is already flat, so it's perfect for construction. In this case, all three parties will get the benefits they want. The director is looking for free land, Dorothea sells the stones with the mine, and they get the material much easier and on more favorable terms. The important thing is that Serenity gets what she wants without ruining her image. Serena realized why her grandmother had talked about the importance of connections and that no words should be overlooked. That was it turned out. Iser replied that until they knew all the details, it was worth moving the deal up a bit. Logan replied that he understood and said that if everything worked out well, they could save a lot of money. He then added about how Iser and Serena worked well with each other. Iser offered to finish. The end of part 4. Thank you for watching. I wish you guys a good day and a great mood. See you guys soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Serena only supported him, her body already tired from sitting in one place for so long. Her ankle ached. She has to be patient because she doesn't want the others to notice, especially not in front of Isaac. The principal asked if they wanted to have lunch at the hotel. Iser replied that he already had a meeting scheduled, so he had to leave. Serena explained that she too is busy right now because of anniversary preparations, so she has to go too. She just wants to be home soon because of her ankle. Then Logan suggested they go to the master suite, since they had cleaned it up, thinking they might want to go there and had prepared a small gift. Serena agreed. After the little excursion, Logan wished her a good trip and said that next time they would not let her go without a meal. They had a new summer menu. Serena agreed and asked that the gift stay at the hotel. She wanted to keep her eyes on it always. Serena asked him to get back to work soon. A servant ran up behind her and handed over the gift. She informed him that her husband had asked her to give her something. Serena took the gift and seeing what was in it left her shocked and misunderstood. There were low-heeled shoes. Logan reported that it looked like Mr. Iser was worried about her feet. He couldn't even believe that a gentleman could be so caring. The principal asked the assistant how she got the size right. She replied that she had already bought several hundred pairs of shoes for the clients. Her eye was already trained. Anniversary's coming up. It's such a big event. Can't have the mistress falling and hurting herself. They noticed Serena's reaction and turned to her. She thinks that Iser is making a fool of her with one simple thing. Serena threw that gift out the car window. Iser presents himself to everyone as Apollo and makes her look like a bad person. Serena tried so hard not to show that her ankle is still a mess, with no one else noticing except for Iser. She doesn't understand why her attempts to appear strong in front of Iser always fail. With Friedrich, it's the opposite. It's as if she's counting his every move. It's as if Iser can see right through her. Madam asked the driver to hurry up and go home already. She hates the feeling. Serena's scream repeated again to drive faster already. The driver at first rose at such a thing. The car was collapsing and the package was still lying there. Iser kept looking out the window. Seeing this reaction, he realized that she really liked the gift. Serena somehow became abruptly nervous and dizzy. She really wanted to get back to Friedrich. From that moment on, she decided to make the best use of her time. When she returned home, she was greeted by Sui. She told her that Madam had arrived earlier than they had expected. The assistant asked if the mistresses had had lunch, and if not, they would set the table for her and Mr. Friedrich. To which Serena replied that there was no need and informed that she would be in a separate enclosure today and asked for more water to be prepared and brought to her there. Also, they need to convert the empty room next to the bedroom into an office and install a new phone there with a different number. Serena had a lot of work ahead of her. She was suspicious that Iser, after 4 years, had suddenly changed and agreed to train her. She doesn't know exactly what his plan is, but since Iser saved Serenity, it's obvious he's going to try to take over the house. In that case, she needs to get ahead of Iser. She'll start studying and preparing for her independence and then divorce, which will be the moment Serena betrays Iser. After the divorce, Iser will lose his right to be Serenity's master. In other words, he will no longer be able to touch her house. As far as she knows, the descendants of the Grayan family are savvy tricksters and excellent manipulators. They are smart and have outstanding business skills. All that time, Serena had obviously seemed clumsy and impatient to Isaac. However, now things would be different. Sui knocked on Serena's door and announced that she had brought her a basin of water. She inquired why she needed it, to which Serena replied that if she started to feel drowsy, she would pour water on her face. She couldn't let that night's incident happen again. Sui noticed that since returning from the hotel, the mistress looked so determined. Splashing water on her face was not her style at all. Sui replied that she understood and said that the telephone and the office would be taken care of as soon as possible. The assistant also brought her favorite cashmere slippers with plaid and comfortable clothes. Sui had brought a light snack as well because she thought she was hungry from the road. Serena replied that it was fine. Sui informed her that she would go then, and if there was anything Mistress needed, all she had to do was call out. Her first task is to get the anniversary event done safely. To do that, she needs to memorize from cover to cover all those notes. Serena will do everything so perfectly that she will surpass her mother and grandmother. Seriously enough, the preparations are complete. Anti-drowsiness weapons, a soft plaid, a comfy nightie, comfy slippers, and a toy so she won't be lonely. On the way home, Iser asked Raul about the list. Raul interjected that he meant the list of people to be invited to the anniversary. He had compiled it yesterday, so he would drop it off in his office as soon as they got back to the estate. Iser replied that he could go rest after that, since it was getting late. Iser stood in the study and read the invitation list. It would probably be noisy for a while, but this way he could get rid of the useless bugs. Suddenly, the doors to the study opened. The master saw that Serena had come in. Seeing that the mistress had brought a book and placed it on the table, he only assumed that she had brought the last volume. Serena reported that she was finished. She had read all the books. Iser reported that it had taken her a full 2 days and this time she hadn't fallen asleep. Serena replied that if you count in hours, she had done it in less than 1 day. It takes a lot of skill to read such a waste of paper in 24 hours. Not everyone can do that. Iser only said that she had done well and that she was free to go. Obviously, she didn't expect any kind of reaction from him, but she thought that he would at least show some surprise on his face. He explained that it was important to study the material thoroughly, not run your eyes over it just to get through it as quickly as possible. Serena said that it's obvious all the activities are essentially the same as each other. It's all about adjusting to the changing environment and figuring out who is worth contacting to see how Serenity will benefit in the end. Heard that, Iser realized she had a good grasp of the matter, not just a random reading. Serena didn't know if he believed her or not. She explained that once she understood the principle, the reading process went much faster, especially since there were a lot of things she already knew. It became clear to her what to do next. She asked him if that meant she had done her homework. He only replied that if that was the case, she should get ready for the event. Then he added that apparently she had rushed into the study as soon as she finished the last volume. Serena didn't even seem to know what she was wearing. Remembering that she'd come in a nightie, she realized she was crazy to run into the study like that. Serena never appeared in front of him in her home clothes unless Iser dropped by unexpectedly. She didn't want to look relaxed and weak in front of the man who was causing her discomfiture. During the day, Serena purposely pretended like everything was fine so no one would notice anything. That's why her attire now speaks for itself. In other words, Serena is so sincere that she ran to the office as soon as she finished her homework, completely forgetting what she was wearing. He'd expected teaching Serena to be tedious, but it wasn't. She'd figured out how to solve the mind case and she'd been persistent. Besides, it's kind of fun for Isaac to make fun of Serena. He was surprised. Serena thought about coming there with so much confidence, but now she feels like she's being influenced by Azar again. It pissed her off and she walked away. Before she could step outside the office, Izar asked her to take the envelope. He explained that it contained a list of those who would not be invited to the upcoming anniversary. She could send out the invitations herself, but not to include the families and individuals listed on the document. Serena silently took the document and left the office. Walking down the corridors, Serena thought about going insane from exhaustion. She hadn't gotten much sleep, then she'd been in the hotel for hours, and in the evening she'd read a mountain of books. She wants to be in bed as soon as possible. But she's afraid that the anger boiling inside her will keep her awake. She walked into the room and turned to Friedrich. He was after practice. Serena informed him that she wouldn't bitch tonight. After a while, she was already at the bar. Friedrich asked if Serena wanted to hear reproaches from Mrs. Astania afterwards, because the doctor had told her to abstain from alcohol for the duration of the vitamins. Serena replied that today was the only way, because she couldn't stand it without a drink today. Otherwise, tomorrow Serena would not get out of bed at all. Mistress asked how much she had drunk already. The cocktails were so sweet she didn't even notice. Judging by the fact that she is smiling, alcohol has started to do its job. Mistress is very fond of alcohol, though she gets drunk quickly even from the drinks that can be given to a child. After the degree hits her head, Mistress laughs and is cute, then falls asleep like a baby in a flash. Friedrich really wanted only he could see her like that. Sitting at the bar, Serena overheard two people talking. The two were talking about how the families were pissed off that this year they wouldn't get an invitation from Serenity. The men were discussing the fact that Serenity was taking a painfully long time to forgive them for everything. They were something like honorary commissioners, and in reality were getting ripped off hard. The second man thought that Serenity had no conscience, that they had made a good living and decided to seize all their rights. They discussed the invitations and what they thought they would do if the invitations were not sent. Revoking the rights of 8 families. After returning from his business trip, Izar handed her the papers on that topic for her to sign. Serena wouldn't sign anything, but it seemed he ended up resolving things quickly on his own if those two were telling the truth. Mistress wondered if they were in for a hurricane of repercussions or what. She understands that it's unpleasant for those, but this was getting out of hand. It makes Madame sobered up with anger, because they want to unite and hit them from the sidelines. Friedrich grabbed her hand and asked her what she was going to do. She pulled out her hand and told him that he was sitting still and not interfering. She should overhear their conversation. If she finds out the plan ahead of time, as she did with the building materials case, she might be able to prevent the intrigues of those 8 families. Serena is sure that this time Izar will definitely be surprised when she takes action faster than him. She's got the perfect opportunity to outrun him. She'll watch his eyebrows furrow later. Mistress approached the men and greeted them. She explained that they were mewing so loudly, she thought they were chatting about something entertaining. She was contentedly curious, so she decided to approach. Toth noted that she had an interest in business talk. He asked her to take a seat next to him. The man asked about her business, to which she replied that otherwise she would not have understood their conversation. She explained that she was not one of those 8 families, but her business was quite connected to that case. She needed to find out what the plan was. The man remarked that she must have some kind of big business. Her earrings seemed very expensive to him. He thought he was in luck. Her looks and figure were just the way he liked them. Plus, she's loaded. The man proposed to continue the conversation in another place because he thought that she had a great interest in his person. Serena asked if the plan was some kind of a secret because it's not interesting when they start padding the price. The man said that if she was interested, she should follow him because it was too crowded and noisy, and he knew a place where they could talk quietly in private. Serena replied that she would manage and asked him to take his hands off her. Friedrich couldn't stand it, walked over, picked up the man, and threw him on the table. The man didn't realize who he was. The people around saw what was going on and decided there was a fight. Serena took Friedrich's hand and said that it was time to go because she didn't want to bother with the police. Serena explained that she had told him not to interfere because she needed to hear their conversation. Friedrich replied that the man hadn't thought of talking to her from the beginning. It was clear to a fool what was on his mind. Friedrich took her by the shoulders and informed her that she had behaved extremely recklessly and that it had been dangerous. Granted that she wanted to hear some important dialogue, but it was hard for her to stand on her own 2 feet. Serena only replied that she had hoped for Friedrich. He was always watching her. She would have signaled if she needed help. Friedrich hadn't been drinking once since he'd arrived at the estate after all. Not at parties, not when she'd authorized it, not today, which led her to believe that it was important for him to keep his wits about him at all times. Serena trusted him to keep his promise so obediently and went to do her job. He actually looked angry now, just like the other day. She took his face in her hands and wondered if, after all the whispering about her having a lover, he had forgotten what their relationship really was. 2 years ago, after that phone call from Iser, where he talked about using her and killing her when he got in the way, Mistress was walking down the hallway and called for Sui. When Sue saw Mistress, she asked if she was not feeling well because she was sweating so much. Serena told her that she had to bring someone into the house. Serena explained that she needed a man who could be by her side 24/7. She didn't care about anything else. Sue needed to find someone who had ever killed a man. Whether she's a target or not isn't the important thing. Far more important is that Iser is in cahoots with someone, and that could bode well for her. If it was about her in that dialogue, it was likely that the mistress would die soon, but even if not, it could still be a target at one point. Such a death would be pathetic. Serena said that in order for her to be able to stand up to the Graham family, she too must have someone who had already gotten his hands dirty in blood, for there was no point in bringing a dog to fight a tiger. She needed someone who would not hesitate to deal with the enemy when she was in danger. If a man is inexperienced for a split second, but he hesitates, she wants someone who will take her side and accompany her everywhere. Even if she has to go to bed with him, the main thing is to get the perfect defense. Friedrich introduced himself to Serena on their first meeting. Serena reminded him that his job was to protect her from Iser. She explained that Iser had ended up in her house as a fake husband and Friedrich as a fake lover. The fact that she openly shuffled him along as security would reveal her motives, no matter who thought or said what. The idea of them becoming lovers was the most plausible, so with both Iser and Friedrich, she's in a contractual relationship. After the tragedy in Serenity, the concept of a sincere relationship ceased to exist. All of that was left behind. In other words, they are each bound by a fictitious bond for their own ends. But of course, compared to what it was in the beginning, she now appreciates and trusts him. Friedrich was indeed like her lover. He listened attentively to her stories, performed anything for her without a single complaint, and was the only medicine in that hellish time. As paradoxical as it may sound, there are times when his absence is unsettling and his embrace seems the most comfortable and warm in the world. Serena admits that there have been some changes in their relationship. However, that's the end of it. Serena didn't assume she would have any feelings for him. He probably thought the exact same thing, so he shouldn't take it any further. He, who didn't care for the insults directed at her, was gradually provoking resentment in her, and his venting his anger at some lowlifes like the one sitting at the bar would tip her off to the idea that he was crossing the line. They're not in the right relationship to have a love quarrel. Friedrich replies that he'll do as the mistress wishes. He has only one request, that Serena allow him to visit a separate enclosure. He reasoned that it's the only place he can't give her protection. In fact, Iser went there last night and there was a gunshot. Friedrich explained that if he were her enemy, he would have chosen a separate enclosure as the most suitable place on the estate for a massacre. Serena replied that she kept her weapons on her person and that there were separate guards. The guards didn't ring the bell because of Iser's entrance. but after that, she'll tell them not to let anyone in at all. Besides, she was responsible for the upcoming anniversary, so right now, Iser wouldn't do anything to her. He came to the detached building just then. Friedrich replied that he didn't understand the reason why she wouldn't let him in just there. No matter how strong she wanted to appear, she, who grew up as a princess, didn't have the ability to properly protect herself yet. Serena only informs him that he's not allowed, and that's it. She asked him to stop and go home already. The thing is, her methods are bad. She just doesn't understand something, namely that how unreasonable the world lurks on the backside of the mind, how deep and dangerous it is, and also that to the people of that world, her defenses would seem like nothing. For him, too, it's a change of sorts. Serena doesn't know why her floundering clumsiness provokes him and drives him crazy. Sui meets Friedrich in the hallway and informs him that they're out late, then asks about her drinking too much, since Friedrich brought her in his arms. Friedrich explained that the lady had drunk a little. Most likely, the degree from alcohol mixed with accumulated fatigue. She fell asleep not in the bar, but in the car. Sui asked where Friedrich was going because if he needed something, she brought it. Friedrich replied that he just wanted to look in the library. He thought he could get something to read before going to bed. Iser noticed Friedrich in the library and seeing that he was looking hard for something, asked him about it. At this late hour, like a hungry rat, a little earlier, Friedrich had searched almost every place in that house during his stay. The only places left were the library, Iser's study, the bedroom, and a separate building that he hadn't been able to get permission to enter. His gut told him that the thing was probably in the separate building rather than in the main building. Iser said that it had been about 2 years since he had been there. Friedrich must be in a hurry, judging by the fact that his antics are getting bolder and bolder. He'd never left Serena's side when she fell asleep, but now he was getting bolder and bolder. Friedrich asked how much Isaac knew about him. He replied that it was hard for him to say, because now he wanted to find out who his accomplice was. The name had brought Friedrich a lot of fame, so much so that even Iser had heard of him in the past. The gentleman was curious as to why a man like Friedrich was doing some obscure clowning around. At the time Serena was just looking for a guard, most likely someone decided to take advantage of such an opportunity and sent him to Serenity. Iser doesn't really care about him or Serena, he just wants to know the person who's going behind his back. Isaac knows that Serena has taken Friedrich in as a bodyguard under the guise of a lover. He's just using his authority as Serena's husband and head of Serenity. It wasn't as if Iser really intended to kill Serena. True, that only applied to Friedrich. Serena herself lived in constant fear that Iser might harm her and Serenity. Fear and hatred simply clouded her judgment. Nevertheless, the threat from Iser still could not be ruled out, even if he looked harmless now, because it would not be difficult for him to get rid of an unwanted person. Iser asked Friedrich to tell his rat the following, that he hoped he would quickly find what he wanted through that puppet in the form of Friedrich. As long as Iser didn't reveal his identity, the Lord stood for a while and said that he would go because he couldn't watch the rats being killed right in front of his eyes. He added that Serena should think that they were not master and thief, but husband and lover, all for the sake of their princess, who was weak in body and soul. A few days later, Serena was looking around her office. Sui asked if she liked it, for she had decorated the room with everything she loved, to which Serena replied that she loved it. The main office inspires some weighty and pressurized feeling, and it was so easily pleasant in there. Sue informed her that if she needed anything else, she was there for her. Serena saw something on the shelves and asked Sui what had brought her toys there, to which Sui replied that she had, as the room seemed a little empty without them. Serena was in the midst of a hilarious moment. She asked why she had brought all those toys. She wasn't a child. After a bit of thought, she decided it was the right thing to do, because such a lovely person should always be around. Sui is a good girl, she's got it all in color. Lately, Madame has been very shy about this side of herself. Sui felt that Mistress would like it and decided to add toys to cheer her up. The mission of cheering up Mistress was successfully accomplished. The phone was also put in as she requested. Her favorite scent, music played, slippers and water are all there. Everything is perfect for Serena. She loves it. Even though she loves it, it's just a temporary office. She needs to get her business done and step into the main office with her head held high. Iser said he'd give up his seat if she successfully capped the event. Serena asked about bringing all the papers there. Madame asked if she could prepare what was written on the sheet and said that she would need to deal with the lists of names of those people so that both Sui and Serena could get in touch with whoever they needed right away. Sui noticed that after reading those books, Madame was showing such confidence, not all nervous or struggling as she had in the beginning. She seems to have finally taken the right course for herself. Serena noticed that her assistant wasn't listening to her and asked about it. She informed her that those should go to Rawls to get the hotel directory. On her way out of the private building in the hallway, Sue noticed Friedrich. When he heard her address him, he turned to her. Sue said that she had thought to bring him coffee while she went to get tea and sweets for Mrs. Serena. It seemed to Sue that he liked the coffee better. Friedrich thanked and replied that there was no need for coffee. Sue's full name is Sue Radman, and she is 28 years old, originally from a village on the very edge of the kingdom. Entered Serenity as a girl. Through perseverance and outstanding talent in her craft, she made it to the status of head maid. She cares for Serena from the bottom of her heart, not just because the job requires it. Her fierce loyalty to the Serenity family is also readily apparent, for if anything happens at home that is immediately reported to Gyansa. Sui replied that he should tell her as soon as he changed his mind, for they could receive some simply marvelous coffee beans. To which Friedrich thanked her for the coffee she had brought him in the garden. Much obliged to her. Sue remembered the incident. She blushed a little because it was the first time Mr. Friedrich smiled, looking her directly in the eyes. Sui asked why he was standing in that corridor, because it leads to a separate building. Friedrich replied that he was still worried about the gunshot that had occurred a few days ago and that it was disturbing that Mrs. Serena was all alone in the separate building. Sui replied that the landlady had said that there had been a little quarrel between her and the master that day and that the shot had been fired by mistake. Her words sounded a little strange. It was not often to meet spouses who quarreled with weapons in their hands. In general, the situation was not dangerous, and Mr. Iser was beside the lady, and Friedrich should not worry too much. Friedrich doesn't think she understands why Serena hired him. He informs her that he still can't just turn a blind eye to what happened. After all, it concerns the safety of Mistress. She doesn't think the direct reason lies in Serena's fear and dislike of Iser. She knows that his original purpose in Serenity was to provide security, and it was Sui who introduced him to Mistress Serena. Friedrich is sure that because of his strong loyalty and affection for Serena, Sui will be sensitive to the issue of her safety as well. In truth, Sui was confused when her mistress ordered her to bring someone who had ever killed a man into Serenity's home. The idea of keeping a man with such experience by her side for the sake of her own safety seemed extremely illogical and dangerous. However, at the time, Mistress Serena was experiencing severe anxiety and stress, and her words sounded extremely strong, so she had to compromise. Following the master's orders was her immaculate duty. The man in the past listened to her and understood the concerns. He held out a piece of paper and asked what she thought of that young man, since there would be no problem with him. Sui read the contents and replied that she would like to meet him. That's how Sui met Friedrich. Already in the corridor, the assistant said that he had heard that no one was allowed to visit a separate building without the permission of the lady. Friedrich replied that the people who occasionally cleaned up the place were allowed to enter, and that Sui must have made such an exception for the sake of her health. He must, after all, keep Mistress Serena safe. He asked Sue to at least tell them the location of her bedroom so that he could rush in quickly if necessary, like that cleaning crew. Sui thought that he was right, and the separate building was large enough in scale, though not as large as the main building, that it would be difficult for the first time to find the bedroom. Friedrich approached the assistant with the words that if she was worried about letting him in there alone, they should go together. Such proximity made Sue blush more and more. He asked her if she would give her consent if the two of them went in there alone and for a little while. Friedrich hoped that perhaps he could get permission, stubbornly emphasizing safety. Moreover, he offered to keep Sui company. It would help to lower her vigilance. Sue was confused. She thought about the two of them ending up alone, just her and Friedrich. It would be a pleasant, albeit brief moment. After a little thought, she still answered Friedrich's question that in this case nothing would work out because trust was not the problem. Hearing this, Friedrich said that he understood her and asked her to let him know if she suddenly changed her mind. Friedrich thought about the fact that there was obviously some other snag besides Serena's safety, and Sui at that moment was thinking that although she was happy about the Lord's offer, but a ban is a ban. Friedrich noticed that her face was slightly flushed and asked her about the fact that he had embarrassed her a lot, to which Sui replied that it was not so. She needed to come to her senses and shouldn't show her emotions. He turned around and informed her that he would go then. The assistant looked to follow him. Despite the fact that in the beginning between Mrs. Serena and Mr. Frericks had been a purely business relationship, over time it had turned into a love affair, and that was exactly what Sue had encouraged. If she got in between them, she'd be in an awkward position. That's why Sue decided she couldn't reveal her feelings for anything. After a while, Sue returned to the office with the reference book. Serena thanked the girl for it. Upon seeing it closer, Serena asked why it was so big. After all, she thought it was small since she had heard there was only one book in there. She didn't realize when she would have time to read all of them. At this rate, she wouldn't get neurotic. Sui replied that she would start to take care of the things Serena had assigned her earlier. Before she could agree, they were interrupted. The phone next to them rang. Sue asked permission to answer the call, to which Serena replied that she would. Serena picked up the phone and introduced herself. It was Logan. He was told that they had installed a phone in her office, so he decided to call her. She picked up the phone so quickly. He said he was calling about the Dorothea family mine case they had discussed a few days ago at the hotel. As she said, Dorothea was really having trouble running the mine. They had run out of ore, including unprocessed ore, and were starting to run up debts due to delayed wages for the miners. Logan went on to say that Mr. Iser and Dorothea had contacted the person mentioned in their meeting. He was informed that just recently the site had been sold, and very successfully at that. Serena couldn't believe it. Logan went on to say that, however, there was more happy news. Dorothea's family said that they would like to donate the materials they were originally going to buy as a token of their appreciation. He thinks that if they start the process of processing the slab as soon as they receive the ore, they will be able to meet the planned construction time perfectly. Uncle asked about doing it that way or what, to which Serena replied that yes, just take care of the transportation costs. She explained that Dorothea had had a few problems with transportation, so it was better to be careful until the very end. She thanked him for his excellent work, to which Logan thanked her and told her that he would prepare the final contract. He asked her if she and Mr. Iser could visit the hotel after some time. Logan thanked her and the owner once again, because thanks to them the business had been completed perfectly. Without their help they would have had to face serious losses. Serena immediately said goodbye and hung up her phone. She had never heard any kind of praise since she had come of age, which made her feel very strange and awkward. All that time her work had been either uninteresting or pathetic. But what she felt at the moment warmed her soul. It was exactly what she wanted to do, just like her mother and grandmother. She hung up the phone so quickly out of confusion. Even though she wasn't the only one involved in the mine case and there was nothing supernatural about it, she was glad that for the first time she was able to help, even if it was only a little. She decided that she should not take this as help, but as her duty. Sue saw the reaction of her mistress and thought that she must have heard some good news, for her cheeks had turned pink like a peach. At the time it seemed that Serena's soul had wilted like a dead flower, but thankfully it had blossomed anew. What a relief! A few hours later, Sue asked mistress if something had happened, to which she replied that there was one question that had come up, but she didn't think she had anyone to answer it except for Iser. Sui asked about why not go to the master then. After all that work, she alone can make mistakes. Sui informed that the master is in the tea room. There he is talking to Mr. Lovis. Serena remembered in time that she almost left in her slippers and asked Sue to hand her shoes. Iser sat with Mr. Lovis. He told his friend not to be alarmed because someone would open the door with all his might. And so it did. The door opened. It scared the crap out of Lovis. Serena never knocks before she walks in on him. And Lovis was a coward. When he saw Serena come in, Lovis quickly greeted her. Remembering that day, he offered her a chair and he would find her any other. Unexpectedly, to no one in particular, she sat down across from Iser on the couch. Mistresses started talking about the 8 families and the documents that Iser had slipped her last time. She asked about the fact that the rights of the 8 families had been revoked because Serena had refused to sign those documents. Iser heard that and said that if she was talking about it, she could leave because everything had been decided and there was nothing to discuss. To which Serena replied that she also agrees. She agrees to get rid of the rotten people. After overhearing the conversation in the bar, Serena had been studying the descendants of the 8 families for several days. There was definitely something she didn't know. There was a reason why Iser wanted to cut off contact with them, and her grandmother had called such a problem a real headache. Eventually, it became clear what kind of freaks they were dealing with. Serena explained that she had come for advice. There are 2 banks that aren't affiliated with the 8 families. She asked about who would be better to bring in, Director Divino or Harriers, and handed the materials on them to Iser. Now that she knew the truth, those 2 wouldn't work out. She wouldn't let that happen. Lovis wondered about Miss Serena's business dealings now too or what. Iser picked up the documents and began to review them. Serena was thinking at the time that no one would dare touch Serenity or they would pay oh so bitterly later. And she foolishly had defended those people and now she felt nervous. Seeing a bottle on the table, the mistress began to pour into a glass. Iser saw such a thing and asked what she was doing, to which Serena replied that she was going to drink the contents and asked about the fact that she was in her own house and such can't do such a thing or what. Lovis, watching him, concluded that it looked like another fight was brewing. He explained that it was too much for her and she couldn't handle it, so she should put the glass on the table. Serena asked about what he meant that he could and she couldn't. Lovis also tried to warn his mistress that it was indeed very strong. Serena took the glass and drank the entire contents. She thought that the Iser was deliberately trying to cause another conflict. But no sooner were the contents in Serena's mouth than she spit it out. Lovis immediately asked about whether she was okay and where they had water. Serena didn't realize what it was. Her poor throat. She didn't understand how Iser was completely serious about drinking something like that. When she looked up, she saw that the contents were all over Isher. Serena was kicked out of the office. She didn't understand why she was called weird, because people who drank that kind of alcohol were even weirder. However, the more she thought about it, the funnier it became, that shrewd and overly arrogant dork acting like that. Behind her was Raul. He asked about if she was okay. She wondered how long he had been standing behind her. Serena remembered that she wanted to ask Raul about the 8 families. Originally, the Serenity was a high-ranking noble family that ruled some territories of the kingdom. Gradually, the royal family's status began to fade away. The nobles stayed at the war chief and became bureaucrats. Some gave up their position and became entrepreneurs. Serenity's family began a new life as a family of entrepreneurs thanks to her grandmother's decision. 8 families became bureaucrats, which at that time grandmother kept in good touch with. Then it was a kind of business community where people were just starting to introduce their enterprise and helped each other. Thus, they opened a new era in the kingdom together. As they were able, they gradually expanded their business. Eventually, Serenity made her way to the top. The generation gradually changed. Serenity's family possessed both envy and support. In other words, Serenity was the most powerful family in the kingdom. They even took care of minor accidents caused by the cult. Still, Serena's grandmother and mother sent them gifts and invitations every year. Serena asked about why he hadn't informed her of such a thing in advance, since it had been a long time since she'd had any serious problems. Raul explained that such a thing would have caused an uproar among the other families. Raul wouldn't have told her everything, though, because then Serena wouldn't have been left alone. He replied that the 8 families' business and Serenity's were intertwined. Instead of cutting it all at once, Raul had to untie the knots one by one. Mistress Ayansa and Balatia, feared them for the same reason. For example, the ships and overseas operations needed to import a high-quality product for the hotel is owned by the Edmund family. The highest quality, exclusive contract for coffee beans belongs to the Wall family. As well, there was a search process to contract or acquire a new company to fill their vacancies. Serena needs time to prepare for the separation of 8 families without a big loss. She didn't do anything because she was afraid she would get in trouble because of her temper. Isher asked Lovis what was so exciting. The friend replied that it was obvious. It was rare to see people suffer helplessly, and it made you laugh. Heiser asked if it was funny. He had to take a bath, so he went. Lovis confirmed that he and his brother were so different. Harper was like a sweet puppy and Serena was an aggressive cat. Lovis went on to say that when they talked about the 8 families, her eyes got so fierce it was scary to even look at. Her pride must have been hurt. To which the gentleman replied that it was because her heart had been locked up for a long time. Mountains of depression and anxiety, living in a room where you could go crazy at any moment. Iser embraced that if her brother was the owner, he would play his part perfectly. Feelings such as affection, pride in his family, temperament and stubbornness raged inside him. Both Iansa and Balatia too had those character traits necessary for an owner. Serena, on the other hand, was unable to express her personality, so she overexpressed herself, self-protecting with her aggression. Therefore, she was highly sensitive to anxiety. Lovis remembered that Harper had always said that his sister was a very bright personality, but now his words didn't describe Serena one bit. I think he also said that she was a very sweet girl, but something he found hard to believe. Lovis asked Iser if he agreed with Harper and if he knew the real Serena. To which Iser replied that he'd rather not know, because it's too complicated. Too bad he didn't listen to what he said at the time. Though then he and she would be complete strangers to each other. Anyway, nothing could be changed. This is how it was supposed to happen. Iser should have been there from the beginning. In the meantime, Serena was snitching to Rawl as the killer. A few days later, Serena went into her room. She was so tired she had no energy. Friedrich was glad she was back. Her throat was sore from reading so much into her voice. Her muscles then were exactly what she had achieved by practicing ballet. Friedrich inquired as to why she had stopped doing it. To which Serena replied that the older you get, the less interested you become. She thought she'd go to bed early. The gentleman asked what the book was about. The lady explained that it was a hotel manual. She had almost finished reading it. She's been busy with work from early morning until late afternoon, Serena. However, she had only recently finished writing those invitations and the schedule was too tight. Friedrich helped Mistress with her dress. He was surprised that she had managed to read that entire book and almost memorize it by heart. Serena had no problem with her memory after all. She had been a top student when she was at Dallencourt. She must have been a smart and beautiful girl. For Serena, those were the happiest times of her life. Serena hugged Friedrich's arm and suggested they go out and get some fresh air because she had been working too much lately. They should also remember to take cherries and grapes. She began to smile so often after finishing work. Friedrich asked her if she wanted to have dinner because it seemed that she had an appetite. Serena replied that she wanted something tasty. Serena began to sleep much better than before, and her mental state improved as well. She turned to him, hugged him, and asked if he was coming or not. Friedrich hugged her and replied that if she wanted him to, he would follow her. He pulled her harder against him and kissed her, then gently lowered himself to her neck. Sue knocked on the door and asked if the housemaid was there. Friedrich kept kissing Serena's soft skin. He noted that she had nice pajamas. Serena turned to Sue and asked if something had happened. Sue reported that she had gotten a call from the hotel. Grandma, Mom, and Iser always worked side by side. As they usually say, a phone call at night to bad news. Besides, at this late hour, then it was definitely an urgent call. Serena went to the phone and asked Uncle Logan if something had happened. There were always emergencies in the hotel business: escape, theft, illegal trading, robbery, murder, accidents like fire, earthquake, and power failure. The most unfortunate and difficult of all listed Uncle Logan reported that the staff found a dead body in the suite. customer's extreme solution, Serena replied that first of all, without any fuss, they should call the police and take action as instructed. She would be there soon. Lavin asked about whether Mr. Iser would arrive with her, to which the lady replied that he would not, as she would take care of everything herself, and said that she would be there soon. Already arriving at the hotel, Serena examined the documents. The man was Naisha Dali, a very famous poet. Logan reported that the poet had stayed in the suite for 28 nights, including that day. During the last week, he had not left his room and had even refused food and cleaning services. The poet told the staff at the time that he wanted to concentrate on writing poetry, which is why no one touched him. But for several days, he didn't answer the phone, so for a security check, the staff decided to enter the room, and there they found the poet dead. A suicide note and other memorabilia was puddled next to him. The lady asked to see that note. Normally, it's such a rare occurrence when someone dies in a hotel, but they decided to check the room anyway, and this is how it turned out. The letter is mostly about homesickness and loneliness, and how he couldn't write anything worth writing. Sounds like he's been stagnant. Uncle Logan sympathizes with the loss, but can't help but think selfishly, because such a thing could hurt the hotel. The staff who discovered the poet are left with psychological trauma. They are doing their best to keep the information from spreading, but if it becomes known, the hotel will suffer considerable damage. In addition, they did not receive the payment for the stay because the whole amount he had to pay after checkout. Poet left them all his money that he had, but it only covers 30% of the total amount. As Serena knows, that man is a very famous poet in the kingdom, but he never had it as a priority to make a good living. Serena informed that they should start by contacting the deceased's loved ones. He had written about his homeland, so they would need to find out if he was from this kingdom or not. Madam explained that they should clean the room, and the employee who found the corpse needs to get rid of the stress, so they should give him some time off for a while. She said that they should cooperate with the police. Since it was not a murder, the investigation would not be long. For the peace of mind of their clients, they should try their best to end that case as soon as possible. Just like Uncle Logan said, it was rare for guests to die in their rooms. The procedure itself was not complicated, but their main problem was that he was a famous person. They wouldn't be able to get rid of such an unpleasant situation so easily. Logan said that they had to make sure that this information did not spread. They would do their best to make sure that as few people as possible knew about it. Serena thanked him and asked him to let her know as soon as they received information about the deceased's family. After that, they would decide what to do next. A few days later, Rawl brought the latest Meccan newspaper. It was the most influential newspaper in the kingdom. Rawl said that he had just spoken to Logan, and he reported that the hotel was not in the best position right now, and the cancellations kept coming in. The aide asked that maybe the gentleman should step in and help because the losses are big. To which Eisler replied that they should let them handle things, as it was time to gradually hand over management to Serena and let her take care of things. Rawl agreed and added that after a month he had finally heard from the chairman, who told him to call back in 30 minutes. He told the chairman that it was okay, because he knew that he was very busy. The gentleman accepted the invitation to dinner. It would have been better to invite the chairman to the hotel so that he could see everything for himself, but this is impossible now because all the headlines are talking about the poet's death. We can't let the chairman be uncomfortable. The chairman wanted to invite his wife as well. Iser replied that he would tell her. The car ride to the chairman is not even overnight. He doesn't know if Serena will go with him. Iser replied to the gentleman that his wife would be very happy to hear that he had invited her to visit him. And then Iser asked what to do, since she was on her way to the hotel already. At the hotel, Serena said that she had heard that Iser had finalized all the details of the contract, and then asked if she should just sign the document or what. Logan replied that yes, and then they would start working on the tiles, and then went on to talk about the poet Naisha Dali. As Serena had said, Naisha was not from their kingdom. He was from the Württemberg Republic and had emigrated to the kingdom decades ago. The Württemberg Republic is a rather unstable country, so the poet decided to come to the kingdom in order that he could write poetry, and he became successful there. However, deep down, he was very homesick for his homeland. Hearing this, Serena said that she had heard that some people were moving to their kingdom from the Republic. Besides, the country of Weatherburg is very close and it would take a long time to get in touch with his family. Serena reports that the police have taken the body and belongings, but she would like to ask about the suicide note. But it seems that is no longer possible. Now they were left with only one problem. Serena was angry that people had made the hotel a cemetery. They definitely wanted to ruin the image of the hotel. After all, he had taken a picture of it to show everyone exactly where that person had died. No respect for the dead. She will kill them and bury them with the 8 families. Uncle Logan apologized, even though he did everything he could to keep the information from spreading. The newspaper ended up paying a lot of attention to such a news. People are interested in such things because a famous person has died. The article came out very provocative and malicious. Macon's newspaper is owned by a missus from the Todd family. It seems that she did this because she was not invited to an event at the hotel, and she wrote the article out of emotion. Those 8 families are scattered all over the kingdom. It's very exhausting as cooperation turns into animosity. She will have a very hard time with this from now on. Logan reported that some of their guests had checked out of the hotel, reasoning that they were uncomfortable seeing the corpse being removed before, while others canceled their reservations after reading the paper. That and 4 other suites remained vacant. Reporters are still hanging around the hotel entrance, inconveniencing guests. Logan asked how they should proceed, since things were much worse than they'd realized. Serena said that it seemed like it was time to take action. Since the hotel had been established, they had had peace and quiet all the time, but quiet can get tiresome for people. They need to change some things. Serena had never done something like this before, so she didn't know how to do such a thing in the best way. And that's because there's no 100% right answer to that question. You have to do what she thinks is right. It's better than just waiting in silence. Logan asked if she had any idea how to solve such a problem, because the hotel has a depressing atmosphere and reservations are canceled one after another. That famous person could play into their hands. Serena thinks they should capitalize on his fame. They need to capitalize on it somehow, since everyone already knows he was at their hotel anyway. The poet left an unpublished poem where he apologizes for not being able to pay for his overdue stay. It's called Nostalgia. Serena ordered it to be published. She doesn't know if the poet would have wanted it. Logan didn't understand anything. There's a line in the poem, "In this beautiful hotel." The phrase alone is worth it. They should hang the poem in their gallery so that everyone, even non-hotel guests, can come in and read it. Then they need to invite all the journalists, Macon, and whoever else they can. It doesn't matter what they write, but under no circumstances should they be allowed to quote even one line of the verse. It would also be a good idea for him to talk to the perfumer to temporarily change the scent in the lobby and gallery, so that instead of the rich floral scent they had now, there would be a scent of something like morning mist, wood, or forest. Logan indicated that he would give it to him. Logan inquired about what to do if no one booked that suite after all that incident had happened there. Serena replied that she would invite one lady. However, that would require buying toys from the factory. They'll have to order toys for the suite. This will make their hotel famous in the social circle. That lady likes their hotel. In addition, she has a lot of connections. She knows about fashion and is very sociable, thanks to which she is popular. If word spreads about the toys, there's bound to be people who want to see them. The girl called the hotel to see if she could check into a suite and get a toy. She was told that there were no vacancies at the moment, so they could not book her a room, and welcome toys are provided at check-in. The reception was a mess from the number of calls. A few days later, Serena received a call from Uncle Logan. The girl said that she had read the newspaper and added that there were so many visitors that they sometimes had to close early. The uncle only confirmed many people from the kingdom as well as foreigners come to see Nasha Dali's last purse. Thanks to the newspapers, that news spread instantly. Then Uncle added that because of that lady, the toys have also become popular, and at that time they have no vacancies and they have already started making room reservations for next year. Even the regular rooms, thanks to the toys, are already all booked up. The staff really liked the toys too, so they gave one to everyone. People say they give them a boost. In the end, the hotel is doing very well. Before Uncle Logan could finish speaking, Serena dropped again, explaining that she had to go. Isa was talking to Ayanse, who had already heard the news. As she knows, there was a nasty incident there, but Serena handled it well. The gloomy image of the hotel, it was naturally changed in memory of the people's favorite poet and his work. People started to visit again, making it lively again. To eliminate the negative image and losses, Serena used limited edition products, which could not fail to attract journalists, and they in turn popularized the hotel with their articles. Anza said that in the future the internal affairs of the hotel will be gradually handed over to Serena and many changes are expected. Ayansa only said that she hoped that Serena had time to eat well and rest. She seemed to be adapting quickly to working in their business and seemed to be enjoying it. Due to her sensitivity, she has been able to improve on some of the features. The towels are a bit stiff, they changed them to softer towels. It seems like a small thing, but if they want to raise the level of the hotel, they should pay attention to such details, and the logo could be made a bit bigger. As a result, Serenity will prosper even more. Serena instructed that they need to add disposable hygiene kits because more women and young people have started showing up in the hotels. They are providing a lamb rib dish for the VIP customers with wine served with it. Serena replied that wine is not a bad option, but champagne is in fashion. A hotel is always like its host. Times have changed, so it is also time for a new owner to do their part to benefit the family business. Serena asked to change the odor in the rooms because it was very pungent and the customers would not sleep well because of it. Ayansa realized that even though she had built that hotel, it was time for her to step aside. Serenity is like Serena now. She would look forward to Serena's successes, however, there were bound to be problems that she would have to deal with. But for that kind of thing, there was her to help at any time. Ayansa asked about the situation with the 8 families because every time she thinks about it, she feels bad because she wanted to solve the problem for her. To which Isa replied that it was their time to learn to stand up for themselves. In the new era, the kingdom is facing a time of social and economic instability. Reality is not a novel or a heroic myth. They united when they needed to and also now separate whenever possible, so Ansa doesn't need to worry about that. Ayansa notices that Isa speaks the same way as Harper. A few days later, Sui approached Madame's office and asked if she could come in, to which Mistress replied yes. Serena immediately started showing her drawings to Sui. To celebrate the opening of the hotel, they want to create a new limited edition exclusive toy. Since the customers really like the toys, they should make mini versions of them and sell them separately. Sui listened and looking at the drawings of the mistress replied that they all look cute. Serena had even come up with names already, but Sui interrupted her by informing her that she had a message to deliver from Mr. Iser. The assistant asked if she knew the Herald's chairman. Serena replied that she thought so, and then asked what was wrong with him. Sue explained that Chairman Herald had invited Mr. Iser and Serena to his place, and he had emphasized that he wanted to see them both at his place. Rawl added that Mr. Iser had been preparing for such a meeting for a long time. It was about business. In general, the gentleman wanted to go alone, but the chairman insisted that he came with Serena. Besides, the preparations for the celebration are almost over and Sui doesn't think they will have problems with work. Serena overheard that and replied that she wasn't sure if she could keep up the conversation, but it seemed like the Iser needed her to go. Sue explained that the chairman's house was far away, so they wouldn't schedule her in advance, and if Serena went, she would have to spend the night with Mr. Iser. Serena had never slept away from home, except when she had stayed with her family at Mrs. Dayansa's guest room as a child, and to top it all off, she has never washed and cleaned up on her own. Plus, Sui is worried about having to be alone with Mr. Iser. She will have to spend the night without Mr. Friedrich and Sui. Sue asked if Serena could go. Serena didn't realize that she had to spend the night with Iser. Already in the office at Iser's, the master asked about Serena agreeing to go with him, because then she would have to cancel all of her plans for that day. Sui replied that she said she would go since it was important. That was a surprise to Isabel because he thought she would say no. Serena didn't want to go with him, but she would go because of the business, which was expected of Serena. Sue held out the tray with the letter. Isaiah looked at it and asked that they not deliver letters to him from that person, or they would be replying to something. Sui explained that the man asked to be sure to give him the letter because it would be the last one. Isaac asked to keep it. The sender was D. Over the years, Isaac received letters about once or twice a month, but he never responded. Sue did not understand where those letters were coming from. There was a feeling that they were coming from overseas, but there was no postage stamp. Sui reported that Madam had a visitor and wanted to meet her. Serena was a little surprised at that, since she thought he had come to see Isaacs, not her. She replied that she was busy. But then Lovis came out of the door and told her that she had told him to come to her for his handkerchief. Mistress was surprised that he was already at the door. She did not understand what handkerchief she was talking about, but then she remembered the incident after which she had to wash and return the handkerchief. Of course, Lovis has many such handkerchiefs, but this was just the perfect opportunity to stop by and talk to Serena. A cool summer evening, freshly baked desserts, and the wonderful aroma of quality coffee, and that hard look in Serena's eyes. Lovis informed her that the mansion had the most delicious coffee, and it must be because of the beans. Coffee was another reason to love coffee, but a moment later, Lovis realized his mistake when he saw Serena's eyes blazing with anger, because those beans were produced by an 8-family farm. He would have liked to be near Serena, but it looked like she was all work. Isaac's friend pointed out that the last time he saw her, he realized they were nothing like Harper, and if he hadn't known, he never would have thought they were related. Lovis was very close to her brother. Somehow he remembered an incident that Harper had told him about. Serena didn't realize that he thought talking about her brother would affect her in any way. She didn't care at all. Lovis began the story that when Serena was 12 years old, she had confessed to a friend of hers named Colin, and then he had dumped her. At what she heard, Serena stood up abruptly, which startled Lovis. She replied that it had never happened. But it had, and the mistress didn't understand why her brother had said such a thing. Then 12-year-old Serena suggested her friend Colin to take chocolate, to which then the guy replied that he was focused on scientific research and could not accept her feelings. Serena was then at home just crying under the blanket out of resentment. Lovis said that he was very curious to know what Colin looks like, who was able to win her heart. Serena was still in shock at hearing the story. He asked her about her hating him so much. Lovis realizes that such a thing is because he is good with Isaacs, and that's why between them, there was such an awkwardness. He was a little upset at first, but then he puts himself in Serena's shoes and understands her. She's not really annoyed with Lovis, and she doesn't hate him. She just isn't comfortable. Ceylon is the most famous jewelry company in the kingdom. Serena was so excited when they told her they were bringing something special for her. But no matter how valuable those diamonds were, Serena refused them because they were from Ceylon. She remembers the kindness and smile they bestowed on her grandmother, her mother, and Serena, and how much they wanted to be there for them. Back then, that caring had felt good. They had seemed genuine and real to her as a child. In honor of her 13th birthday, Ceylon had decided to give her point shoes because their family was so precious to Ceylon. Iansa with her nobility, Balatia with her mature beauty, and she, Serena, with her sincerity only adorning their jewelry. They really wanted everyone to always be there for each other, but as much as she liked them, Serena remembers how hurtful it was after a while. The Ceylon woman was surprised that after the carriage accident Serenity was in trouble. She was hurt because they were doing so well and had just started getting the new collection. The woman kept saying she couldn't believe Serenity's power had collapsed like that, and now they were nothing but a sick old woman and a child. Ceylon decided that they were done and it was time to find another source of money to siphon off. Although they thought that Serena is not so hopeless, although her family is ruined, but in the future, when she grows up and becomes beautiful, she will be able to marry a rich man, the benefits alone. Serena knew very well the feeling of suddenly being looked at differently. That's why she felt uncomfortable with Lovis. Sure, it's not a fact that Lovis is the same as Ceylon, but he's basically Iser's man. If Iser betrays her or they get divorced, that she and Lovis will not be comfortable. There's no way to change that because that kindness and smile will be an unpleasant memory for her again. Serena is sure that their relationship won't end well, so she thinks it's better for them to keep their distance from the beginning. Lavis informed her that he understands that he's a friend and business partner of Isabel's, but he's also her colleague. It would be better if she just perceived him as her brother's best friend. Lavis started being friends with Harper before he did with Isaiah, and Serena is part of his precious friend's family. Serena decided to ask him something too. Lavis was only too happy to do so. After thinking for a bit, the mistress asked about what Iser's weaknesses were. Lavis was a little upset that the question wasn't about him. He only replied that Iser had them too, just like everyone else. Serena explained that she didn't care about his weaknesses. She was interested in learning about his emotional weaknesses. She asked about whether there was anything that could shake that judgmental man. Lavis doesn't even know what to answer her to something like that. After thinking for a bit, he replied that there is such a thing and asked not to talk about such a thing to anyone, then it is forbidden. So he has weaknesses too. After a while, Serena cried out to the room saying that she had finally found him. A little while earlier, Serena had met Raul, where she had tried to get some information about where Iser was at that moment. The room was so dark she didn't know what he was doing there, but when she saw him she realized that he had been drinking. Serena was surprised that there was nothing else. She didn't realize if he was in his right mind or not. This was the first time she had ever seen Iser so disheveled. Leaning closer to him, she realized that he was scaring her like this. Her hairs touched Iser's face a little, and he opened his eyes. Iser raised his eyes to the top. He saw not Serena, but a completely different girl. He abruptly grabbed her hand and pulled her closer to him, calling her Daya. From such a move, Serena abruptly pulled her hand away with words about what he was doing. Realizing that there was nothing to discuss with the Iser for now, she decided to leave and ask what she wanted later. She felt it would be best to get out of there as soon as possible. The place that Iser touched was really burning. She didn't understand what he was mumbling. She thought it sounded like he said some name. It was dawn that day when Mr. and Mrs. showed up at the mansion. The chef from the chairman's residence called. Sui replied that he could find out everything from her. The chef called to talk about the dinner menu and to clarify if there were any allergies to any ingredients. Sui thanked her for her concern. She tweaked the menu a bit, pointing out that Serena liked salmon better than meat, but Mr. Iser preferred steak. Sui added that Mrs. Serena eats very little and a small portion would make her meal much more satisfying. For dessert, the chef would like to serve seasonal fruit, coffee, and tea. Sui replied that Serena likes unsweetened coffee, and if there are peaches among the seasonal fruits, they should be removed because Mistress is allergic to them. After the call, Sui instructed the junior servant to get everything ready and escort them out. Sui noted that it was a rare day when neither she, nor Mr. Iser, nor Mrs. Serena would be at the mansion and asked the servant if she was happy about it. To which the girl replied that the emptier the house, the more excitement and desire to protect it. Already sitting in the car, Serena thought about the fact that she had only finished the preparations for the soon-become event by dawn, and she had to leave early and was therefore terribly tired. She looked at Iser, who, as if nothing had happened, he had started working and doing what he had to do. After such a strong drink, he looked absolutely fine, so much so that Serena wondered how that was possible. He was also answering questions as usual, and everything seemed to be business as usual. However, to her, he seemed more depressed and detached than usual. She went back to the papers again with the thoughts that she was already on the case, and it was better to read the document. After some time on the road, Serena fell asleep. She was rocked sideways so much that at one point her head was on Iser's shoulder. He used one finger to bring her back to an upright position. He didn't realize that he had to teach her to clean herself up before an important meeting. He didn't know what she'd been doing all night, that she was now just lying there. He realized she would make a fuss if she knew she was leaning on him. Iser remembered Love's question about if he had feelings for Serena, because he knew quite a bit about her. Even back then, Lovis had told his friend that sometimes it felt like he was teasing her and then enjoying the reaction. Iser is so good at understanding people, but he can't understand himself, but it's obvious to Lovis from the outside. Iser has a unique insight and talent for understanding people's psychology, but something like this would tie his hands and feet. Iser didn't understand what it all meant. Lavis explained that Serena has many more hidden sides than what she shows on the outside, and Iser has the eyes to understand and see her true nature. Because of his character, even if he doesn't want to know things, he will still inevitably realize and see them. As time goes on, things will become more and more obvious. He asked his friend how he knew that Serena had many hidden sides. Lavis answered that it is easy to understand. You just need to look closely at the faces and attitudes of people close to her, no matter how long they spent together. Such was not visible without sincerity. The hotel staff, who have been spending a lot of time with Serena as of late, say it's difficult but warm to understand. Lavis also felt this when he was recently alone with her. He realized that her real self and what she shows in public are very different. Aka, quite interesting. If you think about it that way, since the restoration of Serenity's family, Iser has had some vaulted time and life has become somewhat boring. He's on his way to his next goal, but the process is easy for him and not as fun as he'd like it to be. That's why Iser started to watch her little by little so he wouldn't get bored. Those who follow his instructions unquestioningly, quickly and skillfully give him a sense of stability and comfort. But Serena always thinks in her own way and doesn't hesitate to try, and even if the result is wrong in the end, she never gets discouraged or gives up. This has always made Iser uncomfortable and uneasy, and it's something about her that irritates him greatly but also makes him curious. True, maybe her rebellion, her failures, her problems are what piqued his interest, but he might actually like that. At first it seems like she's incapable of anything, but then she picks herself up and handles it. Cannot control her emotions and every day is if in a moment and will cry, but does not want to look weak, so holds back tears. Inside the house, she acts like a slack-jawed little child, but outside the house, she is like Mistress Serenity. First looking with the sharp eyes of a beast, then sleeping with the expression of an innocent child. Despite always being on guard with Iser, at that moment she leans her body so defenselessly on his shoulder. Though still clumsy in her actions, she is stubborn in her desire to protect what she is responsible for, also content to be persistent. She only needs to be shown the way and can find the answer herself from there. Instead of a calm, peaceful lake, she has become a sea that raises huge and majestic waves. Every time Serena shows herself, irritating, stressing, and bothering Iser, she's like a creature that keeps splashing water droplets at him. That's why Iser just watches this with a little interest. That is just a little fun amusement in a boring daily life. Chairman's kitchen. The chairman's second wife asked the cooks about the peaches she held in her hands, those precious peaches that her darling had picked herself to give to her guests. She nibbled one of them. They were juicy and sweet. The chairman's wife ordered that the peaches should be well arranged and served for dinner. In the meantime, Friedrich met with his boss, who kept asking about what he still hadn't found. He realized that it wasn't easy to find, but there were no results at all. Friedrich explained that he had searched the entire mansion, except for one place where he could not enter yet. The man ordered Friedrich to sneak in and search the place, because it was probably the place they wanted, and he was given orders to hurry him up. Friedrich said that the place was not one of those places where he could easily get in. Even if he were to get in, they did not say what exactly to look for in such a huge mansion. The chief pointed out that Friedrich's job was to figure out something like that, among other things. Friedrich replied that this was one of the most absurd and strange orders he had ever been given. Without letting him finish, Friedrich turned around and left, saying that he couldn't stay outside for long, and if he found out anything he would contact him. The man in charge asked about if he continued, knowing what would happen to him. He recalled, for that incident and who covered it up. Friedrich slammed his fist against the wall and said that he knew and remembered everything and asked him to leave. A few days ago, Serena lay on Friedrich's lap and asked what was wrong, since he'd been kind of depressed lately. Friedrich replied that it was nothing and she was just imagining things, but Serena didn't believe that and asked what it must be because she'd asked him to draw the line the other day when they'd been at the bar. Serena noticed that the guy met her gaze sharply, and it must have been. Serena explained that she meant that their relationship wouldn't turn into love, but she didn't say anything about not liking him. This is the first time Friedrich has ever shown her a bad mood. She rose from her knees and explained that if she only thought of him as a servant, she wouldn't have trusted him with her mind and body. If she had, she would have just left him standing in the corner of the room, not allowing him to touch even one strand of hair. Serena opened her whole soul to him and didn't get angry or scold him, but simply ordered him to follow her quietly and stealthily like a shadow. She didn't understand how she could do these things to him if she didn't have feelings for him. "I can't love, but I will be a lover to the end." Serena says such cruel words that cut Friedrich to pieces with such a beautiful voice. The end she talks about like that is probably the moment Serena divorces Isaacs. Serena moved closer to him and asked about what she needed to do to make him feel better. Friedrich intercepted her hand and apologized for his expression, explaining that it was a mistake. She didn't need to try to comfort him. That was something he should do, no matter how many promises she made to him. Protecting and comforting her is the reason Serena keeps him by her side. When that reason fades, she'll leave him. Serena explained that such a beautiful face was getting sadder and sadder. Friedrich revealed that he told her that he didn't like it when she called him beautiful. He always hated hearing that, but he hates hearing it from her even more. It's like she doesn't see him as a man. He pulled her to him and informed her that he wasn't really handsome. Serena explained that he definitely changed and was more active, and lately she felt like he was going to snap. When she hears this, Friedrich tells her that he assures her that there is no man in the empire more patient than him. Every time he looks at her and touches her, he always endures with inhuman strength, lest he cut off the last reason that makes him live. Like the reason why he has not yet reached the most secret and deepest part of her heart. Friedrich feels that something is wrong with him. Because of her he worries, because of her he loses patience. The reason she keeps him near her, the reason he's near her, even those trivial reasons disappear. Friedrich just wants their hearts to be together, so he wants to be her sole support and forever the only one that knows her true nature, so that no one knows her hidden side. So that only he is the only one who knows her. Friedrich is afraid that anyone who knows her real one will fall in love with Serena. He wants to hug her, but he's afraid he won't be able to eventually break free of that skein of feelings. Already he feels he has become her doll, gives him attention and care, comforts him, takes him everywhere with her, takes him by the hand when she wants, plays as she wants as if with a doll, and about everything. She is a mistress who can't stand the deepest love. How their relationship became a tangle between a mistress who draws a hard line and a silly doll who wants love. Maybe that's all from the moment Friedrich met her, from the moment she brought him to her dark room, from when she and his world were just for each other, locked side by side in a cage without bars. Ever since every time he had seen her sense of trust and reliance on him grow, a strange sense of satisfaction had swept over him. Ever since he himself had not known what was gripping his heart. Friedrich wasn't supposed to know that Serena was also a person with a wounded soul. He wasn't supposed to know that she was a person who could cry hard and be sad. He wasn't supposed to know that behind such a big name was an ordinary girl. He shouldn't have known all that, and then that door wouldn't have been so hard for him. Friedrich still so decided to go into a separate building to Serena's room. Meanwhile, Serena's with Isaac. They arrived at the hotel. Isaac got out of the car and ordered Serena to get out as well. She looked out of the window and asked about her staying there for the night in the old dilapidated hotel or what. Isaac asked her not to be so picky outside the estate, since there was no one there to listen to her wants and cater to her. Serena replied that since the lodging that Raul had booked, she wanted to see what the other hotel looked like. Serena thought about how she wasn't picky at all, just a little surprised. Isaac explained that they were not in the capital, but on the outskirts. She needed to get down to earth. After all, that place wasn't as posh as Serenity. The mistress replied that she had said no such thing and there was no hotel like Serenity in the entire empire. She was just a little disappointed that it was not what she had imagined it to be. Serena didn't realize if he was laughing at her or what. She sometimes felt like Isaac was treating her like a child. Mistress immediately informed him that she was not going to share a room with him, to which Isaac replied that he had naturally booked 2 rooms. He knew she would say that. He warned her to be ready in the morning at 8. Even if she was 5 minutes late, he would leave her and go himself. From start to finish, she and he are not right for each other. Serena walked into the room and wondered if she was going to sleep there alone or what, and on top of that, she would have to wake up and get dressed herself. It was neater inside than she thought it would be. Perhaps because the hotel was old, it smelled a little musty and woody. Iser explained that she might be uncomfortable, but there wasn't much choice of where to stay, so she'd have to be patient, and it would be good for her to have the experience. During business trips, the environment changes every time, and it is not always possible to stay where you like, so Serena should adapt, otherwise it will be hard for her. They are the only guests there, then there won't be any noise or extraneous footsteps while sleeping. Also, Iser asked the host to remove all the clocks from her room, and now Serena has to take care of waking up on time. Serena was scared to sleep alone in a strange place, scared of strangers walking near the old wooden door, scared of unfamiliar sounds. She wondered if Real knew so much about her, or if Iser had personally shown such concern, since the lodging had been booked from Iser's side. She began to wonder more and more about why Iser would do such a thing. Why would he care about her? Serena decided that enough thinking was enough, as her mood was only getting worse. Now she just needed to get used to the place and get a good night's sleep. She wondered if she would be able to cope without Friedrich and Sue, or if she should just think that she was imagining things. Iser said there was no one outside, so she could think it was just an annex to the manor. Everyone's sleeping alone, washing and dressing, which isn't a big deal. She knows it's not a big deal, but it's her first time. She's just a little nervous, however. If she tries, she'll get it right. Although that bed that a lot of people have been using is uncomfortable. It's a bit windy, and it feels like a ghost is going to show up any minute. She only have to be patient for a few hours. If she slept, the time would pass faster. There was no soundproofing in the rooms, so Iser can hear everything perfectly. A princess, but she's trying. Serena calmed down a bit and got ready for bed. She felt like she had aged a few years. She had in her hand the information about Chairman Harold that she learned from Sue before she left. She couldn't find much information because she was in a hurry, but that's okay. Serena remembered him as she had seen him a few times when she was little and followed her grandmother everywhere. At the time, he was running a small storied business, but looking at it now, he was a very wealthy man. When the kingdom entered a new era, construction and various industries such as steam engine and automobile industries, stations and railroads became very much in demand. So naturally the steel industry came into focus and he made great wealth from it. The Serenity Hotel also began to expand and its value began to rise. What they have in common is that both have grown in scale with the changing era, and she is very excited about the next day. Serena is eaten up with curiosity as to why Iser has been meticulously preparing and waiting for that meeting. The chairman has become more interested in social causes and has set up several charities and continues to donate. In addition, he has also gathered entrepreneurs from different fields into the foundation, and their influence is a major support. Serena now understands why her grandmother and mother have spoken well of Mr. Harold in the past. They were also interested in sponsorship. That's the reason why Serena's family had a good relationship with him. Serena thinks her grandmother is a great person because in those days when there were many such small hotels, pulling the hotel business alone and making it successful, dedicating her whole life to that hotel, she lived it as if she'd gone through the war alone. Iser's words were true that day. The place her grandmother and mother had built and struggled to keep, Serena was too giddy to think that taking their position would be so easy. Only by being personally involved in the running and negotiating of the hotel would Serena be able to get so close to that place, a place of precious sweat and time. Serena feels like she's starting to see Isaacs differently now that he's lifted the place out of its slump and brought it back to the top again. Of course, she still doesn't know what deal he made with her grandmother or for what purpose, and she still hates that he's one of the Grayan family. But one thing is clear, her grandmother is a wise person. She cherishes and loves Serenity and her more than anyone else. Sari wondered whether her grandmother trusted Serenity and her to the Grayan family member just because he has great business acumen or not. Perhaps there is something else she doesn't know yet. The next morning at 7:55, Iser was outside Serena's room and signaled that if she was ready, it was time to come out. There was silence in response. He looked at his watch and asked himself about the fact that she couldn't possibly still be asleep. Serena thought she was really done for. She didn't understand what was wrong with those buttons. Isha turned to Serena and informed her that he would be stopping by. Serena heard that, immediately responded about him not coming in and asked that he call an employee. Iser went down to the owner and asked about the fact that he had girls working for him. To which Mr. asked about if anything was wrong, since only his brothers work at the hotel. True, his wife he could call her, but it would take time for her to get to the hotel. Mr. Iser came to Serena's room again and explained that there were no working girls in the hotel and no other guests, so there was no one to help her and she should tell him what was wrong. Serena didn't know what to do. She had done her makeup like Sui had taught her, but her clothes were a problem, except that there were hooks that prevented her from unbuttoning them, so she couldn't button them first and then flip them over. She needs to get dressed, but she can't do it herself. Hearing this, Iser thought for a moment. He explained to her that she wasn't being glib because they didn't have time for her tantrums. Serena said there were 13 buttons and they were in the back. Iser said he was coming in. She kept asking him not to come in, to which Iser explained that if they were late through her, he would get very angry. He entered her room. Serena explained that she had wanted to handle it herself somehow, but it hadn't worked out. Iser saw her and asked about her face. Serena turned around completely and asked about looking weird or what. Iser smiled a little but hid his smile. She never lets him get bored. Serena did catch his chuckle though and asked about him laughing at her and what was wrong with her look. She turned to the mirror and began to ask about how ridiculous she looked. As they had embraced that clothes weren't the problem, she needed to get rid of that ridiculous makeup faster first. Serena informed him that she had been diligently doing it for an hour, to which the gentleman firmly replied to wash it off. The whole hour was a waste. He sat down and waited for her on the bed while she went to wash up. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the papers she was scrutinizing in the car. He wondered what she was reading so intently, but it turned out to be information about the Herald chairman. He was going to tell her briefly about him on the way out, but there was no need for that now. Serena had already washed up and was standing behind the screen. She kept thinking about what she was going to do next. If she didn't button the buttons, her bare back would be very visible. She thought about wearing the one she had worn yesterday, but then she remembered that it had a zipper on the back. Iser announced that it had been 20 minutes and he couldn't wait any longer and asked what they would do. Should he be late? Should he go find and grab a random girl on the street and ask her to button her back? The second option was that he would button her up with his eyes closed, though it wouldn't really work that way since he wouldn't be able to see anything. Hearing that, Serena wondered if he was messing with her or what. She realized that Iser definitely looked annoyed, but it seemed oddly like he was enjoying the situation. He explained to her that if she didn't choose either of the two and remain silent, he would have no choice but to go alone. After some thought, he decided to tell Serena that he would have to tell the chairman that she couldn't come because of her health problems. He went to the door and wished her good luck just without him. She grabbed his sleeve sharply and asked him to button it. In his thoughts, he exulted at the fact that she was depending on him. He informed her that he needed to ask as worthwhile. Serena asked him for better. He asked her to turn around to button her shirt. Tucking her hair in front of her, Iser began to robot. All Serena could think about was that since when was the buttoning process so loud? She thought she couldn't hear anything else but the sound and the silence that was driving her crazy. Right now, all her nerves are centered on her back, making it hard for her to even stand. Iser sharply pressed her against the wall. Such a gesture Serena didn't appreciate and asked what he was doing, why suddenly a person would be pressed against the wall. Iser explained to hold on and stand normally, not swaying. He would try to make it faster, just so she would stand still. Serena didn't understand why she was so nervous after all. In front of Friedrich, she was calmly changing clothes. He could touch her anywhere, and it didn't make her uncomfortable. The difference is that she likes one and hates the other. When she first met Friedrich, Serena was in her sleek clothes, but there was no such feeling then. But to Iser, she only shows him her slightly bare back, but for some reason, that stare weighs on her. She's freaking out because those random touches are unpleasant. Iser announced that he was done. Serena turned around and walked over to the mirror where she began to color her lips. She was terribly uncomfortable. She decided to hurry up and do what she had to do and get out. Iser saw her take up makeup again and asked what she was doing. He asked her not to wear any makeup, not even lipstick. Serena replied that she was only wearing lipstick because here was an important meeting and she was in a nasty mood. He informed her that she didn't need anything because she had enough. Serena heard this and turned her head and couldn't believe what he could say about her being beautiful. He continued his speech about how she was fine, and they didn't have time. Serena noted that he was acting very strange in the room. Now even a slight breeze made her uncomfortable. Unable to stand it, Iser walked over to her and told her that enough was enough, grabbing her by the arms. He explained that she was applying too much and too thick lipstick, and that's why her makeup was getting weird. He asked her to wait and pull the handkerchief from his jacket. He put it to her lips and wiped a little. Then his fingers came into play, which helped with the fixing. He informed her that he was done now and asked her to wait in the car. The staff would move the luggage and he would finish up there and come down. Serena walked quickly down the stairs, paralleling the touching of her lips. Iser at the same time continued to look at his fingers touching her lips where Serena's lipstick remained. The entrance to Chairman Harold's mansion. She hadn't exchanged a word with Isaac during the day, but she was okay with that because it was awkward. The wind had gotten so cold since last night it was even raining. Serena looked at the buildings and wondered if that house was the chairman's house. She thought it would be a luxurious mansion, but it was surprisingly simple and plain. Isher turned to Serena and told her the details might come up at dinner that she didn't know. He would explain them to her later. She should moderate her participation and listen carefully. Serena asked that there were details she didn't know about. She explained that he should have told them beforehand. Suddenly, they were addressed with words about following the attendant. Serena realized that Iser had seen that the staff was on their way to them and so had plotted such a thing, timing it without leaving her a chance for a response. Cunning fox. They were met at the house by the chairman and his second wife, Eva. He was glad to see them, that they had accepted his invitation, for he had wanted to meet them for a long time, but his health had not been very good lately. Eva sweetly spoke of how honored she was to meet two of the most famous people in the kingdom. She noted that the weather was terrible and it was not easy for them to come all this way. Iser replied that they would be honored that the chairman had invited them. The herald turned to ask Serena if she remembered him. He recalled how she was little always holding Ance's hand and going everywhere with her. To which Serena replied that of course she remembered everything, albeit a little vaguely, but she definitely remembered that he had been very kind to her. He had not had the same wife then, but another warm and kind woman, but she had died not many years ago. Harold remembered that she wore a ribbon in her hair all the time, and she had a nickname, the Ribbon Princess. Her grandmother had called her that. Eva suggested that they continue talking over dinner, since they had traveled such a long way and must be hungry. She said she would step aside for a while to help with the preparations. Iser asked her if she would join the conversation. Eva replied that business talk was too difficult for her. She was not even good at managing the estate. She's more comfortable just cooking and they shouldn't pay attention to her and continue the conversation. Dinner has been going on for about 1 hour and 30 minutes now. The conversation with the chairman is calm and measured. He was telling the story of how he met his grandmother and various funny incidents in their work. They listened to the history of their hotel from the difficult past years to a recent incident, as well as some advice and words of encouragement. So far, everything was going fine. Serena just didn't understand why Iser called this dinner an important meeting. In this atmosphere, it seems to Serena as if Isher is trying to get something out of the chairman. However, it seemed as if the chairman was studiously avoiding the subject. Eva is on the phone, where she confirms that Iser and Serena have arrived and are already having dinner with the chairman. When it came to the dessert, Eva replied that she would just say that the chef had misheard and that's it. If Serena really has a serious allergy, she just won't eat it. And that's it, no one is going to force it on her. Eva just wants to see for herself how severe her allergies are. But suddenly the cook walked in and addressed the mistress. He asked about serving the peaches, since they were almost done with their meal. Eva reported that he had served them more quickly. The herald asked about what organizations Serenity was sponsoring. Serena reported that they currently only sponsor 3 places. They are a hospital, a school, and one art center. The chairman asked if she personally visits them, as he would like to recommend that she visit the sponsored places in person sometimes. It helps him when he is tired, because with business one can easily go crazy, particularly those with strong innate virtues like morality and conscience. Harold recommended them to hold hands, drink a cup of coffee, watch a play, take a walk in the park, have a date. Such a beautiful couple shouldn't waste their youth working, enjoy everything in the process. Serena was a little taken aback by the phrase holding hands. She only replied to him that he was right and she would remember. The herald started to talk about how since they had already and they were talking, he wished such a young and brilliant couple could be with him in the charity. It would be great to have 2 such socially influential people join his foundation. He has long dreamed of gathering a group of young entrepreneurs and start improving the culture in the kingdom. They're just like him. At the moment, the herald is uncomfortable with their ties to the 8 families. The reason Serenity didn't join the chairman's foundation in the first place was because the 8 families were against it, so they were doing the sponsoring on their own. Iser approached the herald that he would like to talk to him about the foundation. The chairman realized that it was about talking about work, and he didn't really like talking about business over a meal. They could discuss that later. It seemed to Serena that the meal had been finished some time ago, so he purposely didn't put anything on the red saucer. To show that you were done eating, you had to put a fork or spoon on the red saucer. Iser thought that the chairman had changed his mind since he was the first to invite them, but maybe it was just a polite response to a long-standing request for a meeting, or maybe he was still thinking about it. Harold asked him to understand, because he was not as young and healthy as they were, and he preferred easy conversations over meals. His body was not what it used to be, so sometimes he had indigestion. The cook asked for permission to serve dessert. Eva said that Serena loved peaches, and when he heard that, he personally picked those peaches from the field. Serena could not believe that the chairman had said she liked peaches. Serena approached the chairman about the fact that despite having sore feet, personally went and picked them and heard that she likes peaches. Serena can't eat peaches. The herald explained that it is because he is old, but instead of expanding his company, it gives him more pleasure to see those supported by his foundation enjoy life and grow into good people in society. And then to labor himself in the field and serve the fruit to a guest is another joy as well. After the operation, it was a bit hard on his legs, but he could suffer a little if only the lovely ribbon princess was happy. Harold only wanted to show his cordiality, so he chose the rikest ones without any blemishes. The only thing he wants is for Lady Serena to eat them with pleasure. Everyone says that they are delicious and very sweet, so Isaac should try them too. Serena was just thinking that luckily her allergies aren't that bad. Maybe one slice she could eat sometime. Serena poked the peach and turned to the chairman, saying that the precious peach that he had grown and picked with his own hands, she would eat with pleasure. Iser watched as Serena desperately tried to act. He realized it was time to do something about it. He gently pushed the water glass to the edge of the table, causing it to fall and shatter. Iser apologized for his mistake. The chairman asked if he had hurt himself, as people with long arms like him often do. The herald asked him to stay where he was, and he would call a serpent to clean that up. As the herald began reaching for the bell, Iser switched plates with Serena, taking a few bites from her. She didn't realize what Iser was doing. He made it look like she had already eaten. At that time, the chairman had already reached over and rang the bell. The servant of the Megas had arrived. The chairman turned his attention to Serena's plate, where there was already one bite missing. He asked her how it tasted, to which the lady replied that it was very sweet and a taste to be proud of. She explained that she had eaten so heavily that she could only eat one bite. The herald replied that anyway, since it tasted good, it was worth the effort. Thanks to Iser, she was able to get out of that situation safely, but Serena wondered how he knew she was allergic to peaches. It was getting late and they would have to leave now, and the chairman didn't seem to want to talk to him right now. Guess we have to wait a little longer to talk about the foundation. After dinner, the chairman showed his collection. One of them had been received as a gift. It was at first kept at his house, but the herald planned to give it to the monastery soon. The servant went to the chairman and told him that he had a phone call, to which he replied that the guests were still at his house. She explained that the caller was Charles, a lawyer, who said it was urgent and wanted to speak to the chairman right away. Iser advised that if the call was really important, the chairman could step aside. The herald thanked him and informed him that he would try to get back quickly, but in the meantime they should look around. As soon as the doors closed, Serena turned to Iser to ask how he knew that she couldn't eat peaches. To which Iser replied that he didn't know because how would he know what she was allergic to? She turned around abruptly and asked about the fact that if he didn't know, why he had switched their plates. Iser replied that he'd only assumed, seeing the peach, remembering the notes about an event. In those records it was written that her mother, Belicious Serenity, was not invited to the dinner because she was allergic to peaches. He didn't know that she was allergic too, but assumed it from the perplexed look on her face. Serena now realized what it was all about. Iser asked about what she thought she was going to do. After all, she was going to eat it in response to the chairman's sincerity, and if she got sick, then what? What was she going to do? After all, they were about to have a gala event at the hotel. He did such a thing not for her, but because he was afraid that such a thing would ruin the event. Serena replied that it's true that she and her mom are allergic to peaches, except that Serena's wasn't as severe as her mom's was and one bite wouldn't do anything. Even in return for the sincerity, she wouldn't do anything to harm her body. Serena just didn't want to show her weaknesses in front of a man who hates her. The chairman's second wife hates Serena. Iser asked about her greeting her as if it was the first time you met her, but Serena had known her before. To which the lady replied that she wasn't sure, but she definitely remembered her unique voice. A group of people who often hid behind masks and insulted her in every way possible at parties. There was a husky-like voice there. She remembers it perfectly. Earlier, it was those people who told her that her mom had an allergy and those who had a debt to their hotel did something bad to her mom's dessert. The peaches weren't served so overtly, but were slipped into the ingredients of the dish so no one noticed. Then disaster almost happened. Thanks to not eating too much, she was able to recover. After seeing this, Serena realized that one minor weakness could become a threat to her life at any moment, so even if something is insignificant, it must be protected and hidden. Even if it hurts, bear with it, pretend to be strong, even if too scared, no matter what means and ways would be used for such. Even if she sometimes overreacted, Serena thought that this way she could prevent misfortunes at the very least and protect herself and her belongings. She wasn't sure if Mistress Eva really didn't know or knew, but decided to check in this way. In that situation, Serena could hide her weakness, and that's why she wanted to do what she did. The other thing was that he switched her plate so she wouldn't eat a bite. Serena turned around and realized that she had said too many innermost things to him without realizing it herself. She decided it was time to pack up after all. She had to watch out with Isaac too. After a while, the herald returned and apologized for waiting so long. Iser said that it was getting late and they should leave, and then thanked them for a pleasant evening. The herald asked where they were going at such a late hour. There was a storm outside and the chairman could not let them go on a long trip in the rain at this late hour. The chairman explained that since it had been raining heavily since dinner time, and he had already given orders to prepare for them to stay there until the next day, and if he let them go like that, he would be uneasy in his heart. And then he added that they still had to finish the conversation they had unfinished at dinner. Iser realized that when the man himself said that they had plenty of time to talk, which meant that he had planned such a thing from the beginning. Serena, from what she heard, was just shocked at such a statement. The herald was the first to leave them and departed. The butler said that the driver who had come with them would soon bring their luggage, and if they needed anything else, it was only a matter of calling. Iser informed them that such a thing was not in his plans. Serena couldn't believe that she would have to sleep in the same room with Iser, still so suddenly. She asked him why he had agreed so immediately, since he was also very busy with work like her. He replied that he was still talking to the chairman, who had expressed his willingness to listen, and if so, he intended to take the opportunity. Serena demanded that he tell her what she didn't know. He explained that he had unfinished business. Serena didn't understand what business he had in that situation. He only said that he needed to make amends for the broken water glass. She couldn't understand where he was going. He only asked her to wait patiently because when he returned he would only undo the buttons of her blouse. Now Serena couldn't understand how to be, and it was confusing to find a bed that was just a scaffolding for the death penalty. After dinner, Eva spoke to the cook who confirmed that she had eaten a peach. Eva couldn't believe it because she was allergic. The cook explained that she had been told over the phone that she was allergic, but there was one slice of fruit missing from her plate. Eve wondered if her allergy wasn't serious, and if it was, there was little information to pass on. It wasn't as expected. Iser called the manor. He asked Sue about the fact that she had spoken to the cook earlier and warned her that Serena couldn't eat peaches. To which Sue replied that yes, she had definitely warned and even heard back that she had been understood. In the hallway, Eve ran into Iser and asked him about the fact that he wasn't his room yet. To which Iser replied that staying at their house had been unplanned, so he borrowed his phone to call home and check something out. Eve asked about whether dinner had been to his liking, since she'd asked the cook to pay special attention. They were precious special guests. Iser replied that especially the dessert. Eve said that the president must have been happy to hear that they had enjoyed it, and she would also pass on her thanks to the chef who had done a good job. Iser asked her if she could get the chef to thank him personally and clarify a few things. Eve was a little apprehensive. The gentleman explained that he had heard that the chef had been warned in advance about some things, but there was one strange thing, and so it was better to ask him personally. Eva asked him to wait. She immediately realized that it was about peaches, and now she didn't know what to do. Everything would be fine, because just in case, she told him to let him know that he was just lost. Eva thought that he would hardly make a scandal, because it was important for him to settle the matter with the chairman. After a while, Phil the cook showed up and asked if there was anything he didn't like about the dinner. He had heard that he had been warned in advance about the allergy, so he wondered why it was on the table. Eve, who was standing behind Phil, mentally asked him to say he'd misunderstood. Phil did so and explained that he had made a mistake and misunderstood the instructions during the call and had made a mistake in choosing the dessert. Iser couldn't believe that they just called it a mistake because it could have been irreparable. Iser explained that maybe the instructions were not given properly, if so he would double-check if the instructions were clear, and if it was a mistake on their part, they would punish the person responsible. The cook was a little scared. It was a serious problem and he couldn't just ignore it. Phil immediately started to apologize that everything had been clearly said about the peaches, but he had misunderstood, thinking that they liked them on the contrary. Eva naively made a surprised look at how he could have made such a mistake, because there could have been serious problems, and then inquired about how Mrs. Serena was feeling. Iser, seeing such licentiousness, asked about what she was saying. Eve was startled. Iser explained that he was referring to the coffee served as dessert, as they should have been told that he didn't drink sweet coffee, and the one they served was just that. Eve realized that he had caught them. She asked about why the terrible thing might have happened then. Iser informed her that when he eats something sweet, he gets goosebumps. Isn't that kind of thing awful since it gives him goosebumps? He's just messing with them, and Eve realized that the other one knows everything. Iser asked about the moment when something went wrong there, Pasho. The cook all started apologizing, to which Iser replied that he wasn't asking him. He looked at Eva and asked the reason for mentioning the words peaches, which he didn't mention allergies and his wife's name. He demanded an explanation from Eve. After a long time, Iser returned to the room. He thought Serena had already fallen asleep, but looking at the bed, she wasn't there. He noticed her blouse and realized that she seemed to be dying to see what he was doing, and then saw that his suitcase was open. Serena wasn't going anywhere. Iser asked Serena about what she was doing behind the canopy and if she had climbed into his suitcase. Serena showed her face and explained that she knew it was wrong to go into other people's things without permission and apologized to him for that and asked him to listen to her first. Iser noticed his shirt and asked about her wearing his shirt. He couldn't believe such a thing. He stepped closer to her. Serena motioned for him to wait and listen. She had a lucky reason, but suddenly she stepped and got tangled in the canopy and fell, but Isa reacted quickly and caught her. He realized she was just out of the shower, for the moisture and sweet scent of soap wafted from her still damp hair and body. Naturally pale skin and lips glistened in the moonlight, and only the heavy rain outside the window shook the small space. At home, Serena walked around with cat eyes, looking for an opportunity to grab onto his weakness. But now she looks at him with rabbit eyes, wanting to run away, afraid he'll eat her still in his shirt. That complicates things. Isher informs her that it won't work that way and she needs to take it off. Serena kept asking to hear her out. An hour ago, after Isaiah said that he would come over and only then help with the buttons, Serena instantly decided to call someone. She stood up the servant and asked her for help both in that moment and beforehand. However, after her shower, she started looking for her clothes to sleep in, but when she saw them, she couldn't tell if they had always been this open. It was summertime, so Serena preferred to wear light and comfortable clothes so that it wouldn't be hot. However, with Isaac, she couldn't wear such clothes. There was an option to borrow a neat nightie from the mistress of the manor, but the mistress there is Mistress Eva, and Serena really doesn't want to ask her for clothes. She spotted Isaac's suitcase. Serena explains that she didn't know the situation would turn out this way, and she's sorry she arbitrarily borrowed his clothes. It was much better for them than open and thin pajamas. To that, Azer thought about how he was more uncomfortable that way on the contrary, and thought she was surprisingly naive. He told her that she should understand why he had asked her to take them off, and asked if she thought he was only doing it because of the shirt or what. Then Iser moved even closer to her and asked her to promise him something. She could stay in that shirt, but in return she could have dinner out that week. Serena didn't understand if he was talking about a mandatory dinner together on Wednesdays and Sundays every week or what. She asked him about why he suddenly wanted to have dinner out of the house and what he was up to. He gave her time. Serena agreed to think about it. After all, she doesn't know what he's up to. Isher decided to be a little sneaky and informed her that in this position with him looming over her, a prerequisite, he could wait as long as he wanted. Serena now realized why he had put his foot down, because he knew she would try to twist out of it, blocking her from moving. She realized that the more she moved, the more her shirt rolled upwards, but to continue to be in this position, looking into each other's eyes, is strange. Serena can't do anything about it, and the more time she procrastinates, the worse it will get for her. It's a lose-lose situation for her from the start, because she can't return the shirt and she has no choice but to respond quickly. Serena decided not to wait any longer and agreed to the request to get away from her. The next morning, she woke up and didn't realize when she fell asleep. Last night, after they had agreed, Iser had immediately left to wash up, and for a while she had just laid under the covers and couldn't move. Serena was so stressed out and very tired, so she fell asleep quite quickly, but ended up sleeping poorly, waking up often and getting up very tired. Serena was so focused on falling asleep, but fell asleep before she realized what was happening. Iser, who was sitting not far away, turned to her and informed her that if she was up, it was time to get ready. Serena didn't realize when he had time to get up, get ready and get dressed, he was up much later than she was. When she woke up in the night, Isher was sleeping on the floor next to the bed. It must have been uncomfortable for him. She felt a little sorry for him. Iser informed her that they had been told to come up for dinner in 30 minutes, and so Serena should hurry up. Hearing this, she realized that she had almost no time and didn't know where she should start. Serena walked over to the mirror and decided that she should start by pinning up her hair before washing her face. She thought about whether or not after they ate they would go straight home or what, while tying her hair back. As he sipped his tea, he thought about the fact that Friedrich had been with Serena for 2 years, and now he realized that he had only stayed with her because he was interested in finding something. Iser kept looking at Serena. For 2 years, Friedrich had been by her side and cared for her. Must have enjoyed monopolizing that kid's true self that no one knows about. Iser thinks that one was satisfied with her emotions like tears, smiling, resentment, and that defenseless look that only he could see. Friedrich is the only one who got a lot of pleasure in Iser's opinion. Because of all this, Iser also wanted to get to know Serena better. What in her could make his firm beliefs shake? By training and giving her a job at the hotel, Iser had gotten to know many different sides of Serena, especially in the last 2 days they had spent together. Iser approached Serena from behind. When she's angry, annoyed, frustrated, or down on her luck, she shows the real her, not the one he knows. He's only been with her for a few weeks, but he's already taken an interest in her. Then he wondered what other interesting sides she could show him if he had more time to get to know her. Izir stepped even closer to her and placed his hands on either side of her, not giving her a way out. Serena asked what was wrong. He pulled feathers from her hair and asked about her going to be a bird or what. Serena only replied that something must have stuck from the pillow. He had been pissing her off since this morning. He pulled away from her and started to leave the room, to which Serena asked about where he was going, since he said they were going to be together later. He replied that she had been waiting outside the door for some time, so she would have to come down as soon as she was ready. A servant showed up and asked if she could help her wash and dress if she was already awake. Serena remembered asking her to do so last night and asked her to come in. After Serena got ready, she and Isaiah stopped by the door together. He asked her about when she had finished cooking and was coming downstairs if Mrs. Eve had approached her, to which Serena replied that she hadn't. Last night, Iser had informed Eve that she needed to apologize to his wife in person by breakfast, then she would at least save face. Eva didn't understand how he dared. What kind of impertinent young couple who had milk on their lips? If she let her child shame her, Eva's pride would die. She didn't understand why she had to go and apologize. Iser explained that the responsibility for her low actions would depend on how sincerely Eve apologized to his wife and how she would feel after her apology. Eve raised her tone after hearing this and asked about how he could be so rude. She is the wife of the chairman even though she was wrong. Iser said that respectful attitude is something that is created mutually, both she to him and he to her. Eva should still be grateful that Iser decided to end it all on one broken glass of water, the price of which is going to be reimbursed. Of course, it would only end that way if she followed his advice. It occurred to Eva that if she thought about it, that man was the son of the Grayan family. She had previously only heard about it through rumors, but now that she has personally encountered Grayan, she feels that she doesn't want to run into that person. Iser indicated that he hoped she understood him. He bowed and left. It had been a waste of time for him to confront someone so petty, since he'd gotten there without even undoing Serena's buttons on her blouse. Iser turned and added, since the chairman was an honorable and fine man, he hoped that Eva would become worthy of him, though such a thing was certainly difficult. Even if cheap clothes are labeled luxurious, the cheap thing will still look cheap. They were all already gathered around the breakfast table. Izir thought he had told her to apologize to Serena, but Eve hadn't done either. Judging by the look on her face, she didn't apologize, not because there wasn't time, but she just wasn't going to do such a thing. Eva thought about how crazy she was to apologize to her. Eva would never bow her head to a child like Serena, and in secular society, rumors might start and such shame would be Eva's. She thought about the fact that only Iser would try to do anything, even though they had come to see the chairman on some business, but if they embarrassed him they would regret it. After all, she was his wife, and naturally the herald would take her side. Iser thought that her greatest fear was that her husband would find out. For all that she had not heeded his warning, she must think he was trying to please the chairman. Iser told her if she thought about it and apologized, she could at least save face, but Eva missed her chance and will now regret it. Meanwhile, the art auction house was accepting bids on the sale of the painting. The last bid was 400,000 fur, and if no one objected, it was accepted. When the countdown went back, Sui, who was under the name of Sarah, there gave the last bid of 500,000 fur. No one else did, and the bid was closed. All the gentlemen were whispering that that was Sarah again, and she eventually won the bidding again. They talked about her buying up all the works of the Dollaring Gallery as soon as they hit the auction, but no one knew who she was. Just a few years ago, she was definitely a newbie and had even been scammed a few times at auctions. When Sarah bids, she never competes and always takes her own. She's definitely a woman of influence. After all, how much money do you have to do something like this? After the auction, she had to sign up. That auction had also gone well, and at a much better price than expected. Mrs. Serena would be very pleased. The man who was conducting the auction turned to Sarah and asked about her interest in the dollar and gallery's work. Sue was silent. He turned to her with words that she should understand him correctly. After all, she spends a lot of money, and he thought that she could be a collector, as she mostly participates in the bidding of dollar and gallery. They recently had a change of director, and the new director seems to be very interested in Miss Sarah. Sui replied that she had signed everything and asked to secretly escort her as always. The man agreed, and they were just being watched by the new principal. Meanwhile, at the chairman's estate, the herald suggested they move on to dessert and then move to another room and talk about what they hadn't been able to discuss yesterday. Iser agreed. Eve rang the bell, whereupon they were served dessert in the form of plums. The herald saw that there were plums on the plate and was a little confused as to why not peaches. Eva thought about the fact that her husband always eats fruit after a meal, and so it was impossible not to serve it. Harold asked about the fact that he had run out of all the peaches he had picked. Eva thought that since they had already been served, so she hoped that her husband wouldn't say anything, but now she didn't know what to do. He would definitely ask for peaches. She wanted to keep it a secret, but he wouldn't turn a blind eye to what had happened yesterday. Iser brought up the fact that the chef at their hotel had once said that putting together a menu from appetizer to dessert was like creating a sculpture, and that meant everything had to be thought out and organized from head to toe. Phil is an excellent cook, and the same goes for his meal plan. Serena didn't understand what was wrong with Isaac's, because that unique way of speaking and tone of voice he usually uses when he's angry or unhappy about something. Eve thought he was taking her side because he wanted to let go of that situation too. Eva brought up the fact that their cook had graduated from the best culinary school in the empire, and it must be for good reason. The herald asked about the fact that he wanted to end the breakfast more refreshing because the menu was a bit bland. In this way, Phil shows respect for the painstakingly prepared dishes by coming up with a dessert that goes well with the meal. Eva had agreed that the plums were also from their field, and they thought it would be nice to treat guests to them too. She was going to personally serve the peaches to the guests a little later. Iser asked about the fact that there are always exceptions. It's not a resto for them, so it's worth asking the chef about a special dessert. Iser turned to Phil and asked about if he would strongly recommend peaches to them. Eve realized that Iser wasn't taking her side, but had intended to do such a thing from the beginning. She knew Phil was naive and couldn't lie unless she warned him ahead of time, especially if pressed for scruples. The herald asked about the fact that it wouldn't be difficult to serve the peaches after the plums. He usually doesn't say a word against it either. The herald wondered why he was so shaky and pale. Eva realized that she had to save the situation, got up and said that Phil must have gotten a little nervous in front of the guests, and so he should rest. The cook fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness because he had committed a sin. Eva immediately yelled for him to shut up. Now Serena realized that after all, it was true that Mistress Eva had deliberately tried to feed her peaches. Harold asked Phil how to understand that, since they had guests, why the apology? The cook explained that even knowing everything he had done wrong, knowing perfectly well that Mrs. Serena was allergic to peaches, he had done it with his own hands. He had no conscience or qualifications to call himself a cook now. He really didn't want to do this, but Mistress Eva pressured him, for she said nothing would happen. Mrs. Eva screamed that he could blame her for everything he did. Mistress asked the chairman for permission for them to leave. The herald irritably asked about whether it was true that they had deliberately ordered them to serve them, knowing about the allergies. Eva replied that she said it was nothing of the sort and asked for an explanation. He asked more irritably whether it was true or not, for if it was true, they had tricked the chairman into picking peaches and serving them to Lady Serena himself, thus putting them in a difficult position after they had traveled all the way to the manor house and had mistreated Phil the cook. Judging by the fact that the chairman trusts the chef's word more than his wife's, it only means one thing: that there is no trust at all between them. Before being sure that he would unconditionally side with her just because she is his wife, Eve should have first found out what his relationship with the chairman is like. They share many terrible memories. Eve asked for forgiveness that she had misunderstood Lady Serena and therefore had done such a shameful thing that she shouldn't have done. She bowed her head and asked that if Serena wanted her to kneel, she would do anything to make Serena feel better. Serena thought about maybe she should throw a peach in her face, let her be glad the chairman is home. In fact, it looked so insignificant that something like that didn't even make sense. Serena replied that she didn't see her wanting to earn her forgiveness, and she didn't want to receive an apology from Eve. She just hoped that she would think about how horrible a thing Eva had done. Serena doesn't want to say anything more, she just wants to go home. The chairman said that his wife had been rude to them. Eve was just thinking that if word got out, she was done for. Iser informed them that they had to go. The herald immediately asked that they should talk after dessert. He was sorry that this had happened, and he understood that they were upset, but now the herald didn't know how to look into Iance's eyes. The chairman kept talking about how yesterday they talked about how they had an important conversation to have with him. He would listen to everything over a cup of tea. He explained that his wife had come to the estate with him, but her life had been jeopardized, and now the chairman was using the word reputation as an excuse to talk business. He inquired as to what reputation could be talked about. He advised that business talk they would now discuss later. The situation has changed. Iser said that he had waited a long time for the chairman to contact him to discuss business matters. It may have worked out even better. Thanks to this, he finally caught Eva red-handed and made her apologize to him, which most importantly changed his relationship with the chairman. Iser is unbelievable. That's what Serena thought of him now. The herald turned to Serena and apologized to her. The poor chairman had been put in an awkward position. After all, what happened was not his fault, but on the other hand, it felt like they were being used, so she didn't see the need. They were already heading for the exit when suddenly Iser took Serena's hand, and so they walked out together. As Serena walked out of the chairman's house, she flung Iser's hand away with words for him to finally let her go. He said that in a situation like the one he'd been in a few minutes ago, you couldn't show hesitation, and she had a look on her face that said what she was thinking. Serena replied that she was doing it for a reason, because she knows it herself, because it's not the chairman's fault in all of this. She only wanted to argue with Mrs. Eva, but the chairman was so embarrassed that she was embarrassed. Mr. Eva explained that this is what spouses are, whether she wants it or not, whether she knows it or not, but the fault of one of the spouses becomes a joint responsibility. It's not the chairman's fault, but he should apologize for Mrs. Eva's actions as well. That's taking a stand together. Naturally, Serena doesn't think of their union as a real marriage, which is why Iser doesn't know how much she can understand. 4 years ago, Serena asks Ianca about wanting to put on that ridiculous wedding show, and if she's in her right mind, since Serena isn't ready to agree to marry that guy even on paper. Her grandmother replied that she should silently do what she was told, because there were already a lot of rumors because of the sudden news about the wedding, and not to do the wedding ceremony in that case is the same as to publicly announce that they were married under contract. It was the last chance for serenity, even if it sounded rude. It was the least protection for them, and Iser would also gain people's trust, so there wouldn't be any question from the worried partners. Serena turned out anyway. She explained that she'd rather die, but she wouldn't wear that ridiculous wedding dress and stand like a fool next to that man. She'd rather leave home than be a puppet. Serena kept trying to somehow convince her grandmother that she could do it too. She would try to manage on her own. The girl asked Ianca for a chance to try because she could learn everything, know everything, and would do anything her grandmother said. If it was a matter of her not being old enough, she was going to be 19 soon, and so the grandmother should just wait a bit. Ianca replied that it wasn't because she didn't have faith in her granddaughter. It was a matter of urgency. They didn't have any time at all at that point. Serena, hearing this, replied that then the grandmother should look for a nice submissive girl somewhere and bring her there. The grandmother that was going to bring home a man from the Graham family might just find herself a new granddaughter who would obey her. Ianca yelled about what a stubborn brat Serena was. Serena turned around and headed for the exit of the room where she met Iser in the doorway. Her grandmother apologized to Iser and explained that the wedding ceremony wasn't going to be easy after all. Iser replied that it didn't matter because he didn't like the idea and they would find another way to appease their partners. Just as straightforward as before. Serena just thinks of him as an impromptu husband on paper, so she doesn't realize they're married at all. That's why, no matter how official and public the place is, she doesn't call him husband. Serena asked him about the fact that he doesn't think their marriage is real either, right? To which Iser replied that he at least tries to fulfill the social responsibility of the relationship, even if he and she are only married on paper. She's not interested in that sort of thing, but he was still living as her husband, regardless of who he was with or what he was doing, regardless of where he went or what sort of rumors were flying about them. So far, Iser had let her live her life as she wanted, but the moment she decided to step in to run things, she should remember that she was a businessman with her own view and responsibilities, which means that whether she wants to or not, socially they are a married couple and she should be his wife and behave accordingly as long as that relationship lasts. So whatever Serena has in her mind, until the moment she's looking forward to comes, she has to be responsible for him too, because they're married. The next day, Raul met them at the estate with words about how good it was to have them back. It was raining outside again, so he wondered if they would return. He was glad they had gotten there safely. Serena remarked that he was in a good mood. The secretary replied that the two of them had gone to Chairman Harold's house. They were basically on a little vacation. Raul held out the report from the hotel and said that it had been forwarded to him with a request to check it out. He was a little confused because he didn't know who to give it to. Iser nodded his head that he should give it to Serena. Raul did. She asked them to put the report on her desk in her office. Mistress inquired where Sui was. The servant replied that she had gone to the warehouse some time ago, but hadn't returned yet, and asked her to tell her that she might be a little late. Serena asked her to tell her not to come over and let her go rest. Serena thought about the fact that it looked like the auction she had sent her to had been a success, and most likely went to check on the painting then delivered. That's just great. Serena hasn't slept well for the last 3 days, most likely due to nerves from being stuck alone with Isaac, and so she wants to hurry up and change into comfortable clothes and get a good night's rest with a foot bath after a long time. She also wondered where Friedrich was and what he was doing alone all those 3 days she was gone. Separate building. It was rare for both owners to be absent from the mansion at once, especially for several days at a time. It's raining, so they'll be late getting back. That's what Friedrich thought. He overheard Sui talking to Iser, who was asking about whether it was raining or not. He informed Sui that the trip would be extended for a few days because of the weather. It just so happened that Sui was also away for a few hours a day, so even though it was dangerous, he still wouldn't have another chance to enter the separate building. The problem was that, contrary to expectations, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Rather, it feels like there's nothing much there compared to the main building. There's just a lingering feeling that that was the family's private space where time stood still. There was nothing suspicious in the main building that he looked at for 2 years, so maybe the thing he is looking for wasn't actually there to begin with. Maybe the information was fake, but there was still one unexpected find. It's the point shoes. Friedrich didn't expect them to be there. Anyway, he thinks he better get out of there. He doesn't think he can find anything else in that building. Serena walked into the room and asked about what he was doing there and why be there at all. She didn't understand why he was there where he wasn't allowed to enter. Iser was present as well. Friedrich thought about why else he had shown up, since he was back, why he didn't go to the main building but came after Serena. Iser thought about the fact that he finally rummaged through the antechamber as well, considering he was still there. Despite the high risk of being caught, it looked like there was nothing in the antechamber either. Either way, thanks to him, it got more interesting. This way at least Iser wasn't bored. The Lord asked about maybe he should help, since their princess didn't seem to fully understand the situation yet. Iser went to grab a weapon from her drawer. He walked over to Serena and asked about the fact that he had taught her how to use it last time. He did everything for her while the mistress was in a stupor. Looks like the shooting target has changed. 2 years ago, it all started with hatred. Just as she hated the mere name Grayan, Friedrich felt the same way. There is a top-secret document of the kingdom. The mediator told Friedrich that this information was hard to get, even though not everything is clear, but the gist is clear. According to this document, Serenity's family has been hiding something for decades. He needs to find out what it is, but the form, quantity, and characteristics are currently unknown. Friedrich needed to secretly hand over any additional information as soon as he found it. That is a very serious and important matter. Serenity's survival depends on it. The greatest power and authority in the kingdom, the hotels, businesses, and numerous properties owned by this family, it is literally an opportunity to steal both power and assets. Friedrich had another important assignment, and that was to get Serenity's inside business information. Find out as much as possible about where they are investing, what land they are buying, and what kind of business they are going to open on it. So let Serena not know. He entered that house with hatred and such an order. But upon meeting her, that hatred soon turned against himself, and he decided to protect her from them. Expecting that one day all but Iser would take her family and abandon them, Serena has lived in all this fear on the edge, and when that moment comes, having lost everything, she will definitely not be able to endure such grief. Her world will crumble countless times and eventually disappear altogether. So he must find that thing first before they start threatening her. Friedrich must uncover the identities of those hiding behind the curtain and find out what they are looking for to protect her and the home she loves so much. Iser informs him that he will have to leave the room to see if the bullets will fly out or the words, so he better get going. The reason Serena is keeping Friedrich by her side is because she distrusts Iser, and that distrust is still deeply ingrained, so she's not ready to let Friedrich go just yet. But trust in him is strong. It's too much of a risk to send him away just because of being discovered playing in an empty antechamber. Importantly, Serena's faith in Friedrich is starting to fracture. Maybe the moment Iser leaves this house, Fried will leave too. Leaving the room, Iser instructed Rauld to find out about the warehouse where Sue had gone, which Serena gave her instructions, where the place was, what was inside, and what was the purpose, absolutely everything. Serena lowered her weapon and explained that the outhouse was where she was born and raised. Mom, Dad, brother, the smell of their family was still there, and she was trying to keep that place pristine. The cradle and stroller she used as a child, the paints she ineptly used for paintings, the smell of her mom's perfume that no longer sells, the coffee stains on the carpet her dad left behind when he played with her. The marks her brother made of her height when she was little, even though her mom scolded them for it so they wouldn't scratch the closet. The smell of Dad, that still lingered in the closet and in their bedroom. The reason she forbade other people from going in there is because she didn't want those trivial and nostalgic smells and traces to disappear. Of course, after Iser came along, she also needed her own safe corner. Serena asked if Friedrich now understood why she had forbidden him to go there. Friedrich apologized to her. Mistress asked him if he remembered their conversation on the day of their first meeting, to which Friedrich answered in the affirmative, and then Serena asked about when they should part. From memory, the day they met. Friedrich introduced himself to her. Serena informed him to be at her side as long as he was in that house as the man who existed for her. Then added that one day when she asked him to leave, he should just leave that house without asking for anything. In a separate building, Serena informed him that he knew that asking him to be at her side also meant obeying her instructions and orders. Their end was a foregone conclusion from the day they met. Unless he wanted that moment to come a little sooner, then he shouldn't break that day's promise again. Serena turned around and explained that she was tired and invited him into the room. She wanted to take a foot bath. Come to think of it, it seems the reason Serena opened her heart to him, a stranger, was because he turned out to be the complete opposite of Isaac. Unlike the one who ignored her, Friedrich always listened. The one who gave her the cold right answer and Friedrich who gave her the gentle wrong answer. So perfect pedantic Iser and so atypical Friedrich. Iser is like a cold stone to her, at the same time Friedrich is like a warm earth. He's like a silent winter lake and Friedrich is like a summer forest whispering only to her. Unlike someone who lives by the rules, Friedrich is free just like her. At least Serena thought he looked like her, even with that wavy hair. Suddenly Serena knocked over a bowl of water when Friedrich only put her foot down. She reasoned that the water was cold. In her mind she was thinking that Friedrich was just like Iser and was cheating on her as well. She wondered if Friedrich wanted something from her as well. Friedrich asked for that kind of forgiveness. It's the only way to protect Serena, even if his presence hurts her. He wants to keep what she wants and loves and only then leave. He wipes her feet and tells her he will ask her to adjust the water temperature and bring it back again. Friedrich is the only one of her people who doesn't have to follow Grandma and Iser's instructions throughout the mansion and hotel. As it should be, so far he has never disobeyed her orders. Serena didn't understand why he did. If he wanted to find something, he would have targeted the office or the information commando with many important documents. She wondered why he was in the vestibule with nothing. Friedrich was touching her doll, a place he had never been before, so he was just curious. Serena so reassured herself that was the reason. When Friedrich brought water, he saw that Serena was already wrapped up in a blanket. 2 days later, Sunday, Sue inquired about Serena's condition since she hadn't eaten breakfast in the morning. Serena replied that she was fine. Ever since they returned from the chairman's house, Madame has been in a bad mood. She had eaten almost nothing, only a very little fruit. Sue didn't understand why everything was back to the way it was. Sue said that in 2 days the anniversary of the opening of the hotel would finally come in 2 days. She was so nervous. Serena had worked very hard and diligently to prepare in a short period of time. Serena, on the other hand, started working at the hotel a long time ago, but this event is Mrs. Serena's first official appointment and her first public appearance as an owner. She had been contacted by the hotel management some time ago, and this year the yellow flowers sent as gifts every year came in much larger numbers. Everything else was prepared without any problems, so the celebration will go smoothly. Sue said that her evening gown that she would wear to the event had arrived a couple minutes ago, and a designer would be coming in the morning to give her a fitting. But since Serena wasn't eating properly, she might have lost weight in the meantime. Serena asked Sue about Friedrich used to be in the military. To that, Sue replied that yes, that's what she knew. Serena then asked about his background or anything special. Sue replied that other than name, age and military background, nothing. She didn't understand why the mistress was so suddenly interested in Friedrich's past. The I'd suggested to find out something or how. To which the mistress replied that there was no need. Sue asked about if she had plans with Lord Iser outside of the litter. She will prepare clothes for going out. At Iser's command, Raul has already reported what he's learned. Serena is buying up paintings under the alias Sarah, and the purchased works are stored in that warehouse. He checked everything. The secretary handed over a list of purchased works and warehouse information, located not too far away. Iser knew that Serenity's family from worship to generation had a great interest in art and culture, but the warehouse is a large 2-story house, and from the outside it looked like an ordinary mansion. Besides, there was a permanent guard of 10 people on the grounds. It must have cost a lot to buy so many works of art, as well as maintaining a large warehouse and guards. Iser didn't understand why he didn't know anything. Raul replied that when it came to the artworks, Mrs. Serena was personally in charge, and the funds were not from the hotel or the estate. Raul did a little research and discovered an interesting fact: the influence of that Serena is quite large. She is already so well known that there is no one in the industry who doesn't know about her, and in just 3 years or so she has raised a huge amount of capital. Iser saw the numbers. He asked about if he was sure, because that exceeds the budget of most middle-class families. Iser asked what Serena did for 3 years to raise that much money. Raul replied he couldn't believe it either, and so he double-checked with the bank, but it turned out to be true. Serena probably has separate money as well, and when you consider the value of the art supplies in the warehouse, the actual assets are estimated to be much higher. At the time, Serena lost a lot of money at the auction. At the time, a document for damages was sent to the mansion. That's how he found out about it. It was quiet after that. He thought she had stopped doing it. He had even mentioned it recently. Raul reported that he figured it out while searching for information. He knows why Mrs. Serena started collecting art. Most of the first purchases were artwork owned by Serenity, to be exact, artwork that belonged to Serenity, something that was sold after Iser came into the family. Now Iser understood why Serena had been doing all sorts of silly things back then. Right after his marriage to Serena, his first priority was to deal with Serenity's large debts and financial difficulties. To pay off the debt, the properties in the family's possession like buildings, land and mountains were sold, leaving only the portion with the potential greatest future value. The mansion's expensive jewelry, paintings, sculptures, and even furniture were all sold. At that point, there was one painting that Serena was particularly opposed to selling. An oil painting by Whit Blimero called The Color of Escutas. According to Sui, it took quite a while for the work to become the property of Balacious Serenity. For the couple, it is the most expensive and most cared-for painting. However, since the master's painting was quite expensive, he had to sell it. The day that Iser sold the painting was also the day that Serena asked him for something for the first and last time. It was the sight of a frazzled but serious girl standing in front of the painting with tears that seemed about to flow from her large eyes. Serena begged him not to touch that painting, and the money for the cost of that painting would somehow be collected, only he gave a few days. Iser asked about how she would do that and ordered the painting to be taken away. After that day, Serena had sold all her earrings and dresses herself and wanted her family's stuff back. That's how it started and got to this level. Making that much money, starting with just a few pairs of earrings. Rawls said that at first it was just buying a few pieces of art, but after that, he got the feeling that she started doing it also out of pleasure. Apart from the auctions, the scale gradually increased by investing in works and artists through galleries and so on. And after that, that money grew when the value from the sale increased. Rawl didn't understand why Iser was smiling. In particular, Serena had made a bold investment in pottery a year ago, and now that pottery was popular, she had made considerable money there and abroad. Many are interested in where Serena will invest because of her high acumen and stability. In fact, she has emerged as a market leader. When you think about it, Serena's personal spending on the estate was practically non-existent. Serena was particularly reluctant to spend her family's money, and the reason was obvious. Because of her pride, she probably didn't want to eat and dress with the money earned by Iser. However, he assumed that Sui and Raoul were able to somehow deal with it, since she called in a jeweler and went to banquets in luxurious jewelry and dresses. It turns out it was all achieved by herself. Iser didn't understand what he should do with the wayward princess. At the time, he just thought she was too immature and only caused trouble. She was criticized, ridiculed, and shamed for not being good at anything. But Serena managed to learn and steadily grow on her own without giving up, and now she has achieved such amazing results in just 3 years, and that's with the help of Sui alone. It's unbelievable, very unusual. Raul didn't understand what was going on because the smile that Iser had only appeared when he was really satisfied. Iser thought about the fact that Serena was Iance's blood after all. In a house with no opportunities, she looked like a small cat, but in her own territory, she's a real predator. The management of the hotel was going well as expected, and he looked forward to what the future held. This time, it felt to Iser like he had missed a beat. He asked about the fact that she still hasn't found the most coveted painting since it's not on the list. Raul replied that the painting is still owned by Dalaran. As Iser knows, most of Serenity's artworks were bought by Dalaran Gallery. After that, Dalaran Gallery suddenly faced financial difficulties and sold a lot of works, so Mrs. Serena returned most of the collection, but that work really has a high collection value, so it is still not put up for sale by the gallery. Iser thought about the fact that it bothered Serena a lot. Raul added that there was one more thing that was relevant to what he wanted to say. As of last day, a new director of the Dalaran Gallery had been appointed. How he could guess who the new director was. Iser gloomed and wondered if that one was back. The secretary explained that he just thought that Iser should know, then added that he had his car ready for him. Raul stammered that Isler would be going on a date with Mrs. Serena, then abruptly corrected himself that they just had plans outside the estate. The receptionist asked about when they would be back, to which Iser replied that it would probably be late. At that time, Serena was already packing.
Serena pulled herself together and walked determinedly over to Isaac. There was a secret determination on her face, as if she were ready for something important and urgent. She approached him with a confidence that emphasized her eagerness for action. When Serena's eyes met Isaac's, she couldn't help but notice that something had changed in his appearance. The expression on his face was not the same as usual, and there was a flicker of an unfamiliar tinge in his eyes that seemed to be caused by something deeper and more intriguing. She couldn't resist asking where they were headed. Iser answers cryptically, motioning for her to sit down as if preparing for something that required special attention. Serena, raising her eyebrows in surprise, inquires about the driver. Iser's reply that he will be driving himself comes as a shock to Mistress. Mistress asked about him being able to drive, to which he briefly replied yes. Serena didn't know that. As far as she knew, not many people in the kingdom had a license to drive. Well, there weren't really that many cars either. She didn't understand if she needed to sit in the front, because it was uncomfortable. Iser asked about why she didn't get in and maybe waited for him to open the door for her. Serena replied that she wasn't and told him not to even think about touching the doorknob. She would figure it out on her own. She thought about maybe she should just pretend that she didn't understand and just sit in the back. Iser asked about her thinking about sitting in the back. He suggested she sit next to him in the front. That didn't work, Serena thought. Radisson Arts Academy. That's the academy that Serenity's family sponsors. Serena thought they would naturally go to a restaurant, since he said they would eat out, but quite unexpectedly they arrived at the Radisson Arts Academy. The principal welcomed the couple and said that she and the teachers had been waiting for them since they received the call that they were coming. It had been a while since Serena had been there. The principal led them inside. She showed them the classrooms and explained that you have to train your body to dance from an early age, so there are a lot of classes for children. And since there is a growing demand for performing arts in the kingdom, so the ballet department is quite popular. Serena looked at the children and thought about how they were so cute. She was once like that too. Up until now, she had only followed that place on paperwork, but this place is alive and full of passion. A place where she sweated, studied, and raced to fulfill her dreams. Even as an infant, Serena faced the bitter reality of learning that her dream of becoming a ballerina was in jeopardy. The mysterious contradiction between her childhood dreams and the responsibility to the hotel to which she owed her family tradition came upon her like an unpredictable storm. Her grandmother and mother, as custodians of the family business, were putting life choices before her that seemed beyond her small shoulders. Serena, not yet even mastering the intricacies of her world, felt powerless in the face of these limitations. The little girl spent hours crying and feeling sad, unable to understand why she was forbidden to follow her dreams. In her eyes, she could see helplessness before the injustice of fate, and she incessantly asked the question, "Why can't I be a ballerina?" Every tear, every anxious question became echoes of her ambitious aspirations, which seemed distant and unattainable in a world where she was destined to become the heiress of the family business. A girl approached Serena and addressed Mrs. Serena. Serena wondered what the cute little girl was coming up to. The principal asked Jamie what she was doing there on Sunday, to which the girl replied that she was practicing Dopasna yesterday and forgot her bag when she left. Serena immediately joined the conversation with the question that she was the same Jamie, because she had wanted to meet her for a long time. The girl asked in surprise that her mistress knew her. Serena remembered her because she often saw that name in the reports. After all, she is one of the people they sponsor. She really has talent. Serena replied that of course she knows her, because she's heard that she's always being praised in various competitions. Jamie promised that she would work harder and become the best ballerina in the kingdom, and then added that she would become a really great cool adult like her sister. The principal immediately asked Jamie why she was calling Mistress Sis. "You can't do that, right?" To which Serena informed her that it was fine, and she could call her whatever she wanted. Jamie thanked her. The girl held out the handkerchief, saying that it was really important to her and that she wanted to give it to Serena as a gift. A cute little girl giving her such a nice thing, Serena thought. She thanked Jamie, thanked her embarrassed, and told her that she had to go now. The principal explained that Jamie knows that she gets funding from Mrs. Funding, so she wanted to meet very much before. Besides, Mrs. Serena also did ballet there in the past. It is nice and interesting for the children to see her. Now Jamie is going to brag to everyone. Iser asked about her liking that shawl so much that she continues to carry that shawl. Serena replied that of course she likes it, and then asked about the fact that if it wasn't a treasure, what was? In fact, Serena was still in a bad mood, so she wanted to stay home, but she still went because she had made a promise and was really starting to feel better. They visited a park she hasn't been to since she was 17. It's still just as beautiful and peaceful. And she also visited the academy and got an unexpected gift. When she sees Jamie and the other kids studying hard, she wants to work even harder. Serena walked on and thought that there was some truth to Chairman Harold's words. He said that if you went to a sponsored place, there would be things that would touch your heart that you couldn't get from a report. She thought about it for a while and then asked Iser about whether it was because of the words that the chairman said. Iser replied that if Mr. Harold had heard it, he would have been disappointed, because she had promised that she would definitely try it. Serena explained that it had been said out of politeness, and then she asked about whether or not he was going to visit all the places the chairman had mentioned at the time. She began to speculate that they had seen the show, had had coffee, which meant they had done everything, and then added that all they had to do was hold hands. But it was only when those words were said that the girl regretted it. Iser asked about her wanting to hold hands or what. Serena immediately started talking about how she just said the wrong thing. At that, he was already taking her hand. Serena thought about how it had been a long time since she had seen a show and gone to a cafe. She loved it, but the problem was that she was doing it with Isaacs. Usually you do that with friends or lovers, and she and him don't have the kind of relationship to go side by side holding hands like that. He explained that she should just think of it as a job. In any case, they would meet the chairman again soon, and then the time spent would be an experience and a help. It was like he was reading her mind. Serena asked about if they could walk slower. Maybe it's because he has longer legs and the stride is so big, it's hard for her to keep up with him. Iser agreed to go slower. After a while, he said that she still might not wear high heels, since her ankle shouldn't hurt that day, and then asked about getting a pair of low-heeled shoes, since they had other things to do. Shoes that he had sent her to tease her the first day she came to work at the hotel. Serena had asked him not to mention that day again. His foul intentions had made her feel bad. It was understandable, since that's what Heather had wanted when he'd sent the shoes. He informed her that she didn't have to try so hard anymore. Serena didn't know what he was talking about. He explained that she'd said so herself at the chairman's house. One minor weakness could be life-threatening at any moment, so she lived her life hiding her weaknesses, tolerating and pretending to be tough. That's the reason why that day Serena never wanted to show him she was hurting for anything. But now, there is no such reason at that moment. She doesn't need to overdo it and wear such high heels on purpose. She looks tall enough even without heels, and it's not even about height. Iser explained that there are more people in society who think she's a great person and respect her more than she thinks, like that girl from the art academy. So she needs to become more confident in herself. From the perspective of the man who taught her, he wants to say that she's doing a good job. In fact, high heels were an obsession for her. When it seemed like her family's crisis was her fault, countless times when she just stood quietly behind his ear. When it seemed to Serena that there was no more room for her in her own home, each time she felt pathetic and useless. If she dressed nicely and wore high-heeled shoes, she would look less small, less shabby and pathetic. Maybe that's not an outsider's opinion of Serena, but it's more likely that she was just afraid to see herself that way. Such was the obsession, the habit. Now, in Serena's mind, was what he said about her looking tall enough, even without those shoes, which means she's doing well. Serena is just happy. Iser explained that the shoes he sent her that day weren't just a taunt to her. He purposely pushed her that way. Serena couldn't figure out if he was disguising his apology for pushing her back then or what. She replied that she had forgotten about it, and he should forget about it too. Iser didn't even blink an eye. Indeed, a member of the Grayan family isn't human at all. But at this moment, he was behaving in an unseemly manner. She didn't understand why the sudden confusion. Suddenly, something dripped on her hat. Serena was already cursing that bird for doing such a thing to her hat. She immediately started asking about where the drop went, to which Iser asked her to stand still. Iser carefully removed her hat. Serena just thought that she was a bad bird, and now she was so embarrassed. She asked where the exit was because she wanted to leave. Iser asked her to follow him. Serena asked to wait a bit and tied a handkerchief instead of a hat. He asked about why she did that. Serena replied that there were still a lot of birds out there. Somehow she was uncomfortable. Who knows? Maybe on the way out it would happen again. Iser smiled and thought about why she was being so nice again. Serena asked about why the man was laughing. She has some weird sense of déjà vu. Iser still wasn't going to answer her. Serena mentally apologized to Jamie that her sister needed to survive somehow first. People were discussing Iser and Serena, who were already seated in the restaurant on the terrace. They were discussing their looks, their rumored attitudes. After a walk in the park and watching the show, they had already had dinner, and the day was coming to an end. The sunset was so beautiful, and that blaring music only made it more beautiful. Iser starts talking about his conversation with the chairman. Iser is going to build a new Serenity Hotel by the sea? Serena couldn't believe what she was hearing. The gentleman explained that at the moment, the Serenity Hotel has a solid business case because it is right in the center of town. As she herself knew, after the railroad station was built in the capital, the number of customers from all over the kingdom and the world increased rapidly, usually noble guests visiting the palace or businessmen visiting Velnburg for business reasons. In other words, their clients tend to come for a meeting, and only a small part of them come just for a rest or overnight stay. Despite this, reservations are always full, so the available space and the number of people is limited. Serenity needs a new second breakthrough immediately. Serena listened to this with rapt attention. The hotels have a strong business orientation, but the new hotel will be vacation-oriented. Serenity's second hotel in the resort area. Compared to the rather impressive size of the kingdom, they only have a tiny piece of territory in contact with the sea, so they are more of a country without a direct sea outlet. Because of this, there have been many wars in the past with countries adjacent to the coast to gain access to the waters. Her grandfather, that he was an officer, also fell victim to such a war. Eventually, with the victory in the war, their kingdom managed to subjugate other countries and become the greatest power on the continent by establishing trade and obtaining resources through them. They became a kingdom that owns the water space, but in reality, to see the sea, you have to travel a long way, and there is also a transportation problem. So many people have never seen the sea in their lives. Serena has been to many lakes and rivers, but the sea was too far away, so it was a special place that she could only go to during her mom's vacation. Because the people of the kingdom have different fantasies and expectations about vacationing at the sea, newspapers often put images of the sea on their front pages, or print and present them as postcards, because there is a high demand from people who want to experience the sea atmosphere. When the status society of the kingdom faded away, the newly emerged young rich people showed off their huge fortunes at cruise ship parties, arousing the curiosity and envy of many people, so the sea is definitely a place that people are eager to visit. Serena thought about the fact that if their hotel would be built there, and there would be a path by which even ordinary people could arrive without difficulty. A great idea indeed. Besides, the memory of her grandfather who gave them the sea at the cost of his life to them, Serenity means a lot. She likes this kind of idea. She said that that important conversation with the chairman was about that, to build a train station at the resort where the hotel will be erected. Iser replied that she's a quick learner. She seems to have already calculated it all on her own independently, so you can skip the explanations. It would go beyond the concept of just building a new hotel and become a major new business by developing an existing small town. Eventually, Serenity's new hotel would become the center of the largest resort town on the continent. Serena thought to herself that this seemed like a good opportunity for Serenity to make a second breakthrough, and the timing and opportunity were perfect. He hadn't consulted her before, so he thought she'd lose her temper and throw a plate at him. Looks like she's starting to trust him a little bit. That's why he was going on an extended business trip, had to go for a checkup. Since urban development was planned, most of the time permits from the kingdom were needed, and land purchases had to be addressed. Serena now understands why he started teaching her right after he arrived from his business trip. Iser explained that this is a big business in many ways, so it will not go smoothly. There is a lot of work to be done. There are many things that need to be solved immediately, such as the construction of the train station-related issues. Anyway, he has to take care of the new hotel, so the hotel in the center will be left to Serena. From now on, she will also receive reports about the resort. Serena calmly agreed. Iser heard her calm, "Uh-huh," with a slight bewilderment, still unable to get used to this peaceful reaction because he was preparing for a battle. His gaze flickered with echoes of a readiness for a fight that never found its manifestation. This contrast between his inner tension and her calm affirmation of the inevitable created some misunderstanding in their relationship. Aesir probably didn't realize exactly how much she liked this plan, and despite the future difficulties that would inevitably arise after this decision was made. Perhaps in this moment, where the dialogue was expected to be heated, the atmosphere became filled with confusion and uncharted prospects. When he sees her at such a moment, he feels her immense affection for her family. Even standing before him, her face remained an open canvas of emotions that fluttered on its surface. Love of family. He cannot understand such feelings. The waiter came over to them and asked about their favorite lamb rib steak for dinner, then added that they were having cake and black tea, chocolate cake and pistachio cake for dessert, then asked about maybe they would like to try the opera cake. The waiter offered to elaborate, it is their best dessert. It is the most popular because it goes well with black tea. He highly recommends it. Serena asked to give anything but the opera cake. The waiter was a little confused, and then asked what about the gentleman. Aesir replied that he didn't need anything. After a while, when the moments of discussion and tension had passed, Serena was already at the table, savoring every spoonful of her dessert. Her gaze reflected peacefulness, and a smile played on her lips, indicating that the delicious pleasure overcame all previous moments. Aesir thought about the fact that she ate dessert well, except that she ate normal food like a bird. He informed her that she had some left on her lips. Serena immediately started wiping it off with thoughts of being a baby and now so embarrassed. Aesir asked about how she didn't like the food or how there was a lot left over. Serena replied that it was delicious. He asked about why she ate so little. Serena replied that it didn't matter. Aesir explained that she had to eat well and be healthy to stay in place for a long time, and then asked about how she didn't want to live up to the expectations of a little ballerina who wanted to become a great and wonderful adult like her. Serena remembered all those words from Isaac's, that there would come a moment when she would die, that he would take away everything she had. She abruptly stood up and announced that she wanted to go home. Aesir asked if she could walk a little faster because the drops were falling a little at a time, and it looked like it was going to rain soon, or if she should wait and he would come by car. Serena replied that she didn't have to, they just had to cross the bridge. Aesir thought about the fact that her expression had suddenly faded. Perhaps she was just tired. A sudden feeling of dread swept over Serena, causing her to grasp Isaac's hand automatically, as if searching for support and protection. At that moment, something sudden or unknowable may have passed them by, but the emotional surge made her react instinctively. She didn't realize what it was and was already clinging to Aesir. Some man was driving. He was in a bad way. Without noticing the road what was there, he crashed into the crates that were standing there. All the stuff that was there started falling off the cliff. He thought he was going to fall down, but when he noticed the cat that was sheltering from the rain was nailed by a crate, the poor thing couldn't move. It was dead from that. There was a kitten next to that cat. The man just pushed them off the cliff because they weren't moving at all. The Royal Flower Show. Going to the show, held every spring, was one of her family's annual events, and when she was little, she loved going there. It was like a festival, a trip that was a perfect happiness for her. A week before the exhibition, Serena counted the remaining days, choosing clothes and favorite dolls in advance, baking cookies to give to friends with her grandmother, naturally packing and picnic baskets, visiting new towns and villages, unfamiliar scenery on the way to the town where the exhibition was held, being able to sit next to her mom, who could finally allow her to take a moment after a long time and excitedly chat throughout the trip. Serena loved that time very much. However, a year after graduating from Dallencourt, in the spring before she turned 17, the day before her long-awaited departure for the exhibition, she was unable to make the trip due to a high fever and stomach pains. Serena was lying in bed at the time and did not understand how this could be at all. Why, at that moment? Because she had waited so long for this day. Balaisha answered that nothing and asked her daughter not to be sad, because illnesses come at any time, and asked her to keep her stomach warm and drink plenty of warm tea. Her mom said that her grandmother would be home soon, and while she was gone, her grandmother would take care of Serena and the house. Serena asked about Grandma not going to the expo, to which Belasha replied that Grandma had said she didn't want to go since Serena was sick, so she was staying with her. Serena informed her that she would then feel guilty, so let Grandma go to the expo too. Mom explained that Grandma had already made up her mind. Serena knew how stubborn she was. Belasha wanted to stay with her daughter because she was worried about her, but Grandma still insisted, and then added that she wanted to not go at all this year. Serena's father and brother also said they didn't want to go. Serena said that they must have made arrangements with other aristocrats by now, and in general she was about to turn 17. But everyone still treated her like a child. I mean, she just has a fever and a little tummy ache, and that's it. Serena shouldn't have let them go, should have thrown a tantrum, begged them not to go. Then she should have asked her mom to go because she'd be more stressed and depressed. Then she just didn't know that was the last time Serena would see her mother's face. Belasha said she would buy Serena her favorite floral soap. So, the next morning, Mom, Dad, and brother left for the exhibit, and she stayed at the mansion with her grandmother. On the third day, her condition improved significantly, and Serena, after a long period of time, had a leisurely dinner alone with her grandmother. Serena tasted the cake and told her that the cookies and cakes her grandmother had made were the most delicious in the world, to which Yansa asked who she had learned to suck up to, because it was just an ordinary cake. Yansa said that when she was her age, Serena's great-grandmother scolded her a lot, because the grateful lady comes in and out of the kitchen with dough on her hands. Yansa had a hard time learning from the chef without her strict grandmother knowing, but it was fun, and she learned a lot then. Serena replied that it sounded like the chef had good skills, and even if her grandmother had opened a dessert store instead of a hotel, she would still have succeeded. Yansa informed her that she had another secret recipe, even her mom didn't know about it. Serena asked her grandmother to tell her, and she would keep it a secret from her mom. Yansa explained that a recipe is just a recipe. She will think about it when Serena becomes the manager of the hotel. But suddenly the doors opened abruptly. The butler announced that there was an urgent call and the mistress needed to answer it as soon as possible. The sad news arrived at an unexpected moment. Iance was informed that the carriage had fallen off a cliff, news that made grandmother faint on the spot, and Serena's happy life suddenly came to an end, shattering into pieces. The cat's family had died so suddenly as well. Iser turned to Serena and informed her that there was nothing to be done and they should go. As soon as Serena stepped back a bit, the kitten started meowing. Serena, gathering herself with determination in her eyes, turned to Iser, asking him to wait. Her words carried some invisible thread of responsibility to this small, still-living kitten. In that moment, her voice sounded like a muffled call of concern. She felt like the guardian of a small life. Her eyes reflected her willingness to take responsibility and care, even in this uncertain moment. Iser might have seen in her eyes a determination and a sense of duty to this little creature, to which the one replied that he was very ill. The mistress turned abruptly and with a shout informed him that the one might still be alive. Iser asked about what she wanted to do. If there was no way to help, then what was she going to do? To which Serena replied that she herself doesn't know yet. But even so, she just can't pass it by. Even if he dies soon, at that moment he is alive and crying out there. Who knows? Maybe with her help he can survive. Iser informed her that it was a futile act, and then asked about the fact that did she have time to worry about anything else, because she had an important event in 2 days. If she fails because she's distracted by something, the only one who will get hurt will be herself. What could be more important? Serena asked about the mindset of the Grayan family. If it interferes with work, then it's a life that doesn't care. Let it die or what? Then she decided to teach him Serenity's mindset. If you can give this little creature a chance at life by spending a maximum of 5 minutes on the way to the car, avoiding the rain, she would do it without hesitation. Even if the baby eventually dies, she wouldn't think she had wasted her time. She explained to him, if he talked about how spouses meant standing up for each other, if he was responsible for Serenity's name, then he should also respect her and learn from her. Iser remembered that he was training a true predator. Serena thought about the fact that even though he took the lives of humans so lightly, so he could know about the lives of animals, no matter how much she said, he would not understand, not worth hoping for. She informed him that if he wanted to go, then let him go. Serena started down the slope. The rain made it very slippery, and she should be more careful. Iser thought to himself that if she was going to do this, she should do it properly. He decided to see what their princess would do. He was worried about how much there was, and she might hurt herself. The rain was getting heavier, and she didn't seem like she was going to rest until she got the kitten. Iser decided to help her out. Serena, worried about the kitten wrapped in her arms, was in tense anticipation, begging for a little patience. Her heart beat with uncertainty, and she hugged the little creature tightly, as if through this gesture she was conveying her concern and promise of help to him. Her eyes reflected longing, and her breathing grew more even as she prayed, as if admonishing herself that this moment would not be a farewell. Suddenly, Iser covered her with his jacket. She turned around to look at him. Iser motioned for her to be there. Serena was already sitting in the cozy abode of the car, gently cradling a kitten wrapped in a soft blanket in her arms. Her gaze was filled with care and warmth, and her affectionate movements spoke of cherishing this small, defenseless creature. Never would she have guessed that Iser would offer his help in an attempt to understand and sort things out. She noticed that his perpetually straight hair, having become wet from the rain, had begun to curl, and his clothes, always clean and neat, were covered in grass. Said it was a useless act, but when he gently held out this child to her in his large hand, it was as if he were a different person altogether. Sue saw the kitten and said it was a baby. Serena explained that she had brought it, but she didn't know what to do with it, perhaps because it was soaked in the rain, it was cold, and its voice was weak. Mistress asked that they could get Astanza and Lennon to look after him as soon as possible. He must be rescued by all means, absolutely. Sui informed her not to worry so much, as the kitten's condition didn't look that critical, but it needed to be warmed up first. With an affectionate look, Sui handed the little kitten to the maid and asked her to carefully wipe and heat the water in the kitchen to ensure the baby's comfort and coziness. Her voice sounded like a muffled melody, full of care and warmth. The maid took the fluffy ward in her arms and headed towards the kitchen, where a pleasant aroma was already wafting. Serena asked about what she had asked her to do. Sue informed her that Friedrich had been in the bedroom all day, not moving around the mansion or doing anything special. Serena slowly entered the room, her gaze traveling to where Friedrich usually was. She spoke his name, and at the same moment she noticed him sleeping. A light was streaming into the room, illuminating it with warm rays and creating an atmosphere of peace and comfort. Friedrich, as if immersed in the world of dreams, was resting with his eyes closed. It was the first time such a thing had happened, for he was always the first to greet her as soon as the door was opened, and at that moment so soundly asleep. On the table, in the unimpressive twilight, her sleeping pills glowed. Her gaze lingered on the small package, and she remembered that she hadn't resorted to the remedy since she'd been fully immersed in managing the hotel's affairs. The question of why it was back in front of her was surely running through her mind, making her wonder about possible motives for its sudden appearance. Serena doesn't understand what's going on, as the Iser she knew was the man that planned to break into her home, save the hotel, and then take care of her and capture Serenity. However, after watching him up close, he was genuinely trying to educate her and even talked about how he was going to create a new hotel from scratch that would be built on the beach. In fact, he was really going on a business trip for a long time, and even looking at the meeting with Chairman Harold, she doesn't think that it was an act. Would someone who was thinking of getting rid of her bother with such detailed training and informing her of the business plan? It would have sufficed to simply pass the paperwork through Raoul as before. In fact, unlike the past, no longer does he give the feeling that he is ready to kick her out, whether to kill her right at that moment. Friedrich, on the other hand, Serena thought he was the only one who could give her peace of mind, but after that day, she feels kind of weird. Nothing much had happened, but no matter how much she thought about it, that episode kept popping into her head. She didn't understand why he was doing things he'd never done before, and what was so angry that he'd taken so many sleeping pills. Serena wants to get to know him better, but is also afraid of what she might find out. This unexpected behavior was confusing Serena. Taking a deep breath, she pondered what could have happened to make him fall asleep at such an unexpected moment. Her curiosity and desire to understand the reason for his sudden falling asleep created an air of mystery around them, as if the clue was lurking in the very air. Serena, standing in front of him, was experiencing a strange mental dilemma. She wanted to talk to him, to find out what lurked in his soul, but with each passing second, he drifted deeper into the dream world. Her words seemed to lose their meaning in that stillness, and she faced the unknown boundary between her feelings and the mysterious dream consuming him. It was hard to admit, but a wall had sprung up between them, so she would be careful. So in that room, he would stay one last time. She's not going to let him go right away, since her suspicions about Iser aren't completely gone yet, but now she'll be wary until she learns more about him. There's no way to talk anyway, so it's best to postpone the conversation until the next day. She needs to move him to the bed. She picked him up and began to slowly move him. Moving a man like that, carrying him on your back is so hard you just have to make it to the bed. She managed to do it. She might even be a strong man. She wondered if Friedrich's appearance in her life was a poison or a cure. She mentally asked him not to make her worry, because she wanted to believe him. Friedrich turned to Mrs. Serena through the dream and asked for her forgiveness. Serena abruptly jumped out of bed and just ran outside into the rain. Anxiety plagued her. Her head was splitting as if ready to split in half, and she felt a tightening pressure in her chest. The pain was not only physical, but emotional as well, like a reflection of an internal imbalance. She tried to find relief, but every movement seemed an unbearable ordeal. Her stomach filled with heaviness, waves of nausea overtook her, and she felt like she was dying. Her heart pounded frantically, creating an infernal rhythm that reminded her of the storms inside her. She sinks into a state where physical and emotional suffering intertwine, creating an exceptionally bleak feeling of powerlessness against the storm within her. Serena suddenly forgets how to breathe. She needs to pull herself together. Her head is spinning, her breathing is hitched. It's very hard. Finding herself in a situation where misunderstanding weaved with uncertainty, she felt the pressure of the unknown. She knew she had to find a way out somehow, to calm down and find answers. Suddenly, Iser came in, his appearance so unexpected that she didn't even have time to look up. Quickly and decisively, he walked over to her, grabbing her hand. His touch felt like a sudden electrical charge, bringing an unexpected element to her state. In that moment, she felt as if time had slowed down and her heart began to beat harder. Iser, upon meeting Serena, couldn't resist questioning her actions, asking if she had lost her mind. What was she doing here? Iser's gaze darted between her and the rain, creating an accentuated note of bewilderment and some anxious interest. He was apparently encountering something like this for the first time, and his feelings of displeasure were mixed with some intrigue. Then he suddenly turned to the question of her hobbies, expressing interest in what her hobbies were, so she decided to get soaked in the rain. It was the moment when Serena herself began to realize that her act was indeed out of the ordinary, causing unfortunate looks and comments from those around her. Iser was bringing her inner contradictions to the surface in his curiosity, making her wonder why exactly she had chosen to get wet, and what motivations were behind this strange hobby. Serena reported that she had been thinking about what she would come to realize if she stood in the rain. Suddenly, butlers with umbrellas appeared and asked if something was wrong. Iser noticed that Serena was completely drenched in her clothes. He covered her up and informed them not to get close. He would take Serena inside himself, but those who did should call Sue and Astanza. Astanza, after examining her, reported that all of these symptoms come with severe shock and stress. She would treat her, and she would be fine soon. First of all, Madam needs to get a good rest, and the next day keep herself calm and take it easy. Sui replied that she understood her. Madam Serena's condition is unstable, so it would be better for her to stay at the mansion for a while and accompany her to the reception the day after tomorrow. Sui wondered if everything would be all right since the hotel event was in 2 days. Astanza said that she would go check on the kitten's condition some more. Sui turned to Serena and said she would support her and suggested we go to the room. She explained that washing would only tire her out, so it would be better to just dry herself off with a wet towel and go to bed. Serena suggested that Isaiah go to the outhouse, explaining that she was going to spend the night there alone. She felt the need for privacy to be able to carefully consider her thoughts and make important decisions, especially regarding Friedrich. Calmness and unhurriedness were important aspects, as she should not allow anyone to feel or understand anything of her inner conflict. However, she decided to postpone the decision on how to deal with Friedrich until after the event, in order to keep the party atmosphere intact and avoid unnecessary rumors and misunderstandings. The next day, Sui informed her that she had brought her the documents she had asked for and also brought some appetizers. The cook had taken care of it and made simple ones. Serena informed her to leave only what she had asked her for and asked her to leave. Anxiety about Serena's condition surfaced in Sue's reflection. She concluded that Serena was indeed not feeling well. In her reflection, there was a concern stemming from her concern for her mistress. Sui handed over the papers with the neatness typical of her ministry, handing Serena not only the papers, but also an important reminder of the upcoming event. "Tomorrow is an important day, mistress," Sui informed her, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming event. "You shouldn't overwork yourself too much today," she added, as if anticipating Serena's possible desire to immerse herself in work difficulties. The doctor had said to get plenty of rest, but Sui didn't understand why the lady would suddenly need the hotel's management records from a year ago, the documents Mr. Iser had in his possession. Another thing that seemed strange to the assistant was that she asked for data about the coastal cities belonging to the empire. It was strange to Serena how it turned out that the place where Mr. Iser claimed to build a hotel was a nearby coastal town called Flo Marina in Atiazan, a city belonging to the empire. This sudden turn of events left her perplexed, and she began to wonder what could have been wrong. Suddenly, information surfaced in her mind that a few years ago, Azer had purchased plots in some unknown city, and this information was recorded in the work log she had been handed. This point raised additional questions for Serena and increased her desire to clarify the situation. First of all, Mrs. decided to check if what he said was true, and if the city in those documents was exactly Flo Marina. The exact records could not be found. But he certainly did not buy plots in Flo Marina. Circumstantial evidence suggests he bought them in Santoria Blue. Serena said Flo Marina, but he actually bought plots in Santoria Blue. It doesn't add up. Serena's already freaked out about Friedrich, and now this is bothering her. Taking it upon herself to understand the mysteries of the two towns, Serena set about scrutinizing the documents. Her interest in detail was so keen that she scrutinized every page, immersing herself in long-forgotten facts and historical events. At first, the documents seemed like a labyrinth full of uncharted paths and mysteries, but as she read, she became more knowledgeable. After a while, she went to the phone and dialed Jack, the Serenity family's attorney. He asked about what she was calling about. Serena asked about the fact that she and Isaac were, after all, studying and signing contracts for a new hotel together. Jack responded positively to Serena's suggestion. Serena responded with a serious tone that he would be obligated to answer all of her questions from now on. She emphasized that any evasiveness or giving false answers would result in immediate dismissal. This moment was the turning point in their working relationship. Serena, in a stern and clear manner, laid down immutable rules, giving Jack no room to play stealth or manipulate in any way. Serena inquired about the location of the town where Iser had contracted to build a new hotel. In the office, Serena and Iser unexpectedly bumped into each other, causing the latter to misunderstand. Not understanding why she had shown up in his office at such an unusual time while making a mess, Iser was intrigued as to what could have brought her here. It wasn't just the unexpected encounter that caught his attention, it was the mess left behind that was a mystery in itself. Serena, starting the conversation, decided to clarify the situation by stating that he had allegedly claimed to be building a new Serenity hotel at a place called Flo Marina. In response, Iser gazed into her eyes in surprise, realizing that something had gone wrong. Finding himself confused, he sought to understand the nature of what was happening and unravel her intentions. Although it is also a coastal city in Atiazan, Santoria Blue is a port city, so it itself is larger and much better developed than a normal Flo Marina town. But, fun fact, Santoria Blue is a town that has been owned by the Grayon family since ancient times. The money of the big trading companies is handled by Selter Bank, which was acquired by the Graham family decades ago. There is also a huge bond market that manages credit money. Private loans are also one of the main activities of Graham. Serena asked about him going to build a hotel in a city that is already under Graham's rule or what. In his moment of trepidation about building a hotel, he briefly overlooked an important fact. The Graham family was also in the construction business. They were talking about building and developing a large hotel and a new shopping street in Santoria Blue, which was essentially their town. There can't be a connection there. If a contract was signed with the Graham architects to build a new hotel, that means that Iser is in charge of both the Serenity family and the Graham family. It's a great danger that could take everything away from Serenity's family. Serena asked him to explain why he said he was going to build a hotel in Flo Marina and then signed a contract for a site in Santoria Blue. Iser thought about the fact that he was in trouble, but still continued to remain silent. Serena had already asked with a shout about what his silence meant, and if it was all true, he should start making excuses at least some way. After a while, Iser admitted that he had signed a contract for land in Santoria Blue. When Serena heard that, she began to ask why he had lied to her, whether he had plans to take over and turn over their hotel, and whether he was going to build a hotel or just needed an excuse. Giving in to the excitement, she felt a mixture of emotions, joy and ignorance. She recognized that ignorance reigned in her world, and yet happiness sparkled in her eyes. The idea she had welcomed so fervently seemed like something magical to her. She did not realize how foolish he thought her, for it was so easy to deceive her, and how much fun it must have been to watch. The fact that those people had gotten close to her for a specific purpose from the beginning, Serena felt like she was about to throw up. She had no idea what was going on in his mind, and trusted her body and mind with complete devotion. Devoutly delving into her studies and labor, she tried her best, striving for perfection and truly believing in her path. Serena, sensing the mirth in the air, decided to find out exactly what it was that brought Iser joy. With a note of jest, she wondered if he was having so much fun watching her hard work, or if there was something else that brought him joy and fulfillment. And yet, even if it was just a drop in the ocean, she felt that, for a moment, as if sliding across the surface of the water, she had been able to glimpse other sides of Iser. This sensation, unconsciously arising in her heart, brought a fleeting sense of comfort to their companionship. Now, realizing that she had succumbed to weakness and allowed herself to see something positive in Isaac's, Serena was experiencing an inner conflict. Self-pity and self-loathing slowly overwhelmed her for being able to even for a moment think of him in a positive way. In that moment, the tattered pages of the books were a testament to her inner struggle, reflecting her torn feelings. She couldn't stop repeating how he had only given her a few books, leaving all the time-consuming work at the hotel on her shoulders, and he found it amusing to watch her efforts. Serena, weighed down with bewilderment and indignation, could not contain her emotions and threw the books, radiating intense energy. The flight of the books became a kind of expression of her inner rebellion and struggle. Each apt throw became a moment when she expressed her feelings, trying to throw off the burden of frustration and irritation that arose from his carelessness and misunderstanding. Iser politely but firmly asked Serena to stop. Despite the wording of his request, there could be a sense in his tone that he needed some balancing out of the situation. Serena kept asking if money was his goal, and then, without waiting for an answer from him, she answered that it was the most important thing to him. She asked him to just tell her what he wanted and not make other people look foolish by saying things he didn't mean, putting on an unnecessary show for no one. Her questions hung in the air like a thin fog of unsolved riddles. She wondered what he desired and for what purpose he had invaded her home. Her voice was a mixture of curiosity and caution, as if she was trying to decipher the secret language of his intentions. Serena didn't understand if her grandmother felt the same way, the feeling of being completely alone, not knowing who to trust in a crowd of people trying to steal everything from them. Serena kept tearing up the books, and Iser thought about doing something about her hands. With a sudden burst of energy, as if wrapped in strength, he instantly lifted her over his shoulder and headed in an unknown direction with the swiftness of decisive steps. His muscles tensed, and his gaze lit up with insistence, as if he had an urgent task that needed to be accomplished immediately. The mistress hovering over his shoulder restlessly tried to get her words to him, insisting that he let her go immediately. You could feel the tension and attempts at clarification in her voice, but his resolve did not falter. There was a mystery in the air at this moment, and both were gripped by events that seemed to be just beginning to unfold. He took her hands in his and gently set her down on the dresser, gazing intently into her eyes. Squeezing her hands with his own, he pronounced that it was important to him that she calm down. There was a tinge of concern in his voice, and he tried to convey his concern and desire to help her, warning her against possible stress or worry. At this time, Friedrich awoke, looking around from the room to realize how much time he had spent asleep. A sense of lost time, of uncertainty, filled his mind, and he tried to make sense of what had happened in his absence. His eyes read confusion and misunderstanding as he realized he had overlooked some important points. A note from Serena lay on the bed, containing an explicit warning. If he decided to resort to sleeping pills again, he would not be forgiven. The tone of the note reflected seriousness, as if in every word was a firm determination to keep his mind clear and sober. The room was suddenly lighted up by the figure of Sue, who had entered at the noise. Her attention had been attracted by Iser's condition, and she could not help inquiring when he had awakened. Asking this, she perhaps felt responsible for his welfare, which added a touch of care and consideration to the room. To which the man replied that it was about an hour ago, and asked about where Mrs. Serena was and when she had returned. Sue replied that Madame was in her office. She is going to spend the night at the hotel, so she won't be back until the next evening. Since there is an important event coming up, she usually always sleeps at the hotel at times like this. Sue couldn't help but notice that lately there had been some awkwardness between Mrs. Serena and Friedrich. The mysterious moments of silence and the muted glances that were absent before were creating a kind of emotional tension around them. She noticed that even mundane conversations had become somewhat stagnant, as if something unspoken hovered in the room. Sue observed that the two of them had behaved unusually close to each other from the beginning, creating an atmosphere of mysterious intimacy around them. However, for the moment, just as strangely and suddenly, they became distant from each other. This change in the dynamics of their relationship raised questions and misunderstandings. The hostility towards Mr. Iser had also disappeared. Before, Serena couldn't even be in the same space, but things had changed. Friedrich, feeling nauseous from the excess of sleeping pills, slowly became aware of his surroundings. Trying to regain clarity in his thoughts, he noticed Sue heading towards the exit. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he asked where she was going, explaining that she wanted to get some air, taking a walk in the garden after an unscheduled afternoon nap. Sue, remaining unperturbed, replied that it was impossible until Mrs. Serena returned. Her words created a mysterious aura around Serena's absence and raised further questions in Friedrich's mind as to what had happened in his absence and where exactly Sue had gone. He had been ordered to remain within the confines of the bedroom and bathroom on the third floor. While Iser and Serena's attention was focused on the property acquired in Santoria Blue, it became clear that the property had become a decoy of sorts, designed to reveal the powers that be behind Friedrich. The land became a battlefield where mysterious intrigues and hidden agendas were played out, drawing attention to the secrets that shrouded their lives. It was obvious that Friedrich had approached Serena with a purpose. The question, however, remained as to who exactly was behind this mysterious maneuver and what exactly the objectives were. The essence of the mystery remained unsolved as they tried to penetrate the mysteries encompassing their lives and relationship. For a long time, Iser carefully tried to unravel the mystery using various methods, but all his efforts were in vain. At some point, however, it became clear that Friedrich, using Serena's name, had secretly stolen some important work documents. This discovery became a peculiar turning point, lifting the veil of secrecy and providing Iser with a tool to find out who exactly is behind the mysterious Friedrich. Iser, in possession of this information, decided to use it to his advantage. By attempting to spread false information based on the stolen documents, He sought to attract the attention of those who might be trapped in the lie. This cunning plan of Iser's hinted at his willingness to fight in the shadows, revealing the mysterious intrigues hidden around their business world. Judging from the timeline, it can't be an 8-family initiative. Nevertheless, there is a high possibility that Grayon is behind it, but there are also some suspicious aspects that make the claim ambiguous. It is impossible to say for sure, ruling out the possibility of a third-party action directed at Serenity. Clearly, the events have drawn the attention of not only the 8 families and Grayon, but also others involved, creating a complex picture of intrigue and suspense. The ambiguity of what is happening creates tension and raises many questions that require detailed investigation. Perhaps the unraveling of the intricate plan depends on uncovering the secret motives of a third party, and only then will it become clear who exactly is behind what is happening and what their goal is with regard to Serenity. The crux of the problem is that the third party has not yet been identified. That is why Friedrich is forced to stay in that house. His presence becomes a key link to discovering the identity of this mysterious party. His role becomes an integral part of the investigation, and it is through him that it is hoped to solve mysteries and reveal the motives of those hidden in the shadows. The current variable is that Serena has learned of this decoy. In fact, Serena used to either stay in her room or go to banquets with a mask on and seemed indifferent to this sort of thing. So Easier hadn't expected her to check business documents so carefully and never thought she would find and memorize that one line of information in that huge pile of papers and then immediately check and confirm that it was about Santoria Blue. Iser didn't know what to do, because if he told Serena that the land purchase was a decoy, he would also have to tell the truth about Friedrich. But Friedrich is still needed. He doesn't know how Serena will react if he tells the truth, so he can't do that. At this point, he can only hope that Serena will get to that point and use Friedrich. Iser said it was true that he had contracted and bought land in Santoria Blue, but he wasn't lying to her, because a new hotel will be built in Flo Marina. Iser wasn't trying to deceive her. Serena asked about how she could believe him, since Jamie's lawyer had informed her that the contract had been signed specifically for the land for the hotel. Iser went on to say that, like she had said, that town was his family's town, so he knew it better than anyone. That piece of land was really in a good location. That was Adiazin's government land, so no one could buy it. But once that law was repealed, there was an opportunity, and he was the first one to buy it. That's not a lie. It may not be a place for a new hotel, but there are many other uses for it. That land will come in handy later. He then informed her that if she had any doubts, she could call and sell it. Serena informed him that now he didn't need to report to her about the situation with the construction of the new hotel, because from now on, she would also be involved in it and make a decision on an equal footing with him. Iser wanted to ask something. They'd had a lot of problems in all that time, so he could understand why she hated him. But even before she'd met him, she'd talked about hating his family. The interest that arose in him turned into real concern when he thought about the possible reasons for this strange turn of events. Most people in the kingdom think that way about his family, so he hadn't even considered the reason for Serena's hatred, thinking she was the same. But now, when he looks into her eyes, he finds it strange. Can this kind of hatred and anger show up just because his family doesn't match her values or not? Therefore, does she have personal reasons and not societal reasons? Serena answered that yes, there is such a reason, her personal reason that neither her grandmother nor her mom knows about. A reason to hate the Grayon family, why she was forced to quit ballet. Serena asked about him wanting to know that, and if so, he should also tell her what his deal with her grandmother was, because it must have been her grandmother just his to return the family to its former greatness and what he wanted. She informed him that it would get easier for them, telling each other in confidence. To which Iser replied that she was already a real businesswoman, even making conditions. To which Serena informed that she learned from him, because he is the same. Iser won't say it if Jansa asked to keep it a secret. Such a calculating man obviously won't say anything unless there's a benefit to him. Ruthless in his gains and losses, he sees no point in exploring the past. It is unclear to her why this information is important to him. He measures all events and decisions only by their practical significance, leaving aside questions about the meaning of history. Her bewilderment is rooted in her inability to comprehend the logic of his approach. Perhaps his equanimity and indifference to the past is a consequence of his desire for dispassionate efficiency, but it remains a mystery to her why he would break away from his roots and forget the past. Perceiving the moment as part of an enigmatic puzzle picture, Iser could not take his eyes off her lips, on which the color red seemed something unspeakably steady and mysterious. He found himself beginning to speculate as to why that hue was so irresistible on her lips. There was an exceptional intrigue mixed with some misunderstanding in his gaze. He remembered the moments when he had seen her lips glisten a bright red and could not escape the feeling that the color was a symbol of some mysterious and constant energy contained in that smallest detail of her appearance. He leaned closer to her, took her sore lip carefully in his hand, and asked her not to bite her lip again. His movements were careful, and his thumb was lightly guided over the wound, showing care and attention to her well-being. Iser, watching this scene, pondered how a shadow appeared inside those bright red lips, creating some mysterious aura. The hot breath gave them even more intensity, making this moment special and mysterious, as if those lips held an unknowable story. The small shelter created by the warming body heat was filled with an atmosphere of hot, soft, moist, and, at the same time, dangerous attraction. This corner was a true source of sensuality and intrigue, as if it were the epitome of passion and mystery. Dangerous yet enticing in their beauty, those tantalizing lips made him curious. Inside them lurked a dilemma, whether what he swallowed would become a cure or, on the contrary, a poison. This mystery, like a magic drug, attracted his attention, arousing his interest in uncharted boundary states and risk. Suddenly, Sui appeared in the room, her attention caught by the unhurried conversation, and she asked if the mistress was here, reminding him that it was time to head to the hotel. Sui's gaze was filled with professional courtesy, but at the same time a sense of responsibility was evident in it. Iser thought it would be best to move away from the mistress, so he did. Sui kept asking if Mr. Iser was still there and asked for permission to enter them, to which Serena replied that she would not go in, she would come out herself. Mistress began to slide off the dresser. She didn't understand why she flinched as if she was doing something wrong. Serena hadn't done anything wrong. In misunderstanding her own feelings, she had put herself in a stupor. Perhaps she was overwhelmed with anxiety, and that was why her voice had gotten louder. Her heart seemed to burst out of her chest, rhythmically thumping with sensations she couldn't quite make out. Maybe the excitement and misunderstandings themselves were creating this restless symphonic backdrop in her inner world. As he strode toward the door, Iser said he realized that even if he spoke his words, she probably wouldn't believe him. Nevertheless, it is important for him to convey something meaningful to her. In his voice, he sounds confident that the message carries importance, but also fearful of possible misunderstanding. There are mixed feelings of determination and anxiety in this moment. Iser may realize that his words could change something in their relationship, but despite the uncertainty of her reaction, he is about to speak out what has long been stored in his soul. He only needs to keep his promise to Ian, so he just does what he has to do. With the real mistress of this family, for the sake of nominal married status, eating lunch together twice a week and sharing minimal work documents, and that's enough. Starting to teach her the basics of business management was his decision, but he did it for himself, not for her. And everything on top of that is like a tedious favor to him. Whether she's crying or laughing, whether she's having a hard time or having fun, whoever she's with and whatever she's doing, whatever she thinks about him as it pertains to Iser. So he doesn't have to explain everything to her and try to convince her of anything, and for him to start talking about himself for her is not even funny. Iser then told her that he doesn't know why she has a bad relationship with his family, but the fact that she hates the Greyon family isn't a difference between them. It's a common trait. After saying that, Iser didn't understand why he said that to Serena. For what reason? Serenity Hotel's main room. Serena thought about the fact that there are two main reasons why Iser went to make a deal with his grandmother. Either he is really on bad terms with his family, and under the pretense of using her family, he's going for revenge. or that it's all an act and he's just going to take over her family. Serena thought the latter was more likely, based on the phone call she overheard, but now it was all very confusing. She was thinking now that she should have asked what that conversation was about instead of asking questions that Iser obviously wouldn't answer. Mistress didn't understand why her heart still wouldn't settle. She can't sleep like this, still keeps thinking about the taste of blood and the sensation of touching and wiping her lips. Iser ran his tongue over her inflamed lips, slowly making his way inside, touching the mucous membrane of her mouth and the sensation of touching her tongue. Serena covered herself with a teddy bear and all but didn't realize what exactly it was, but she has a feeling like she did something bad and shameful. She has tons of things to think about, but for some reason keeps thinking about that exact situation with Isaacs. She didn't realize what she had done. Turning her head, she noticed the music box Logan had given her. She thought about how maybe she would fall asleep easier if she listened to that tune. Serena did wind it up, and now a beautiful melody filled the whole room. Once, when Serena was little, she had seen a ballet performance with her parents. The sight of ballerinas dancing on stage with beautiful ribbons hanging from their legs, waists, and hair was so beautiful that it captivated her young heart. After seeing the performance, little Serena fell in love with ballet and ribbons and became a child who loves to decorate shoes, clothes, and hairbands with ribbons. Eventually, when she was 11 years old, Balaisha let her go to a ballet academy, and that academy was just Radisson. A few days later, her two sisters came to see her. Esther immediately asked her about her being the big fish that came to their academy. The second, on the other hand, simply greeted and introduced herself as Lise. Lise immediately said that she could go to them if she had any difficulties or didn't understand something, they would help. To which Esther talked about what complications a child might have, and then added that they had just been asked by the principal to take care of Serena, which was why they had come over. Esther was all indignant about how the classes were already hard enough, and now they still had to nanny with a princess from a rich family. She turned to Serena and informed her that now they had to get along. The kind Lisa and Esther, who was always nagging and getting into conflict. They were 5, 6 years older from Serena, and seemed to have lived there since they were children, studying ballet. Serena turned around and replied that there was no need for that, because if something was unclear, you could just ask the teacher. Esther immediately started to get even more indignant about everyone looking at that brave princess. She explained that she wasn't thrilled about having to babysit Serena either, to which Lisa asked her to calm down, since she was the first one to speak up with a complaint. Esther continued to say that she didn't like people like Serena because she was born into a wealthy family and didn't have to worry about money or sponsorship for the rest of her life. To which Lisa replied that the little girl might really like ballet and had come there to learn. Esther couldn't help herself and said that in any case, Serena was from another world, not like them, surviving there. She's sick of that fucking ballet culture where poverty and luxury coexist at the same time. Esther needs to get into the corps of the National Ballet as soon as possible, start working and make a lot of money. She was also surprised that Serena was new, and she was already assigned a locker between the seniors and the headmistress, which pissed Esther off, because her intentions were too obvious. Esther just hoped that Serena would get bored and quit. Lisa replied that she wanted Serena to stay there as long as possible, and then turned to her friend and asked her to do her best to make sure Serena didn't quit ballet. After that, both sisters, each in their own way, took care of Serena. Serena asked Lisa about why they always hit the toe of the shoe, to which her sister replied to make them softer. Then they sit on the foot much more comfortably and asked if she wanted to try it. Esther kept asking about Serena staying another month because she knows her sister can't wait for her to quit, to which little Serena replied that she won't quit. Even though it's hard, Serena can't quit out of spite. Despite the fact that it annoyed her a lot how they constantly chase her, it's not to say that Serena hated it a lot. With only an older brother, Serena felt like she had a first sister who was kind to her, and a second sister who was constantly nagging but was like a friend. Esther turned to Serena and asked her to come over, for she would give something good. That dessert made with soy and cornmeal is really good, and asked about trying that. IM has to eat secretly from the principal and teachers, so they eat quietly and quickly. Serena didn't understand why secretly. Esther explained that it was very greasy, and if she ever gave up ballet, she would pack a whole corridor and eat it all. Lisa asked them to be quiet because she could hear footsteps. The taste of the snack that she had secretly eaten in the corner of the locker room with them that day was so savory and sweet. Serena asked why Lisa had only eaten one piece, to which her sister replied that she didn't want any more. But Esther explained that she was afraid of gaining weight. That's why she didn't eat a lot. Absolute control. She also said that she was afraid that her breasts would grow because if they were big, she would have to give up ballet. The year she turned 14, that day Esther left her tutus in class and Lisa asked Serena to give them to her, so she went to the principal's office. Serena on the way thought about how Esther was forgetting like last time, so what a clumsy little sister. The little girl didn't understand why she was going to the principal's office. Maybe it was just counseling. Through the partially glass doors of the principal's office, many people were visible, including Esther. The principal, teachers, adult students, and people who looked like sponsors. And sitting in their center was that man with a scar on his face. In the center, Henri came out and said they had something they wanted to tell them. That sponsorship is unfair. They didn't say anything like that at first. The sponsored students were not eligible to join the National Ballet and must only perform in certain productions. They all study ballet for many years to become members of the National Ballet and qualify as official ballerinas and ballerrunners of the kingdom. As for the sponsorship agreement, it said that they just needed to occasionally participate in the performances they wanted them to be in, and the number of those performances was also listed as small and all unfair. The director immediately started yelling that they had not warned her that they would say such nonsense and asked what they were up to and ordered them to apologize. The man asked what they were trying to say. Henri went on to say that making a tight performance schedule, denying the right to become a national ballet dancer, and charging a large debt when leaving the ballet or refusing to perform is not sponsorship, but fraud. The director began to apologize, explaining that it was hard for them because of the preparation for the performance, because teachers pay more attention to monitoring the condition of the children. The man stood up and asked about the fraud. The principal kept explaining that he was just out of his mind. She apologized for not supervising them well, and when she saw that the man stood up and was going somewhere, she asked where he was going. One moment and red bloody spots appeared. It stunned not only Serena, but everyone who was there. The man who had unfolded the real nightmare in the principal's office was dressed in tattered jeans and a worn jacket, and his face reflected rage and contempt. Arguing with the principal, he expressed his grievances using incomprehensible words and gestures. The fire of dissatisfaction burned in his eyes, and his words fell like a hail of stern accusations. He was determined to convey his anger and discontent, creating an atmosphere of real confrontation in the office. The man who shot the man without hesitation was like killing an annoying bug. He kept saying that it was always like that if you showed them a little good treatment they would forget where they belonged and climb up. He didn't understand how they could defy him. He didn't understand what honor slaves like them had. That man was tall, with cold blue eyes and a large scar around his mouth. The man, covered in dark red blood, exhaled cigarette smoke, turned around and met Serena's gaze. The director asked him to wait. People called him Mr. Graham. After that whole thing, Esther sat in the corner of the room, holding her head, talking about how she was originally supposed to speak as the guy's representative, but she was scared, and so Henri spoke up on her own. He died in her place, because of her. Lise tried to calm her down somehow and asked her to come to her senses. She suggested that Esther run away, to which Esther asked about what was the point of running away already, to have that scary man chasing her for the rest of her life or what? Besides, what about her effort and time she spent on hard training for all those years? Outside the door of that room was Serena, listening to everything. Esther was talking about how breaking her body was somehow keeping her going. Even participating in those dirty performances, she didn't realize what she was even living for. All in vain. Lizzie worriedly talked about Esther facing the unfulfilled challenge of paying off her debt. She warned that those who held those financial strings in their hands would not be willing to let go so easily. The people behind the scenes, and who don't consider Esther and Lisa as more than mere tools, are willing to use any weakness to achieve their goals. We've both been pawns in this game for them, and now that we realize the cost, they won't let us go so easily, Lisa said bitterly. Maybe it was all planned in advance, and we, being shrouded in the cover of caring sponsorship, were trapped. Perhaps escape is the only way for us to preserve our freedom and continue our normal lives. To which Esther replied that she spoke so easily because it was none of her business, for she was an aristocrat who needed no support and could end things so easily. Lisa asked how she could talk like that since they are not strangers to each other. She asked her friend if she didn't know how much effort she had put in. Lise cares more about Esther's life because he's worried about her. Lisa explained how it was that she didn't need support, how her parents tried, but only Esther was screaming about how she didn't need that support anyway, thanks to her parents, and even if she had to quit ballet, there was a home and family she could go back to, so she said so. But for someone like Esther, who isn't particularly talented or all that strikingly beautiful, the only way out is to get in front of and get sponsored by some rich guy and then get married. Esther tried to escape from that reality, trying hard with all her might to make her way into the National Ballet Company. She, Esther, naively believed that she was entitled to the same support and care as others. However, when she remembered her status as a beggar, she realized that in the eyes of many, she would always remain on the margins, subject only to pity. This bitter truth became clear to her when she tried to seek support, feeling that she deserved it as much as anyone else. The girl with whom the incident had occurred ran abruptly out of the room, ignoring Lisa's attempts to stop her. The sudden flight created tension in the room, like a rift of understanding between those who were used to living in luxury and those who were constantly struggling to survive. Lisa, her gaze filled with concern, realized that the rift created by this confrontation could be even deeper and more insurmountable than she had imagined. Lisa knew that someday this would happen. There was no way they could sponsor solely for the sake of art. For them, art is just a pleasure. They don't respect it, they just use it. This needs to be fixed. They are changing the nature of sponsorship and devaluing art. How are sponsored children different from animals that are raised from an early age and trained to perform in the circus? Lisa looked at Serena and asked about that dirty, nasty feeling, didn't she? The great wall that Grayan had erected separated them completely. After that day, Serena never met her sisters again and never spoke to them again. Esther was always away because of productions, and Lisa spent all her time in the practice room preparing for selection to the National Ballet Company. Lisa was in the director's office asking about what it meant that the entrance selection had been postponed indefinitely, why that was so. The director replied that she did not know. It could take several years. Probably due to funding problems, they are not going to recruit newcomers yet. It should be assumed that the selection process will not open until the situation improves. Lisa replied, that how can that be? She came there on purpose, and since she was a little girl, she has been preparing hard for that selection, and at that moment they tell her that there will be no selection in the near future. She asked if it was because of the construction of that opera house that they were underfunded. She's been reading a lot of books and newspapers since she was a little girl, so she's pretty quick on the uptake of how the world works. The principal turns to Lisa and explains that she's a smart kid, so she won't be blabbing to the others. The thing is, the Grayan family and the DeLorean Gallery were building an opera house, and the kingdom was funding it. It was probably a burden on the kingdom as well, since the theater is huge. At that point, the royalty was powerless, so if they wanted to maintain influence, they would have to stick with the powerful. After all, in order to raise the budget, they are also cutting and eliminating existing kingdom artists, so they can't take on new people. The director asked about whether Lisa now understands the whole situation. Lisa replied that it is unthinkable and too much to use money from people like them, the students and their families, for their extravagant projects. Lisa's house is already in debt from paying her tuition over the years. They are at their limit, and she needs to pass that screening. Pass and become an official ballerina, become a teacher and make money. She asked the director what they should do now, because neither Esther, who is sponsored, nor she can become an official ballerina. The director asked her why she was blaming her for everything, what she could do, because it was not easy for her either. If the selection process continued to be canceled, the number of new students would decrease, and there would be those who would drop out of ballet. She asked Lisa if she was going to stay, she was no longer a student, and if she had money to pay next month. Lisa needs to resolve her dorm debt as soon as possible. Even though the principal is aware of her dire situation, she can't delay any longer. The principal then informed her that if she needed money, there was a way to find it. Lisa asked in surprise. The principal explained that there is a gentleman who wants to sponsor her personally. He has been stating his intentions for quite some time, but Lisa is so stubborn that she couldn't say anything. He is a new rich guy with a big textile business. If Lisa looks good in that man's eyes, she can live her life dancing as a dancer in a small theater company. She asked Lisa to think carefully, because it would take at least a few years to build an opera house, and until then, there would definitely be no selections. In a few years, she will be old. Unfortunately, Lisa will have to give up her dream of becoming a ballerina in the national company and get married as soon as possible, which would be the best choice for Lisa, according to the director. To which the girl replied that she doesn't want to, and she will never sell her dreams to power. She would not make such ugly compromises that would tarnish her honor. Lisa was crying bitterly in the street when suddenly she noticed a figure. It was Esther, who had returned from playing in the play that had been on for 15 days. She didn't understand where she was going in her workout clothes. Lisa wanted to talk to her when she got back. That day was the first time Serena felt ballet class was tedious. It was a day when the weather and mood was gloomy, maybe because it was raining. The moment Serena and her friends walked into the locker room to change, there was a piercing scream. It was Sister Lisa's sister that looked like a stone statue at that moment. When Serena turned her head to follow that look without even realizing it, Serena saw it. The beautifully tied ribbons on the toes of the shoes that were worn on Esther's dangling feet. It had only been a few days, and the academy had quickly returned to daily life as if nothing had happened. The only change was that Esther and Lisa's locker was empty. Serena was aware that Sister Lisa had decided to give up her ballet career and return to her hometown to help her parents with the family business. This drastic move by her sister meant that she was leaving her passionate dance world behind, and Serena knew that family commitments were now her priority. What was surprising was that Lisa hadn't even received a parting word from her sister, but Serena wasn't disappointed despite that fact. For Serena, the significance of this moment was that she fully realized the inner strength of the family bond, which could be expressed not only in words, but also in gestures. Those shoes, carefully tucked away in her locker for a final farewell, said so much more than even the most touching words could express. Serena felt that the gesture was a symbol of love and support that transcended distance and the passage of time. As Serena looked at her sister's stomped point shoes, remembering the excitement and attraction to ballet that had attracted her as a child, she felt those feelings disappear, as if washed away by time. The sight of old and stompy shoes was a reminder of how cruel and merciless reality can be in questioning our childhood dreams and ideals. Instead of the sparkling magic of ballet, Serena felt as if she was mired in the grayness of everyday life, as if she were sculpted in a dirty trash can. Hugging tightly to the shoes that had lost their owner, Serena left Radisson, leaving behind memories of the days when she had thought the world was imbued with magic. Now, new realities were opening up before her, and she felt ready to take on their challenges, despite the weight of loss and disappointment. While at home, Serena informed her mother that she would no longer be taking ballet. So, under the pretense that she wanted to go to Dallincourt at the age of 15, 14-year-old Serena gave up ballet. Now that she thinks about it, Lisa must have intentionally sent her to the principal's office. Perhaps she wanted Serena to find out and try to make a change. Serena wondered if Lise was doing well since they had lost contact with her, but she hopes that Lise will hear somewhere and realize right away that Serenity is now supported by Radisson, that they are not trying to devalue or dishonor the value of art in the name of creativity. Serena mentally addressed her sister, saying that, just as she had wanted, the children could practice ballet in peace without worrying about anything, at least in a place they supported. There will be no more tragedies like Esther's. Meanwhile, the gallery director, Doloren, asked if everything was ready. She was told yes and asked to check one last time, and they would pack everything carefully right away. The director replied that everything was fine and asked them to handle it carefully as it was a very valuable item and then added that they should deliver it to the hotel by the appointed time. Then she asked them not to forget the yellow flowers and the ribbon. It's a very important gift for Mrs. Serena. The director wants everything to look beautiful, so they should do their best. It's been a while since she's seen him. She's a little nervous. Soon she and Isaac will meet up. It's the anniversary of the Serenity Hotel. Uncle Logan told everyone that it's a big day, so they need to concentrate until the last wedge is gone. And when it's over, they'll get special days off and bonuses, so they need to brace themselves. Logan asked about Mrs. Serena getting ready in the main room, since Mr. Iser would be arriving for dinner. To which the servants replied that no, she left a while ago, saying she had to go somewhere for a while. Radisson Academy. Serena stood looking at the windows of the door to the headmaster's office. Even though it had long since been cleaned, she thought the bloodstains from that day were still clearly visible, and the man with the large scar near his mouth was probably Iser's older brother. Suddenly, she was met in the hallway by the principal, who informed her that she could go straight into the office at any time. The principal asked if there were any problems with the monthly report she had sent. Serena replied that no, she had just remembered something and decided to come in. The director did not need to accompany her. Serena had an important event in the afternoon, so she would not stay long anyway. Serena knocked on the door to the dressing room and then walked in. Jamie immediately greeted her. Serena did the same in return. As soon as the girls heard Serena's name, they immediately bowed in greeting. Suddenly, something sprinkled from the girls. This was noticed by Serena as well. The girl holding the basket from behind began to explain that they were really only going to eat 5 of each. Serena smiled and thought about how even the cookies they had secretly eaten in the locker room were the same. She informed the girls that they wouldn't get caught if they locked the door. They then offered her at least 1 piece. Serena took that cookie after all. Already afterward, she stood with Jamie near the lockers and asked about the locker she was using. Jamie pointed it out to her. Serena thought of the locker that Liz's sister used. What a coincidence. Serena informed her that when she was a student there, that locker belonged to the most capable student in their ballet class. She, like Jamie, wanted to be the best ballerina in the kingdom. There were circumstances why she couldn't do it, but if she had continued, she would have been the most famous ballerina by now. Jamie reported that that locker was good then, and she needed to try even harder, and then asked about where her locker was then, to which Serena replied that hers was right next to hers on her right. Jamie asked about if she could tell that to the girl who uses that locker that was in the past for Serena. She said yes. A short time later, Serena returned to the hotel where she was greeted warmly by Uncle Logan. Sue, friendly and attentive, suggested that she go change and get ready, emphasizing that the start was soon. Serena gratefully accepted the offer, feeling slightly relieved as she stepped into her room. After tidying up a bit, Serena decided to ask Logan who was the messenger of those beautiful flowers that adorned the hotel lobby. The gesture piqued her interest, and she couldn't resist wanting to know more about the sender. Logan told her with a smile that the flowers came from a longtime friend of hers who had decided to grace her with some lovely attention before the party. That moment added an unexpected note of mystery to the evening, and Serena sensed that not only was the anticipated event ahead of her, but also something amazing. Uncle Logan explained that the beautiful flowers had been sent by the Chairman Harold and his wife. Realizing that the huge box was not just a casual gesture, but a thoughtful gift from a distinguished visitor, made Serena feel a sudden thrill of pride. It turned out that all the flowers in the lobby, majestically adorning the entrance, had come from the caring hands of the chairman. This opened her eyes to the tradition and attention that surrounded special events at the Serenity Hotel. Logan also shared that the box of flowers contained a card of warm congratulations that he had personally delivered to her room. Serena smiled, recognizing the care and attention to detail involved. Now, knowing that each yellow color in the lobby brought with it a story and support, Serena looked forward to the start of the celebration, anticipating the moment when each petal would become part of their unique and exciting evening. Serena did not send a separate invitation to the chairman and his wife, opting for restraint. Both parties were feeling uncomfortable after recent events, and Serena didn't want to deepen those uncomfortable moments. Instead, the flowers and card were not only a symbol of the chairman's favor, but also a sort of quiet invitation to the celebration, signifying the importance of their presence on this special evening. Sue, keeping a close eye on Serena, offered her care and assistance in preparing for the gala. She specified that, given the cuts on her hands, if it was going to be a little hot and uncomfortable, it would be best to use gloves. For this evening, Sue had prepared not one, but 3 dresses. The main dress, which had been fitted last time, an evening dress, and an additional dress. Serena was pleasantly surprised by the care and attention shown by Sue, and she was looking forward to picking out an outfit for this special evening. Mistress, thoughtful of her comfort, had asked Serena to replace her shoes with a lower heel, given the length of the event. After all, as Mistress emphasized, too high a heel could make the evening uncomfortable. Sue, who was professionally taking care of Mistress, immediately agreed and promised to find something more comfortable yet appropriate for the occasion. However, noticing the changes in Serena's preferences, Sue couldn't help but notice that her style had recently begun to change. Instead of high heels, low heels are favored, makeup requires a more natural approach, and accessories are no longer as luxurious and flashy as they used to be. This piqued Sue's curiosity, and she couldn't help the question that arose in her mind. Madame smiled politely and asked about Friedrich, emphasizing her interesting attention to detail in the lives of her loved ones. Sue shared that when she had assigned Friedrich to take care of Mistress Serena, he had been a bit surprised, but after that moment he preferred to be silently present in her room. His questions boiled down to when Mistress Serena would return, and he did not give away anything out of the ordinary in any way. He appeared to be observing the duties assigned to him with his usual pedantry, without making any change in the course of things. That day, which marked the anniversary of the founding of the Serenity Hotel, stood as a particularly important day in her life. Holding that event was the equivalent of formally owning the hotel. It was when Mrs. Serena became its full mistress. It was an important moment that required her active participation and coming to the forefront to impress everyone, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Serenity's history. Serena, at that moment, looked as if she had been modeled exactly after her mother and grandmother, those inspiring women she had looked up to with love since childhood. Her image was as if drawn from childhood memories, according to all those standards she had studied in books on ladies' education. At this moment, she was a true lady, following all the rules and not making a single mistake. Suddenly, the gaze of one of the gentlemen involved in the conversation with Iser drew his attention to the staircase where Serena had appeared. With a smile, he informed the others that it was now that the real protagonist of the evening was making her entrance. This moment left Serena embarrassed, but at the same time feeling special and important in this evening that was filled with excitement and anticipation. After the gentleman's words were spoken, Iser instantly turned to see Serena, and his gaze filled with wonder and pride. Serena, for her part, tried to maintain impeccable posture despite the excitement that stirred within her. As she walked down the stairs, she concentrated on not outwardly betraying her excitement, for all eyes were now on her. Serena's ears were still filled with the words that she was the main character of the evening, and that thought added confidence to her actions. She realized the importance of the moment and felt that she now had the responsibility of creating the special atmosphere of the evening. Her heart was beating harder, but as she looked at Iser, she found support and inspiration in him, which gave her strength and confidence that she could do it. Iser continued to stare at Serena as if the universe had opened up before him in all its magnificent beauty. Lovis, noticing her appearance, immediately enthusiastically shared his admiration, noting that she looked especially beautiful. However, contrary to what the others were saying to her, Iser silently continued to enjoy the moment, as if words were not enough to describe his inner excitement. Then the entire hall came alive with voices of admiration and exclamations, epitomizing the general respect and admiration for Serena's beauty. As if by magic, her image elicited cheers and applause. It was a moment when she became not just a participant in the evening, but an incredible fairy personifying elusive beauty and sophistication. Serena, absorbed in the moment, thought about the fact that being the center of attention, and like her mother and grandmother, required a certain amount of effort on her part. It was something unfamiliar, and she realized that it would take time for her to accept her role with ease while maintaining her dignity and expressing her individuality, just like those women who had inspired her since childhood. When Serena finally came downstairs, she directed her gaze in search of Iser. Her eyes found his gaze in the crowd of guests, and there was a moment between them as everything around them disappeared, and they were left to their own devices in this exciting evening. Lovis, not missing a moment, approached Serena to give her his compliments and praise her special beauty. He expressed his admiration, adding that he had heard that she was the one who had completely organized this year's event. In his eyes, she had now truly become not just a participant in the evening, but a true hostess. Lovis quickly inquired if Serena was looking for someone, but before he could finish his question, Iser appeared, drawing the attention of both of them. They now stood across from each other and made eye contact. Raoul noticed the two of them together and thought that maybe he was just imagining it, but it was as if the two's gazes on each other had gotten softer. The event was progressing smoothly, according to a carefully thought-out plan. This time, Serena took the podium alone for the first time, not standing in the shadows behind Iser, and easily opened the event with her acceptance speech. The text had been fully written and memorized beforehand, and now all she had to do was dignify every word, which she did, filling the room with her confidence and grace. After the formal part, she immersed herself in socializing with the guests. Serena met and got to know different people, listened and shared conversations about the business, and introduced people as they were meant to be introduced, revealing their merits and achievements. Serena had to skillfully steer conversations, bringing up various topics that were premeditated for specific individuals and steering the conversation in the right direction. While this strategic approach to communication could sometimes seem a bit tedious, the results lived up to expectations, and there was a zest to it. The pre-planned conversations not only made her evening a success, but also allowed her to make informal and enjoyable connections with different guests, adding a personalized touch to each one. Only at the conclusion of the event would Serena be able to confidently look at herself as a hostess, standing alongside Isier and other personalities. Soon, news of the successful day would be relayed to her grandmother via Sue, and Serena hoped that the evening would be just the beginning of a prosperous path she would take in the world of business and public relations. Serena entered the makeup and change room, eager to recuperate from the stressful event. The emotional and physical strain of the past hours had left their mark, and now Mistress understood why her mother always preferred to go on vacation after evenings like this. It was not only a challenge to her brain and social skills, but also a serious test of physical stamina. Despite her fatigue, Serena decided to take a short break before the evening banquet. She planned to get some rest and then change her outfit into an evening gown. However, as she sank into her musings, she had to suddenly perceive that someone had entered the room, a place reserved solely for her personal use. Excitement swept over her, not realizing who could have violated her privacy. The woman who entered the room introduced herself as Daya DeLorean, the director of the DeLorean Gallery. Her voice came out with some emphasized incomprehension, judging by her tone, as if she meant something more than a greeting after a long absence. Serena looked at the unexpected guest with surprise and returned the greeting, somewhat embarrassed that she hadn't expected anyone else to show up at this moment. Daya walked over to Iser and gave him a friendly hug, calling him dear. In response, Iser remained silent, only fixing his gaze on her. Their meeting seemed tense, as if there was some unresolved history between them that Serena had no idea about. Serena, upon hearing the name Daya, instinctively realized who had entered the room. The name sounded like an echo in the past to her, reminding her of the day that Iser had first appeared to her drunk and disheveled. He had accidentally said the name Daya then, and that detail stayed in her mind, even more so given what Lovis had said about Iser having an emotional weakness. At that moment, Serena realized that meeting Daya DeLorean could lead to revelations related to Iser's past that had remained a mystery to her until now. Her attention remained focused and her gaze tensely fixed on both Iser and Daya, waiting to see what would happen next. Iser's emotional weakness turned out to be the very girl, Daya DeLorean. Judging by her meeting and addressing Iser, they were clearly not just co-workers or friends, but rather a couple. This fact could not leave Serena indifferent, for the sudden appearance of Iser's previous love on the stage of her life had raised many questions and unforeseen emotions. Serena, slowly realizing that Iser had a previous relationship, began to think about the fact that she was facing for the first time the fact that she was long past 27 and probably had had romantic relationships in the past. While it was logical to assume that it was only natural at his age, a strange feeling awakened inside Serena. Perhaps it was a mixed set of feelings including surprise, a little disappointment, and incomprehension, as if the inner world of her feelings had undergone some unexpected change. Those two, Daya and Azer, seemed to be in a state of tense silence, their gazes carrying a hint of the untold. Their parting was probably anything other than normal, and for several minutes now they had just stood there, frozen in deep gaze contact, not exchanging a word. Serena, standing in the room, began to realize that she didn't want to hide, despite the intimacy of the moment that was playing out before her eyes. This was her personal space, and she felt no need to leave. However, the room, she noticed, had a peculiarity. It was impossible to leave unnoticed. This illuminated her dilemma of witnessing something personal and yet remaining independent and at ease in her space. Daya expressed, with visible relief in her voice, that she had not expected a warm welcome from Isaac. But deep in her heart, she hoped that she would at least receive a response to her greeting. She emphasized how important this moment was to her, as if trying to awaken some forgotten feelings in Iser. Azer, keeping his composure, replied that he would only voice his response when Daya was able to greet him in a more normal manner. His words carried a note of displeasure or annoyance, making it clear that it wasn't just the words that mattered to him, but his very attitude in the situation. Serena, standing in the corner of the room, felt vague emotions as she watched the dynamics of their interaction. The girl, whom Azer called Daya, sought to clarify that her words were sincere, and she truly missed him, addressing him by the name Lians. Her tone was imbued with some special feeling, as if a tenderness long lost but not forgotten had awakened in her. Iser, in turn, asked her a question, reminding her of reality. "Do you realize where you've come?" Daya steadfastly replied that he had probably overlooked the contents of her last letter. In it, she had announced that she had become director of the gallery and emphasized that they would meet soon. Allowing himself to let go of the burden of past offenses, Daya's father decided to forgive and hand over the keys to the family home, as well as the director's chair, to his daughter. There was a time of forgiveness and rethinking, and this variable in the family relationship became key. This move by her father allowed Daya to complete her studies abroad, thus ending her exile. A desire arose in her heart to correct misunderstandings that may have arisen from misunderstandings in the past. Now, standing in front of Azer, she was ready to clarify her past and express her true feelings and intentions. Azer, sensing the growing excitement in Daya's questions, decided to ask again if his perceptions of her had been correct in the past. He found it hard to believe that he could have misinterpreted her intentions. After all, he had perceived everything with his own eyes back then. Nevertheless, there was uncertainty in his question, as if even seeing events did not preclude the possibility of misunderstanding. Daya looked into Izer's eyes and felt the need to explain how the discrepancy in their perception of the past could have arisen. Iser became increasingly forceful in his remarks, expressing his displeasure at the possibility of Daya appearing at the event. He cautioned her against repeating her excuses, stating that if she was going to make her arguments again, it might just not make sense for him to continue the conversation. Emphasizing that her name wasn't on the guest list, he expressed his confusion about how she'd ended up at the event in the first place, and gave her a hint that she might be better off leaving the venue. Daya, keeping her composure, replied that she had received an invitation to the event from Serena. She urged Iser to refrain from addressing her as an intruder, emphasizing that she had a reason for her presence at the event. Iser began to reflect on the fact that this year, building the guest list and sending invitations rested on Serena's shoulders. His role was to make the final checks, but he didn't recall Daya's name appearing on that list. This caused him confusion, as he hadn't expected to see her at the event. Daya, in response to the comment about her name not being on the guest list, clarified that she had received an invitation from Serena herself. She also did not miss the opportunity to mention the rumors about Iser's recent marriage. However, after expressing her doubts about the seriousness of this union, she hinted at the possibility of this marriage to Serena being a sham. Daya continued her description of Serena, expressing her recognition of her beauty, charisma, and attractiveness. Even among women, she couldn't help but see something magnificent in Serena that could make one fall in love. All of this even made Daya somewhat jealous, realizing how well suited they were for each other despite their different ages and the fact of their sham marriage. However, Iser, being in a difficult situation, asked Daya to stop. It was important for him to emphasize that whether she became a director or not, his past with her was irrelevant, and he did not wish to have any more conversation with her. In his eyes, Daya was still just a living reminder of the dark pages of the past, and he didn't want to revisit those memories. Serena inwardly realized that she had previously had the pleasure of seeing Iser's eyes expressing evil. However, those eyes now carried something more, a sense of danger that could not be compared to the cold stare he had once cast on her. The emotional expression on Iser's face that Serena sees now shows her for the first time a different, deeper aspect of his feelings. Iser's angry eyes carry not only alienation, but also something that makes Serena feel a certain fear. That emotional expression on his face warned her that the man in front of her was not just someone she had entered into a fake marriage with, but someone whose emotions and feelings could not be fully understood. Iser turned toward the door behind which Serena was, and Mistress felt his gaze on her. In that moment, she felt Iser's gaze sliding over her figure, and the mysterious emotions that lurked in his eyes only heightened her inner tension. But instead of continuing the conversation or leaving some sort of explanation, Iser simply turned around and left the room. With that, the banquet began. Serena stood with her glass in her hand, gazing out into the crowd, and realized that after all the big moments in the hotel lobby and the speech at the banquet, this part of the evening had become more comfortable for her. People were having fun, talking, and the atmosphere was looser. Serena felt that she could now enjoy the moment. In the crowd, she spotted Iser and thought about how in the first and second parts of the evening he had always been around somewhere, but now he wasn't even coming close. Serena wasn't eavesdropping on purpose, but she noticed how easily Iser kept his equanimity after what had happened, and it only made her feel more alone in the crowd. Serena had just tasted the contents of her glass and tasted a bitter flavor that seemed to reflect her inner state. She looked pensively toward the dance floor, trying to figure out why everything seemed so complicated and incomprehensible at this moment. Suddenly, someone turned to Serena and she turned around. Standing in front of her was Daya, who greeted and explained that because of the constant presence of other people in her surroundings, she was missing out on real communication. Daya introduced herself to Serena, and there was a tinge of sincerity in her voice that seemed to have been lost in the confusing evening. Serena only glimpsed that this girl had been with Isaac at one of the events. She was curious to know who she was, and it turned out to be a member of the Doloran family. The Doloran family owns a gallery and opera house that is not far from Serena's hotel. It turned out that they had a lot in common, but Serena had no idea about it. In that moment, she felt a lot of mysteries and unexpected connections swirling around her that she had yet to uncover. Serena tried to regain control of her facial expression after the unexpected "hello darling" greeting and the shocking dialogue that preceded that moment. She tried to maintain equanimity, though it was hard to hide her surprise. Despite all of this, Serena expressed pleasant surprise upon meeting Daya. Serena suddenly noticed how tall Daya was. She didn't seem to have noticed it before, but upon coming face to face, she realized that Daya surpassed her in height. It made Serena wonder what Daya would look like if she had inherited her mom's height. Daya expressed admiration for how beautiful the banquet had been. She raved about the cool weather of the late summer evening, the fantastic hues of the sky, the delicious food, the eye-pleasing desserts, and the beautiful music, noting that everything was absolutely perfect. She now fully understands why banquets at the Serenity Hotel are so famous and is glad she received the invitation. In the conversation, Daya also shared how much effort and labor she had to put into preparing for the event for the entire month. She admitted that she had been afraid of even the slightest mistake, for fear of Isaac's possible displeasure. She was prepared for the meticulous planning and labor to make the event flawless. Serena put a lot of effort into preparing for the event, researching records of past events and companies associated with each family. In her spare moments, she immersed herself in studying business management, developing detailed plans, creating guest lists, and even wrote a speech herself, paying attention to every nuance of the event. Despite her efforts, however, sometimes unforeseen events still occurred, as in the case of the appearance of the one woman Serena had definitely not invited. Hearing the words of the invitation, Daya replied that she was happy to spend time at the banquet. When Serena learned that Daya hadn't been seen at the dinner earlier, she apologized for the possible misunderstanding and lack of attention. Daya explained that her invisibility at previous parts of the event was due to her role as assistant to the wife of the president's wife at Harrier's Bank. That nuance opened Serena's eyes to how she might have missed her before. Daya had skillfully used her position. It was now becoming clear how Daya had cheated the system by showing up at the event without an official invitation. The ban on entering the lobby during the first part and dinner elsewhere meant that they could only attend the third, more free part of the event. Daya expressed her concerns about causing discomfort with her presence because she is not an official guest on the guest list. She explained that chaperones also receive their invitations and are in a way next to the official guests. Serena emphasized that this is not a problem for her as she is very familiar with the DeLorean Gallery from her childhood, and the hotel has a lot of art from their collection. She honored meeting Daya and congratulated her on her new position. Daya expressed her delight that Serena had come up to say hello, emphasizing that as the owner of the gallery, she was pleased to meet the hostess of such a cozy and beautiful hotel. She expressed her respect for the place, emphasizing that the Serenity Hotel is an integral part of the cultural panorama, and praised the hotel's contribution to supporting the arts. Serena, for her part, pondered Daya's real motives for appearing as a chaperone, especially given her aristocratic status in the DeLorean family. Given that Isier frequented the hotel for work, Serena felt that the meeting with him might have been more private at another time. Daya explained that despite her royal status, she had spent the last few years abroad and was now in need of new friends. Given the many similarities between her and Serena, she thought they could have interesting conversations and expressed her desire to befriend the lady. Perhaps it was Serena, not Isaac, that she had wanted to meet from the beginning. Asking permission to have a small conversation, Daya expressed her hope that they could deepen their acquaintance. Isaac noticed that Serena and Daya were together, and his gaze read surprise and disapproval. The girls were talking, laughing, and seemed to have something in common that escaped the attention of the others. Isaac watched them carefully from afar, wondering how it was possible that Serena had befriended this lady he hadn't seen before. Daya suddenly pulled out a present and handed it to Serena, announcing that it was a small gift in honor of the anniversary of the hotel's founding. Upon seeing the gift, Serena thought for a moment. The ceramic piece looked exquisite, but she couldn't help but wonder how Daya had guessed what she liked. She did have pieces from the Angel Flower series in her collection, and this particular piece looked particularly rare and valuable. Serena thanked Daya politely, and felt as if someone had looked into her soul by bringing such an exactly appropriate gift. Daya replied that she saw Serena as an art connoisseur, and added that it had been difficult to pass on such a valuable item to her, so she had decided not to display it, but to keep it in her personal vault. Inviting Serena, Daya invited her to visit the place, claiming that her private vault holds not only her own works, but also those of other famous artists, including unpublished ones. Daya went on to talk about her personal vault, clarifying that it also contained a work by a famous artist called The Color of Ecstasy. This painting has become an object of special interest for Serena, who admitted that she dreams of getting the work back. However, despite her desire, it never appeared at auction, and there was no mention of this painting in the art market. The mystery was that it was kept in Daya's private vault, not accessible to the public. Serena thought about the fact that the lack of information about it in the art market might even have been a favorable circumstance, preventing possible unwanted attention. Perhaps her parents had decided to maintain privacy and prevent the possibility of selling art overseas. Daya continued to talk about the history of the painting The Color of Ecstasy and clarified that it had originally belonged to Serenity's family. This detail made Serena look at the painting from a new perspective, realizing that the work carried a piece of her family's history that she had not previously known. Serena recalled being told that Mrs. Serena was extremely reticent about selling the painting The Color of Ecstasy. Daya, sensing the potential sensitivity of the matter, apologized, worried that the memory might be unpleasant for Serena. Serena replied that it had been a natural decision at the time. She explained that when the hotel had faced difficult times, selling pictures of family history had seemed like a reasonable solution. At that time in her life, she may not have been fully aware of the importance of family artifacts, making decisions influenced by her own stubbornness and inexperience. Serena expressed her point of view, asking if art was not meant to be a commons, available to all, not just a select few. She questioned whether art is not a source of inspiration for the general public, regardless of their financial situation. Recalling the moment the painting was sold, Serena emphasized that she didn't blame Iser for the decision. She simply came to realize the reality and Serenity's position, valuing the common good over personal interests. The moment Serena realized her powerlessness in preserving the paintings was a real test for her. Her beliefs collided with ruthless reality, and she felt she lacked the strength to protect even one of them from being sold. The word sulfur suddenly appeared on the blank wall, becoming the symbol of a missing piece of art. This episode was imprinted in her memory as the moment when ideals and reality collided, leaving a trail of misunderstanding and bitterness. Serena went on to say that she had gotten so much more out of that picture, so it was no big deal, and then Serena asked if she could contact her first if she ever decided to sell it. Serena would be very happy to. If she hadn't lost the color of ecstasy back then, there would be no Sarah and she would just smile at that. To which Daya replied that was fine, and in her thoughts was that Serena is so pretty when she smiles and becomes like a martin. The girl asked about Serena wanting to come to her induction ceremony. Daya was going to keep the event modest, so it wouldn't be a banquet, but she would appreciate people coming. Daya said that she would be very happy if Mrs. Serena and Mr. Iser came together. She named each of them separately, and it's probably because she's aware of their relationship or something. There are usually two types of people that deal with Serena and Iser. People who know they're in a fake marriage but don't show it openly, and people who think they're a real couple. And that girl is one of the first type, but it feels like she's trying to get into your soul, and it's annoying. Serena didn't realize how much she knew to act like that. She calmly replied that they would come over and congratulate her. When everyone was already saying goodbye, Daya walked down the hallway. Victor, who was standing nearby, asked her if she had enjoyed the banquet. Daya was very surprised by that. She asked about how he'd gotten there, to which Victor replied that it was kind of sad, since returning to the kingdom, she had been avoiding him so diligently like a rat. He asked her about who she wanted to meet there that she had gotten so dressed up. He straight up ordered her to get in the car, since they were traveling together. Daya shuddered, turned around, and tried to walk away. Victor reported that he'd wondered if anything had changed about her since he'd returned, but as it turned out, she was still just as boring. The hallway outside the hotel's main room. Serena asked Logan about her need to go alone, and why. Uncle Logan replied that earlier Mr. Iser had said that he had a headache. He still wasn't feeling any better, and so he said it was hard to go home and would just spend the night there. Logan went on to say that everything was fine and the gentleman didn't need anything, but he looked very unwell and pale. Logan would be around all night so Serena could take it easy and ride first. Serena now realized why he had been nowhere to be seen since the banquet had ended. She didn't realize if it was because of that girl that he had a sudden. She then turned to Logan and informed him that he had worked so hard during that month, including taking over the closing of the evening, so he would be looking after the patient all night. Logan reported that they needed to get their employees on vacation as soon as possible, since they were so happy just thinking about it, and he was fine. Serena did ask about maybe he should get some rest after all. Suddenly, Daya came running into the hallway and asked to hear her. Serena was surprised to see her and then asked Mr. Manager to leave them alone for a while. Serena announced that they had met again, since she'd thought she'd already left, and then asked if anything had happened. Serena noticed that, unlike their meeting earlier, when she'd been calm, the girl seemed rushed, and her expression didn't look very healthy. Daya asked about whether Leonce was inside and asked to see Isaac. Serena didn't understand anything. Daya explained that she had something to say to Leonce, and it wouldn't take much time, just a minute. Serena turned to Daya and explained that she didn't know what their business was, but she should go home and make arrangements to meet later. Serena thought about how it was always Leonce. Daya always seemed to call him that, only by his middle name. This really annoyed Serena. A middle name is a name usually placed between a personal name and a last name. Daya explained that if she didn't do it at that moment, it would be impossible to do it later, and then asked her to let her take care of him. Daya wants to stay close to Isaiah. This made Serena very angry. She didn't understand how such a thing could even be understood. Mistress turned to Daya and asked if she even understood what she was saying. Serena didn't understand who Daya thought she was. Daya said that she was going to tell her later, but she can't afford the delay, so she's going to tell her straight up that she knows Serena and Isaac's are in a fake relationship, and she's dated Isaac's before and knows they're in a loveless marriage. The girl just wants to say that she knows that there is no affection or interest in each other. The affair has nothing to do with Serena, which is why she's asking to be allowed to meet him once. And if Serena is afraid of trouble because of the rumors, Daya suggests that she stay in the hotel lobby and wait for Iser to come out. Daya knows that her request is rash and rude. She couldn't even imagine Victor looking for her there, and her actions might be limited in the future, so for now she has the option with Iser. Okay, anyway, the fact that their marriage is fake is known to some. It didn't surprise Serena. However, aside from the absurdity of Daya acting so openly, Serena is hurt by the way she talks, as if with the certainty that they will divorce one day otherwise. She couldn't have talked to Serena like that. Okay, since it has nothing to do with Serena, whether or not Iser is sick or not, and whether or not he'll date his ex is none of Serena's business. Besides, she had already warned that she wanted to talk to Friedrich, who was probably already waiting for her, so the right thing to do would be to go home sooner rather than later, but that's why Serena felt so bad. Just like when Iser interfered with the 8 families. Just like when Friedrich looked at the jewelers with greedy eyes. She has the same nasty feeling. Serena reported that Daya is pretty funny. She's right that their marriage is a sham. And then asked about whether she realized that theirs was a consensual marriage entered into out of mutual necessity. And no matter how Daya imagines Serena's feelings for Iser, no matter what kind of relationship she had with him before, there's only one thing that matters there. The importance of Iser being her husband passed through Serena's mind, leaving behind a strange residue. Memories of the tumultuous moments of their relationship surfaced in her thoughts, but now, faced with an urgent situation, she suddenly realized that all concerns became secondary to her concern for her husband's health. Concluding her internal dialogue, Serena decided to approach the matter with the utmost care and understanding. Hurrying to say goodbye, she added that she was ready to accept what had happened as a temporary puncture related to overindulging in alcohol and viewed it as a mistake that could happen to anyone. Serena promised to support her husband by helping him overcome his difficulties and assured that she is always there for him, ready to receive him with love and understanding. Serena, deciding that she needed to leave, headed for the exit, leaving Day in the caring hands of her manager. Before disappearing out the door, she had time to assure that Daya could take it easy on her husband, Isaac. After all, as his devoted spouse, she had promised to be by his side all night, supporting him in his difficult moments. The manager, taking charge, ensured that Dai would be safely transported home. Serena handled all the moments professionally and assured that her husband would be given all the help he needed. Thus, in Serena's absence, Day could safely trust in the care of professionals, confident that his wife was watching over him from afar. At the same time as the girls were talking, Iser was lying in the room, who clearly heard about Serena calling him husband. After a while, Daya sat and thought about the fact that she was wrong. The girl had wanted to deal with the problem cautiously over time, but suddenly, pandering to Victor, she must have lost control without realizing it herself. Several years passed, and she thought it would be all right if they met, but nothing had changed. Not him, not her, not Leon's, who was still very angry with the girl. She sent him letters regularly, but he never replied, so she was ready for something like this. But Leon's, Victor, and Serena all end up being three problems that aren't so simple. However, even though it's hard, she needs to deal with the problems alone. Daya needs to pull herself together, prepare herself, and not make any more mistakes like this. Inside the main room, the dressing room, Serena didn't realize if she was crazy or what at all. There was still no way she could believe what Daya had said. She kept not understanding how she could say such horrible words with her mouth about her husband. What struck her even more was that word about mutual consent. That was the part she was most angry at her grandmother for marrying Serena off against her will. At that moment, she was so angry that she even started yelling, how Serena ended up not being able to go home and having to spend another uncomfortable night with Isaac's. Plus, she had never cared for a sick person before. She grabbed the bear cub and started asking him what she should do now. Meanwhile, at Victor's, the butler reported that Mrs. Daya had gone out the back door, to which the butler said that in any case she had returned, and now she would not be able to escape anyway. The aide started talking about the Santoria Blue purchase report, and then apologized. As soon as the documents were in Victor's hands, he immediately read everything that was written and shouted, and asked how they could miss the land, because he had ordered to buy it, knew the date of lifting the restrictions, and had already put everything in his mouth. All they had to do was to live. The assistant began to apologize again. He explained that they were absolutely ready, but without warning, a competitor appeared, and that was it. Victor asked about the fact that they were going to work like this, or what, because last time they had already missed out on the artwork he had ordered them to get. He didn't realize who might have bought it first, since not many people knew about that lot. Victor couldn't believe it was all Serenity. 4 years ago, Azer suddenly left home and got married right away. Victor didn't pay attention to him because he thought that he was just crazy, but what he was really up to was unknown. If he continued to annoy his brother again, he would have no choice but to pay attention to him again. Victor asked about the name of the girl that Iser had married, to which the aide replied that Serena Serenity. Since his favorite bird has changed, his older brother will have to take care of her again. He doesn't think that this time it will only end with a broken wing. Victor will only be satisfied by killing her by slitting her throat. Victor ordered his assistant to find out about Serena, and with that, to find out about the Sarah girl who stole the art from under their noses at the auction. He still couldn't understand about the huge amount of money and no information. Meanwhile, at Serena's, she had prepared everything to take care of, since this is the kind of thing her mom used to make when she was sick. As she got closer to Isaac's, she didn't understand why he was sleeping on an uncomfortable couch. After all, there are so many beds. Serena had a headache from that girl, but now she already knew about whether or not to babysit him at all. But having just eaten a peach for her before, it's worth it for her to keep him alive once. First, she has to check to see if he has a fever. But as soon as she touched his forehead, Iser immediately opened his eyes. He grabbed her hand and asked her what she was doing. Iser noticed there was a towel and water nearby, and he wondered if she was going to nurse him. That couldn't be, to which Serena replied that she was just checking to see if he was dead or not. Iser lay so still, as if he were a corpse. Serena would never be able to admit that she had come to nurse him. Mistress started to rise with the words that since the one was alive, then bygones. But here, Isaac grabbed her arm again and planted her back on her feet. He asked her about why she hadn't gone home. Serena still couldn't find an answer to that question. Then the gentleman decided to change his question and asked about why she chased that girl away. Up until now, Serena had never called him her husband in the presence of others. She never even called him by his first name, let alone her husband, only you or Grayon. That was the only way Owen called him. As soon as Serena heard the question, She didn't realize he had heard everything or how, especially the words about husband. Yes, the word husband was just a superficial expression, but it wasn't sincere. Serena decided to play strong and asked about the fact that she should have quietly let that girl alone with him for the night, or what. Iser smiled and reached for Serena's robe, where he began to slowly untie the ribbons while asking about why it was wrong to be alone together at night, and what happens when a man and woman are alone at night. Serena thought about the fact that Aesir was starting to act sly again, saying shameless things in a languid, sleepy voice. She only responded to him not to talk nonsense. She can't give in to him. Serena kept going on and on about how it was her private space in her hotel, and she shouldn't let a strange woman stay all night in her room and her space. Besides, there was a sick Iser sleeping inside. She couldn't let her meet him at will, so that girl was also being rude to Serena. She was tired and in a bad mood, and no matter the circumstances, entry into her space was strictly forbidden to outsiders. So there were a lot of reasons why she had her escorted out. Serena explained that he had heard everything and should know, so she didn't understand why he was asking the only things that mattered. Iser responded by repeating what she'd said earlier. And then he asked about her whether she could be alone with him all night, in the most private secret space of this hotel, or not. To which Serena informed him that she didn't mean that. As soon as Isher got closer to her, and again, she smelled like scented soap and had a bunny expression on her face without makeup that she wanted to touch. Serena decided to ask in return if he could be alone with her, to which Iser replied that there was nothing wrong with sharing a room with the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. That was what a group of drunken men had joked about earlier at the banquet. Mistress asked him not to play with words, but to answer seriously, meaning he was okay with it or what. Mistress asked about whether it was a big deal, to which the reply followed that it was. Iser then decided to ask why it was important. Serena explained because now she doesn't feel like he hates her, and that's weird. Iser asked about why she thought he hated her. Serena only replied that it wasn't natural. She didn't understand why Iser would ask such a thing. After all, that was the unspoken rule between them. O despises her, and she despises him, so they decided to take each other at gunpoint and measure betrayals at the risk of their lives. Iser replied, then he never hated her, not once. That left Serena confused. She couldn't help but hate him. She hated him because he was suspicious, and she couldn't trust him because he had so many secrets. In her world, trust and suspicion could not coexist, nor could fear and dialogue. His footsteps always made her fearful, and his gaze always made her nervous. The more they faced him, the sharper and sharper the sword became. The more Serena wanted to protect herself and what was hers and scratch him painfully. That's why she kept saying bad words to him and getting on his nerves, but now Mistress doesn't understand how he cannot hate her after that. Serena asked Iser about how that was even possible. Mistress replied that who knows. First, she was an annoying, pesky enemy. There could be many reasons for that. Iser asked about her needing a long explanation or what. He doesn't hate, so he doesn't. Serena thought about how she felt like she had been hit over the head hard. She doesn't hate him either, but that's just not true. Iser touched her face and asked if she was okay because her face was flushed. The lady replied that she was just hot and asked about his. He was sick, but he looked fine. Of course he looks fine because he lied about being sick. He just wanted a quick rest. The master reported that he heard the words that woke him up, to which Serena only replied that it came out of her own mouth, and from the looks of it, he wasn't sick at all, so he should go to bed sooner. Iser thought about the fact that she would have nursed him with a wet towel if he had said he was really sick. Serena couldn't take it anymore. She jumped out of bed and informed him that let him do as he pleased. She was tired to death, so she was going to bed now. She didn't understand why she had stayed there at all. Whether he was sick or not, maybe he would have just died. Why not? What did she care? Isera lay back on the couch and thought about the fact that without even realizing it, he almost touched her. He wondered why her skin was so white and soft, like it was fluffy and so soft. He reached for the towel and afterward just put it over his face. It was all the fault of the rain that had fallen that day. That night, they were alone in a room in Chairman Harold's house, trapped in the thunder and heavy rain. He is like a predatory animal that has tasted blood for the first time and can't forget the taste. Like an addict living under the influence of an illegal drug, he wants to experience that feeling again. Because of the touch that keeps coming to his mind when he's with her. Because of that day, he held her in his arms. That night, Izie woke up to Serena crying. In her sleep, she was saying that she was scared, referring to her parents. At the time, Izer didn't realize if she was afraid of the sound of thunder or if she was having a nightmare. Serena talked about being scared. She always held herself back, as if she wouldn't want to be seen crying, even if she was going to die in front of him. He never thought he would see her crying so suddenly. Serena obviously wouldn't be happy if she found out that Izer knew that. He decided that for once he would pretend he hadn't seen anything. Izer moved closer to Serena and wondered if everything would be all right since she was crying so hard. Just as Izer wanted to brush away her tear, Serena hugged him sharply around the waist. He asked her to let go, but just then she suddenly calmed down. That's how they ended up in the same bed, small and thin. He knew it, but felt it even more when she grabbed him. Izer hadn't realized it was that bad. Serena had tried so hard to be strong all that time, but just shaking because she was afraid of the sound of thunder and secretly crying because she missed her family. She must have felt the unbearable pressure of clenching that tiny fist and fighting it as hard as she could with her tiny shoulders. She's stronger than him. Izer wouldn't have been able to take it. He wouldn't be able to defend what belonged to him as stubbornly as she did. After a while, Serena still fell asleep peacefully, sleeping so well. She would make a fuss if she found out she was sleeping cuddled up against him. Her nose turned red from crying. Izer should have stopped there, but suddenly it turned out that way. He didn't realize he wouldn't be able to sleep through the night. As soon as the master touched her nose, Serena immediately put her leg over his. She was then wearing just his shirt over her naked body. Even then, Izer didn't understand why he was even bothering, and he also didn't understand why she was wriggling and wriggling her legs like that. She wasn't a squirrel's baby. Perhaps it was because he had been secretly aware of the real her for quite a long time, and Harper had told him things from time to time. She seems very proud and strong on the outside, but in reality, she is soft-hearted and cries a lot, so Izer could finally understand her actions and see himself in her again. Because he knows what it's like to be broken, to lose everything. He knows what he looks like to Serena at that moment. That's the poet's way of understanding her even better, and he decided to never hate anyone again because he already hated so many people and still hates them and knows how much that hatred will tear him apart. Every now and then he has absurd gaps in her defense, and it's actually very interesting and amusing to him. Serena was very glad that that event was finally over. She was so tired she felt like she was just going to pass out from exhaustion, but she couldn't sleep. She didn't understand why her heart was beating so hard, maybe because she'd been shocked by what he'd said a moment ago. The place where Izer had touched was so burning in her now, when she thought about it, it felt like it had always been like that. The places he touched left a mark for quite a while, as if they had been burned. It was strange. She wondered what had happened between those two people, when they had started dating and how they had broken up. Serena couldn't understand it all. She had always been so curious about other people's pasts. She couldn't imagine Izer smiling so innocently and having a friendly conversation with someone. She kept wanting to know about whether he liked Daya, whether he loved her, whether he touched her the same way. Meanwhile, at the manor house, Friedrich was lying on the bed watching the kitten. That kitten looks beautiful and acts cute when he's in a good mood, but when he's even slightly offended, he immediately lets out his claws. Friedrich did not understand where she had gotten such a coddle of water, a baby like herself. The red leotards continued to hang in the trees behind the mansion under the bedroom windows. Directions to come to the meeting place because there are instructions or orders or they want an interim report. But for now, Friedrich can't leave, because Serena, who talked about coming back tonight, hasn't arrived yet. The guy wondered if she was going to kick him out. He still had things left to do in that house. The morning Serena arrived at the estate, the first thing she did was go to Friedrich's room. He knows well the look with which she met him, an angry, suspicious, uncomfortable look. It was the same look she had used to look at Izer before. Friedrich reported that he had been relayed that she wanted to say something to him. Serena was angry, she suspected him, and she was uncomfortable with him. Serena started talking about how 2 years ago she wanted to protect herself from unexpected danger. That's why she kept a gun next to her and a small gun in the outhouse. As time went on, she began to think differently, whether she had put the gun in the right place and settled it. She doesn't need Friedrich anymore, which means he no longer has to be around 24 hours a day and go everywhere with her to protect her like he always did, because she is no longer in danger. Iser is no longer a threat to her. He's still suspicious and harbors a lot of secrets, but she already realizes that he's not the one who's hurting her. Now she expects more betrayal from Friedrich. The slight suspicion that arose when she saw him in the annex finally turned into a cruel certainty when she heard him apologize inexplicably. She is not going to let him go hastily and in vain. In any case, he is just a man who obeys orders, and in the end, those she has to deal with are the unknown force behind him. If you cut off the leaves, whether the weeds disappear or not, you have to expose the roots and pull them out to really get rid of them. Serena announced that from now on, Friedrich could no longer enter her bedroom. Friedrich thought about what she was finally saying, that she should leave the mansion urgently. Serena has decided to use him too, just like someone targeting Serenity used him. She will deceive him the same way he deceived her. Mistress moved closer to Friedrich and explained that now their contract was changing. From now on, she wants him not to be Serena's escort, but Sarah's shadow. So for now, she would put off hating him and hold back the tears that seemed like they would burst out at any moment. She didn't understand what the man was doing in the annex or what he was apologizing for. She didn't know yet whether she would blame him for it or forgive him after all. She asked him what he would do now. It all depended on Friedrich. Serena began collecting art under the pseudonym Sarah in order to recover the works of the mansion, sold because of debts, for her personal collection. However, as time passed and the scale grew, it got to the point where it became too difficult for her and Sui to manage, so they had to entrust it to someone else anyway. Sui is one of the people she trusts, but it has always bothered her that she often reports everything to her grandmother. Sui has a reason to follow her grandmother's instructions, and Serena doesn't really like it. Besides, Sui already has too much to do. In addition to Sarah's business and taking care of the mansion, as well as Serena, she has recently been given the role of secretary, as Serena is now in charge of running the hotel. In many aspects, Friedrich is the best fit at the moment. He already knows that Sarah is her. If she leaves the job to him, she will be able to give instructions and control at the same time, and she will have all the conditions to find who is behind him. Because it's safer to set a trap on Sarah, whose identity and information is almost unknown, rather than on Anon, who has countless people behind her. Friedrich isn't targeting her personally, so that means someone is behind it. Once she finds it, there's no way she'll forgive it. She will destroy him, make sure he can never be rehabilitated in this kingdom again. Serena will make him pay dearly for daring to deceive her. Sue guided Friedrich to his new commandante, and then added that Lady Serena had warned her about the duties he would now have to perform. Since many things would be unfamiliar to him, she would be helping him, so Friedrich should not hesitate to ask. Sui would do her best for him to help. Friedrich thanked her. That's when she suggested they go somewhere. There is a warehouse where Mrs. Serena collects and stores all the works they bought. It's a secret place, but she will tell him the location. Meanwhile, at Serena and Iser's place, he motioned for her to sit on his desk. Serena asked about really needing to be praised in this way for making the event a success. Iser asked about what the problem was since she wanted it, and he had decided to give it to her if it went well. Serena asked about if she sat there, where he would sit, to which Iser replied that he didn't know yet. He would set himself a table in the spare room. The mistress said that her current office is to her liking. She is comfortable there, so he should continue to use the place. If he does his job well, he can safely continue to use the place until the beach hotel is built. Yes, the reason Serena is letting him stay there is to build a second hotel, because there is still something left for him to do. That's the only reason. On Isir's desk, she noticed something. She asked about something that looked like a membership card for their hotel's sports club or something. Iser asked about her telling the officers about the equestrian club during the event. At the time, the most popular sports were tennis and golf. So why did she recommend horseback riding? Serena explained that officers are not very talkative and businessmen are not easy to talk to, and there is a strong belief that businessmen are liars and don't play fair. Businessmen don't get along well with officers either, calling them too reserved and conservative. However, they both have a strong drive for achievement and a competitive spirit, and when they researched the officers' hobbies, they found that they are also very interested in sports. In particular, there are many people who love and breed horses, and as there is no suitable riding club, people have to go to small clubs on the outskirts, and many have a desire to set up a large riding club. As it is, their sports club also has horseback riding, so Serena wanted to take advantage of that. She hoped that by playing polo, the officers and businessmen would bond and show courtesy towards each other. There is nothing better than sport to build trust and buddy relationships. Besides, Serena had always been disappointed that their equestrian club had a small community compared to its location and internal facilities, so she wanted to use this chance to get more members and increase the size of the club itself. Just like last time with the stone materials for the hotel terrace, and she thought it could be a win-win. Serena looked at the look on Iser's face and had already started to ask about what she had done wrong, and weren't they the ones who ended up benefiting the most? To which the gentleman replied that it was fine and she had done very well. Serena noticed his smile. Iser went on to say that she had said all the right things. Officers are not easy to deal with as they have high pride, don't reveal their true feelings, and tend to only socialize within their group. The way Serena lured them into the sports club was a smart move, so in the end, it's Serenity who gets the laughs. With an accurate understanding of the situation, the results are quite good. Some time ago, he was contacted and informed that the officers would like to visit their arena. Iser prepared these maps to give to them. He asked her to simply prepare to go out. Serena asked about going right then and there, and then asked him to tell them to sign up and come back next time. Isaiah said that if they postponed it and they changed their minds, it would only be Serenity who would suffer the loss, so they should take the chance while the officers were so excited. They should get right down to business while they were in a good mood, so they wouldn't have to go back to it later. Raoul contacted Isaac from the arena and said he had everything ready, so they should hurry up and get ready too. Serena was going to rest at home, already at the meetings. Serena talked about how there was a steep riding field that they had seen earlier, a general outdoor riding field, and a riding field that they could enjoy riding privately. This type of field is only open to special members of the club. Serena asked about how they like it. She hoped they enjoyed it. Mr. Officer replied that of course they enjoyed it. In fact, he thought that the Serenity Equestrian Club was quite small in scale, unlike the hotel. I guess he was still very much mistaken, to which his wife added that it was true for there to be a field for private horseback riding, also with such a beautiful lake. In a kingdom where water is precious, it is indeed like heaven on earth. The wife asked about the truth Emin and Bona, the horses, would be happy to run in such a place. Iser said that their horse club has many fine horses, and then asked if they would like to ride once, as there are many strong and well-mannered horses that are carefully cared for by professional breeders. The officer asked if he could, because it would be a great honor. In fact, he had brought his riding clothes with him. Everyone was ready. Serena couldn't believe that those were going to ride their horses right away. Iser informed her that they would get the horses ready then. The officer's wife asked about whether Mrs. Serena knew how to ride a horse. She replied that she had learned a little as a child, but at this point it was not easy for her to ride a horse on her own. Then she asked Serena how about riding with her husband, because secret touches are so nice. That's why riding in pairs is very popular lately. Serena immediately started to say that she would just rest a little bit on the side. The wife asked that maybe they should sit together too, because they haven't ridden together for a long time. The officer replied that it would be fun, and then asked if it would be okay. They decided to have a good time. In fact, those two were also a couple. The officer replied that he would then assume that everyone was in favor. It thrilled him so much. Serena kept thinking about what she was against and didn't realize what was wrong with those people. Iser said that they would then get ready and come out and then ask them to wait a little while. Their officers would escort them to the location. These words left Serena even more perplexed. Already in the room, Serena was waiting for her clothes and kept thinking about why everything was so spontaneous. She hadn't prepared a riding suit and didn't understand what she should do now. But suddenly, there was a knock on her room and informed her that they had a suit they were offering to customers. She brought the size she thought fit her and then asked about helping her get dressed. Iser walked up to the room and asked about being ready, since everyone was just waiting for her. Serena asked for a second more. She was a little tight in her bust, plus it was very awkward for her to wear pants that she normally wouldn't wear. But that was it. There were still no other options. She walked out to Isaac's and let him know that she was ready and they could go. Serena kept thinking that maybe because this suit was for students, it was a little tight in the chest and butt. It bothered her that the clothes were so tight around her body. Iser shut the door abruptly. Serena asked about what the man was doing, to which he replied for her to change her clothes. She didn't realize at first what was wrong. Iser wanted to explain that it was too bonded, but informed her that it didn't fit her at all, so she should change into something else a size bigger. Serena was shocked that if it didn't fit, she wasn't pretty. Even though they were clothes for students and club members, were there really any clothes that didn't fit her? So much so that it was impossible to even look at. She didn't understand anything. This was the first time in her 22 years of life that she was hearing something like this, and it hurt her pride. Serena walked out of the room and asked what she should change into since she hadn't prepared for this, and that was all she had at the moment. She would only change if Aesir undressed and gave her his clothes. Iser thought about how he was confused and said some bullshit. He was so stupid he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't mean it. The officer reported that they looked good in their riding uniforms. His spouse asked Serena about whether there were even clothes that didn't look good on her. Serena pouted her lips, and the latter didn't realize anything. Iser reported that they may have already listened to the explanation from their staff, but there would be a fork in the road along the lake on the way. One of the paths continues along the water and the other two lead through the hills of the forest. At the fork in the road, each of them can take the route they like, and then they will come out on the common. He asked about meeting there. The officer reported that this way they could have a great time separately. His spouse really liked the trail along the lake, so that is what they decided to do. When everyone was mounted, something seemed off to Serena. His body was closer to her than she thought. She kept thinking about how crazy, weird, and uncomfortable this was. Mistress kept going on and on about somehow sitting down comfortably. Iser asked about if she could sit still. He asked her not to fidget, just to put her back to him and hold on tight. He himself, with his hand, pushed her a little towards him. Serena blushed at this. The officers would obviously prefer a leisurely walk, and if they wanted to adjust to the right time, they couldn't slow down either. They'll go fast if it gets rough, so Serena should just say so. Serena was even more confused by his whispering. They set off. Forest trail. Iser noticed that she had been quiet lately and wondered if they were going too fast. He asked Serena about whether it was hard on her, since he was going as quietly as possible. Serena replied briefly that she wasn't. That wasn't the problem. She just felt very uncomfortable with them alone so close together. Plus, the officer's wife had said something stupid earlier, not long after the change of clothes. She talked about how couples riding is just fun, but it also has an important purpose, its interaction with a riding partner. Serena asked about what she meant by that. When they sit alone on a tight horse and press their bodies against each other, you can feel each other's breath and body temperature, and when they run to the same destination, you start to trust and rely on each other. The relationship becomes stronger. Of course, no one has canceled the secret touches here and there. No one knows how many couples have been born on the squad thanks to riding. The officer's wife personally brought them to the wedding. Maybe it's because Serena heard those words, but it does feel strange because she can feel Iser's body so close. She's in this situation where she's given control of everything to Iser, but it feels so strange to be in his arms and listening to his quiet breathing. She came there to build a friendship between officers and non-commissioned officers. But here's how the hell things turned out this way. Serena feels like she's trapped herself. It suddenly started raining. Serena couldn't understand why it was suddenly raining again. Iser reported that since the skies were clear, it would stop soon. They would have to find a place to get out of the rain for a while. Serena explained that since the rain wasn't heavy and wouldn't last long, maybe they should keep moving, since she would rather go back faster. Iser said no, because he hates getting wet in the rain. Serena didn't think anyone would like that, but she didn't understand about the day he'd followed her into the garden to rescue the cat. It had rained really hard then. She couldn't believe it was for her sake that he'd done it on purpose then. They stopped, and Iser held out his hand to her and signaled for her to grab on. Prince is bigger than the other horses. He's tall, and Serena might fall if she tried to get down on her own, so that's why Iser held out his hand. Holding hands is something very simple and trivial, but this action is an indicator of trust. Even such a trivial, subtle trust takes courage. Serena held out her hand toward him. He helped her down from the horse, catching her in his arms. They continued to stare at each other. After a while, he did bring Serena down to the ground, continuing to hold her in his arms. Serena was a little confused and said that they should find a place to hide from the rain. The only thing on her mind was that she always felt strange around Isaac's lately. They found a seat, and Iser invited her to sit down. Serena continued to stand and stare at Iser. He didn't realize what was wrong again. He realized what was wrong and informed her that she was their princess, and so he pulled out a handkerchief and blotted it for her to sit down. Mistress was furious that he was talking his princess nonsense again. She asked him about if he could stop being sarcastic, since she was already giving a concession by sitting the hell down. This is Serena's first time sitting in the middle of the woods, and she's so excited. Isher asked about what sarcasm had to do with it. Serena explained that when she does something he doesn't like, he always calls her princess. It was originally her nickname that her grandmother and brother had called her, but because of Iser, every time she heard it, her mood immediately soured. Iser made it known that she is just different to him, seeming unique, unusual, and not like him. She's just doing what she's always done. What else is there to say? At first, Iser wasn't familiar with her character, so he can't say that he used the nickname in good faith then, but he doesn't mean it in a bad way anymore. Serena didn't understand what no longer means him in a bad way meant. They were just sitting under the tree like that. Serena thought about how it was so weird to be sitting like this, but not to say that it was a bad thing. She has a lot to think about. She was constantly busy with work and people. But now that Serena is in the middle of the forest waiting, for the first time in a long time, she has some free time. Barely noticeable light touches on her skin in the breeze, the pleasant sounds of droplets colliding with the ground and leaves. The sky is clear, so the raindrops mix with the sunlight. It seems as if they are falling drops of sweat rather than rain. It's very beautiful. Seeing something so beautiful even makes you feel better. The midsummer greens were so beautiful. Serena mentioned that since it was raining anyway, she hoped it would rain much harder with thunder at night. Iser asked about her liking rainy days with thunder and lightning. He thought about how she hates them since she can't even sleep properly. The girl answered that she hates them with all her soul, and on such days she always has nightmares. In her dreams, her mom comes to her. Iser asked about the fact that it is not a good dream when you see in it a person you miss, and why she always calls them nightmares. Serena explained that it's not real. She wants to touch her, but she can't do it as much as she wants. She can't talk to her properly, so after waking up, she feels empty. She starts to long for her even more. In the end, it's a nightmare because it makes her feel hurt and sad. But the worst part is that now she lives in anticipation of such nights. The harder it rains, the louder the thunder that makes her whole body shake, the more vivid the nightmare becomes. Rainy nights, when E wants more pain, are like self-harm for her. It hurts so much, but she's so glad to see her mom's face one more time. Iser has been listening to her intently the whole time. Serena noticed that the rain had ended, and just like Iser said, quickly. She was just starting to feel free and relaxed, and so she felt a little sorry for it. She noticed a rainbow, so small and cute. She asked Iser if he could see it, to which he replied that he could see it. Serena asked what about his reaction. Iser asked about him being a child to get so excited about such things. After all, a rainbow is just a rainbow. Serena asked about his words, meaning she is a child or what. Normally, all normal people are happy to see a rainbow. She didn't understand if he was a senseless rock or what. Iser didn't understand what being happy about a rainbow meant. Serena explained that she wanted to see it more often, but it wasn't easy, so in such a dry, cruel world, it was like a hidden gem. It's a pity she doesn't stay longer and disappears so quickly, and more importantly, she's so beautiful. She made a statement that Iser may not realize. She is incredibly beautiful. Iser gawked at Serena's beauty in the sunshine, and it made her even more beautiful. Iser noticed that Serena had dimples when she smiled. After scrolling through all those thoughts, Iser did say something about how beautiful she really was as he continued to stare at Serena. She, hearing his words, asked about the truth of being beautiful, to which the gentleman replied, yes. After the beautiful summer rain ended and the rainbow disappeared. Apparently, the officer who came as a representative liked their horse club so much that he invited all the members of his club to join. The officer reported that there was no further need for an inspection. Then he was really interested. There is also a meeting of riding enthusiasts among the officers in a while, and he will be there. About 50 people are expected. The officer will have the place ready soon and will be telling everyone how wonderful Serenity was. Serena was glad he was enjoying everything. It was good that he was so generous and easy. Working on his day off had paid off. Iser mentioned that it would have been great if they had met at their hotel and had lunch together, but the restaurant staff had the day off at the time, but they will be sure to make up for it at the next opportunity. And then the gentleman asked about whether the officer would mind if all the members got together, to which he replied that would be great. His wife asked about whether he knew that Serena's maternal grandfather was Gross Admiral Carl Henderson. The officer couldn't believe his ears. He grabbed Serena's hands in a handshake and asked about her being his granddaughter. He didn't understand why they hadn't told him that right away. Serena replied that he was her grandfather. The officer continued to squeeze Serena's hand, which was already hurting her, and continued to say that there was something officerly about the atmosphere, which made Mrs. Iansa the wife of the Gross Admiral. All this because he was ignorant of the Grand Admiral's family history. She had been around the whole time, and the officer had no idea that they had such a wonderful equestrian club, and Serena was the granddaughter of a hero of the kingdom. The officer apologized for being tactless. Serena informed him that she was honored to meet such noble people. The officer explained that he was even more honored, and now if she needed help, it was worth reaching out. He said he was grateful for their hospitality and for making that day so wonderful, even though they had just met. Another great thing has been accomplished. Serena reported that this is definitely her job, and this is just the beginning. She will build a new hotel by the sea, but she also wants to help develop the existing hotel, to reach the highest level in all areas, preserving all their traditions. Truth be told, because her grandmother's accomplishments are so great, Serena always feels a sense of responsibility. She had the desire to keep everything that her grandmother and her mom did, but for the moment she changed her mind. Her grandmother and her mom did things their own way, so Serena will also do as she sees fit. Times change, and there will be things that only she can do. So in her time, she must make the hotel prestigious and unshakable. Iser has noticed that she is definitely more active than she was before, and she seems to have an increase in confidence, and after they have spent so much time talking, he feels that she is no longer wary of him. Serena turned around and asked with a smile about what he was doing and if he could hurry up. A few days later, Victor asked about the painting being found or what, to which his secretary replied that they hadn't, but they had managed to get in safely after the stakeout was over. But there had been a mix-up while hiding the source, and that was when someone had bought the painting. After saying that, a glass flew at him. Victor asked if he knew how much money was inside and ordered him to do his job, to which the poor guy replied that he was searching and even involved brokers specializing in illegal trading and was still searching every second. He asked Mr. Victor to wait a little longer, as he was sure to find one. Victor inquired about the information he'd asked him to find out, since the only information he'd gotten was about Serena and nothing about Sarah. The secretary said that unfortunately the information was very carefully hidden, to the point where he wondered why a simple man would go to such extremes. He tried using the process of transportation of artworks won at auction, but since a non-existent address was used, he was unable to trace it. After all that he had heard, Victor thought that the people he had hired were incompetent. If they were having trouble finding information, then it was really not easy. He couldn't figure out who the hell it was after all. He was about to go crazy with curiosity. If you think about it that way, that genial kid who lived in their house was doing his job well. If that doggy was around, he would figure it out within a day. But when Iser left the house, he took him with him. Victor informed him that he wasn't paying him to listen to him ask him to wait. He ordered to find out the identity of that woman and the location of the painting by the next day, and if he couldn't find the painting, they wouldn't all leave that house alive. The secretary said that there was one way that he could track her directly, but the reason why he had put it off until the last minute? That woman was really cautious, and if she found out that she was being followed, it would become even more difficult to get information. Victor ordered him to follow her, or better yet, catch her. If she became an even bigger obstacle to his work, he would be forced to reveal her identity and scare the hell out of her. They decided to auction off the items that might interest her and be greedy. She'd be sure to come around, smelling the bait, and then bring her to Victor afterward. Serena's secret warehouse. Friedrich sat and examined the painting. Some paintings seemed to have strange markings on them. At first he thought they were scratches, but he thinks it's either a secret code or a mark that means something. And also the frame of that painting looks thicker than the others. He lightly touched that frame and saw money inside that painting. Friedrich wondered if Mrs. Serena knew about it, but if she didn't know the truth, then it was really dangerous. In the meantime, Iser was already in bed and doing paperwork. But then, noticing a strange noise, he started counting down from 3 to 0, and the doors opened abruptly. Serena was still in the habit of walking in on him without knocking, despite this being the first time Serena had entered his bedroom. Iser asked what was wrong. Serena reported that she had something to say. Iser asked about what the request was. Serena couldn't understand how he knew and immediately started talking about how it wasn't and she just wanted to talk. Iser guessed. The gentleman was wondering what the second request was. Her first and last request was that he not sell the painting, The Color of Ecstasy. He asked her what she wanted to say. Serena awkwardly replied that there was a place she wanted to go together. This really surprised Isaiah, since this was the first time she had ever called him somewhere. He put the papers down and asked him to speak further. He asked about where she wanted to go with him together. Serena held out the invitation that came with the bouquet of flowers. The director of the gallery, Dia DeLorean, was inviting them to the inauguration ceremony of the director of the DeLorean Gallery. Serena wanted to go along with him to that ceremony. Isaac had just had enough of the person who had sent that invitation and informed him that he didn't want to. Serena asked the reason, to which he replied that he just didn't want to, and took up the papers again. Serena couldn't stand it, and abruptly took his papers away and asked about why he hadn't listened to her first. Iser ordered him to hand them back. The lady went on to say that Mrs. Dia had invited the two of them and she wanted to go since there would be paintings she needed to look at. As it happens, inauguration ceremonies are mostly couples, and if she goes alone, her reputation could suffer. But the truth is, Serena doesn't want to be there alone, mostly because of that woman, not because she can't stand the stares of strangers. When they first met, Dia had said so many things. If Serena went alone, how disrespectful they might be to her. However, it will be a huge loss if she misses the ceremony because of her. Also, a great chance to see if in that gallery among the unpublished works, the pieces she's looking for. Iser replied that whether there are paintings there that she wants to look at or not is up to her, since he already said he's not going. If Serena really wants it that badly, she should go alone. Serena asked about why he was saying no, because of that woman or what. Iser asked how about picking a better topic if she wanted to talk him into it. Mistress thought about the fact that it was really because of Dia that he didn't want to go. She informed him that she would do anything if he asked. Iser informed her that it wasn't very convincing, and besides, he didn't have any ideas, so she should leave him be. Serena embraced that she would do whatever she could. Isir had already talked about getting her on her knees. But as soon as Serena pulled up a stool, he immediately explained that he was joking. He informed her that he didn't have any job requests for her. He asked her to call him by his name. This surprised Serena very much. She referred to him as Grayon. Iser informed her that he wasn't. She thought Leon's was a nickname that Daya used to call Iser, then a name she could call him by. Serena turned around abruptly and walked away. The DeLorean Gallery. Inauguration Day. As soon as Serena got into view of the other people in the room, everyone started talking about how beautiful she was, and apparently she had been invited too. But what everyone was wondering was why she had come alone. Serena, in her thoughts, only confirmed that she came alone. Suddenly, someone approached her. It was Daya, who informed her that she was glad to meet her. At the entrance, Daya noticed the beautiful flowers and she asked where they were from. She was told that Serena had brought them, so Daya decided to find her. She thanked Serena for coming and thanked her separately for the flowers. Serena explained that Daya had attended an event at her hotel and had personally invited her, so Serena couldn't refuse. She congratulated Daya on her induction. The gallery director reported that she had been afraid she wouldn't be able to see Madame. After the event, Daya used her car and remained indebted to Serena, so she asked to pick her up this time. But Serena refused. The mistress said that there had apparently been a misunderstanding. She just thought it would be more comfortable to get there in her own car. Daya explained that she'd already thought that she'd offended Serena with her ignorance. She hoped that Serena wasn't offended by what had happened a few days earlier. Serena reported that she felt much better because she'd been honest with her. Now they don't have to pretend to know each other or not know each other. Serena feels that they have grown closer, and then added that there is no need for falsity and contrived politeness. Mistress heartily congratulates Daya on taking over, but she had only come to admire the paintings. She asked about whether Daya would mind if she looked around, to which the gallery director replied that it was half an hour before the inauguration ceremony, so she could enjoy herself. And so they parted ways. Serena smelled a strange odor coming from Daya. At first, Serena thought it might be cigarettes, but there was something else, a more unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Raoul told her that they had agreed on a plan with Chairman Gerald. The Corsan Automobile Company was willing to increase the number of cars from 7 to 12 under the circumstances. It is difficult to prepare more than 7 cars at a time, but anyway, he feels that the chairman is upset that he made them feel uncomfortable during the last meeting, and so for the time being, he is doing his best. The situation is improving, so it's a good time to make a contract. Raoul asked if he should set a date for the contract after the final review by his attorney. The secretary noticed that Iser was not listening to him at all. Iser turned to Raoul and asked about Serena already being at Daya's inauguration ceremony and whether he should have let her go. Raoul didn't understand what he was talking about. For a second, Iser forgot Victor existed. He usually avoided such events, but because of Daya's inauguration, there was a high chance of him showing up. Even though Serena and Victor don't know each other, their meeting doesn't bode well, considering that Daya is also there. Isir informed him that if it turned out that Victor was already at the ceremony, it only meant that the two were in the same place at the moment. He ordered his secretary to get the car ready immediately, because he was going to the DeLorean Gallery. Banquet Hall, DeLorean Galleries. The assistant director announced that there were 5 minutes left before the ceremony was to begin. Daya asked about whether Mrs. Serena was still alone or what, to which she replied that yes, she got out of the car alone. She is also recorded alone in the guest book. Apparently no one is accompanying her. It was clear to Daya that Iser would not come, for their meeting with him would be inevitable, and if he were to appear there, it would only be for Mrs. Serena's sake. But alas, he could not do that. How could the reputation of a married couple in a marriage of convenience be more important than their feelings? Everyone in the audience noticed the empty seat. They didn't realize whose it was. They were all talking about Serena's husband not showing up. Serena sat and thought that the tea party was over. After the speech was over, she would look at the paintings she had not been able to look at before and leave. Suddenly, someone walked into the hall that everyone started to whisper. It was Iser. Daya's assistant escorted him to his seat. This really surprised both Serena and Daya. Serena asked him about what had happened. since he'd been adamant about not going there. Iser asked if anyone she didn't know had spoken or said hello to her. The lady replied that she had not, and that she had only said a brief hello to those she knew. Iser thought about the fact that apparently Victor didn't show up. He didn't see him at the ceremony site either. Grayen's men weren't there either. Serena asked about why the man had suddenly arrived. Iser informed her that if she had already looked at all the pictures, she should go home. Serena explained with a little shout that she still hadn't looked at everything. She didn't understand why he had shown up so suddenly and was telling her to go home. Suddenly, Daya intervened in their conversation and asked why they should all look around together, since she had invited only a few honored guests and had artwork from her collection on display in the gallery. There are also a few pieces there as well that are kept in the museum safe. Why rush to leave if you can't see them on normal days? Mrs. Serena is also there to admire the paintings, so Iser should let her enjoy it. Daya won't ask him to join the tea party. To which Iser just abruptly walked over to Daya, ripped the glove off her hand, and gently brought it up to his nose to catch the scent. Serena didn't realize what he was doing. Aesir turned to the girl and, in an orderly tone, informed her that they needed to talk. He took her hand and led the way. Serena didn't have time to say anything. She remained staring at their backs. In Daya's office, Aesir opened the drawer, saw what was in there, and informed her that he had told her not to touch that stuff again. Daya explained that she'd been writing him letters for so many years, and even when she'd begged him to listen, he'd only coldly refused. But now he'd decided to look at her. Iser asked, since when she had taken up the old thing, for she had promised. He had just dumped all the contents in that drawer. In the midst of preparing for the event, Victor showed up unannounced in the morning, and being sober, it was hard for her to stand him. Daya reported that Victor had come to visit her, and as soon as he was done with his business, he'd left right away, and she just needed to calm down to get through the ceremony. Iser asked about her calling it an occasion or what, so she took up her old routine. He didn't understand if just one encounter with him was really enough for her to start up again. Daya explained that it all started about 2 years ago. She asked about what he thought about the fact that she herself wanted to go back to it. But how could she stay sane when, in an instant, she'd been exiled to a foreign country and Iser had disowned her? In spite of this, for the sake of seeing Iser, she held on day by day. To which the Lord said that if she had really tried for him, she would not have broken her promise to him in order to endure such a thing. On the contrary, she should have kept to the end, keeping her promise. And in that case, she could argue that she was doing it sincerely, and not only for his sake. But of course that didn't change anything. Iser didn't think she had an ounce of conscience left in her. She dumped him first, so how could she do that? The principle embraced that she couldn't disown him, but she had no sense of dignity. She could be more shameless. He disowned her, but if she does the same, it will mean their true end. Iser asked about whether those substances had clouded her judgment, and she was the first to betray him. To which the girl replied that she had never betrayed him, but if she didn't follow her father's ult, he would have killed her. Daya had to beg him to keep her alive. She knows that it was the worst moment for Azer, but there was nothing she could do. Above all, the girl had to live to find a way to meet him again. Mistress, after hearing that, reported that she was apparently very much afraid of death, that she even decided to contact Victor. The girl asked him not to say that she had a choice. It was her only way. He kept asking about being so pathetic to her. Had he not done enough for her? So much so that she couldn't even rely on him. Daya didn't understand how she could drag him into this then. After all, it was already hard enough for him. She couldn't be a burden to him, suffering every day in pain. He could protect her, even if she didn't go to bloody Victor. He could give her family what they wanted. From what she said, he was a weakling mired in hardship. Because of that, she didn't trust him and left him to survive. He didn't realize if she was aware that she had done more ruthless things to him than his father, than his brother, than his mother. When Iser had wanted her so badly, when he'd needed her so badly, when she'd been the only one he could breathe. He didn't understand why she had left him. How sad it was, how painful it was, and how much he hated it. Meanwhile, at Serena's, Raoul came up to her and asked about all the paintings she'd already looked at. What the hell are paintings? Raoul was looking for the two of them because of Mr. Iser's upcoming schedule, but he didn't understand where Mr. Iser was. He explained that there was a meeting about the new hotel in an hour, so he should find and hurry the gentleman. Serena said that she had to go. She had other things to do, so she had to leave, because the business about the hotel by the sea was very important. In the director's office, Daya told him that this was the difference between thoughts and methods. She took his face in her hands, brought him close to her, and whispered into his lips that she just loved him. Serena ordered Raoul to step into the gallery director's office and bring in Isaac. It's not that hard to say the name Iser when talking to people. The strange thing is that she can't bring herself to address him by name herself. Serena decides to let go of some of her doubts about Iser. However, she is uncomfortable with the strange feeling of connection and closeness when she says the name. It's like the last boundary left deep in her heart. Apparently that's why she couldn't say his name at that moment. Serena didn't want Iser to leave her behind. This wasn't even a public place, and it wasn't surprising that Iser cared more about his former lover Daya than he did about her. She also didn't care what those two were doing, but the way he grabbed her hand, the way he went along with her, leaving her behind. Serena doesn't understand why she felt so sad. Iser dodged her kiss and said right in her ear that, like she said, there is a difference between thoughts and methods. He didn't think she was wrong, but if it were him, he wouldn't have made that choice. Together, they would have been able to find a way out, but Daya decided everything on her own and begged for her life. As frightening as death and betrayal was, he was not one to beg or plead with someone he feared. To resist even if it was scary, even if there was a risk of death, one must stand to the end in order to preserve what was dear, even if one had already lost something valuable, not to give up, but to find a way to restore everything with his own strength. That was what he wanted. That was his method. Iser ordered her to listen carefully. Victor may have been the best choice for her, but for Iser it was irreparable, and the worst. His disgusting past that he can't and won't recover from. Since they haven't seen each other in a long time, their relationship has remained unresolved, but for Iser, it's been over for a long time. He had ignored Daya as he was disgusted at even the thought of meeting her, and it was better this way. Now, however, there was no doubt that face-to-face they had put a stop to it. It was over, and their paths were parting. Iser started to walk away, but Daya apologized to him. She started to talk about other things, however. That was what she wanted to say the most when she met him. The girl asked for forgiveness from him. She knows that he married Mrs. Serena to achieve his goal. She will wait until Iser achieves what he wants, and after that she will ask him again to start all over again. After hearing this, Iser turned around and informed her that she apparently didn't quite understand him. He asked her not to delude herself into thinking that everything can be brought back. All 4 years he hated her, and all that was left of her was the burnt ash in his soul. He is completely empty, feeling nothing since he stopped hating her. He understands her choice, albeit late, so they have no reason to meet. That's good enough. Daya made it known that she understands his feelings but still wants to clear up any unnecessary misunderstandings, so he should listen. She was never pregnant. She'd just lied to Victor and her father about being pregnant, and Iser likely already knows it. It was all a lie. It was her only way to end her marriage to Victor. The reason her father hated her so much and exiled her to the Republic of Betterbeck was because she said it was Iser's baby. The father knew that she had had an abortion and her health was failing, and because of her failing health, he forgave her and brought her back to the country. Iser reported that she was selfish to the last. Clinging to Victor, Daya had abandoned Iser, and even when he'd let her go, she'd eventually killed him anyway. Iser asked about whether it was another deception again or what, because just as she had broken her promise to quit the illegal substance. They are completely different. He can't believe he believed and relied on someone like her. Iser wants to erase all of this from his memory. In the hallway, Raoul meets Iser and informs him that it is meeting time and that Mrs. Serena is looking for him. Iser informed that Serena must have arrived in her car, then let her get in her car and head home. Raoul remarked that the gentleman is very upset. The secretary reported that he would tell her that they would drive separately. Serena thought about how long it had been since she had sent him to get Isaac. She couldn't wait any longer and decided to go find one herself. But suddenly, a painting caught her attention. She didn't understand why it was in the gallery. Earlier, when expensive items from the mansion were sold to pay off debts, then why was that painting among the others? Then that painting was not expensive at that time. Serena wondered about the fact that wasn't it hanging in the living room on the first floor. She didn't realize what had happened then. Daya came up to her and informed her that she had heard that Serena had practiced ballet as a child, so she had thought that the painting would catch her eye. Serena didn't see easier, and why that woman suddenly reappeared with a face that seemed to have lost its enthusiasm. Mistress asked about how the painting could get her attention since it was her painting. Daya asked about the fact that maybe she was mistaken. After all, she bought this painting. It is one of the works with a memorable story. The director started talking about the artist, but Serena interrupted her that the artist's name is Marianne de Saint, who was born in an orphanage in Ariadne, a small town in the kingdom, started painting in the orphanage after being noticed by a fine arts teacher, but passed away from a chronic illness, never seeing the light of day as an artist. Serena's mom was one of Marianne's first sponsors. That's why Serena is well settled. The painting she has is hers, and she is very curious not only where the director of the gallery acquired it, but also what the authorship of the painting is. The people in the audience didn't understand what all the fuss was about and how it was two identical paintings. Serenity and Deloren contradict each other. People were wondering who was lying. They were talking about how if the gallery director and the hotel director were caught lying, their image would be damaged. Daya approached Serena and informed her that she had purchased the painting from Marianne's studio, herself personally, and was confident in the authenticity of the painting as she had bought the entire studio where she had created in her lifetime and had no followers. The painting had her signature on it, and there is a certificate of verification certified by the association. She went on to say that in order and there is no cause for embarrassment, often the fine art field makes replicas. Even though it may be wrong, Miss Serena has nothing to be ashamed of. If the scoundrels plan to cheat, how would a layman be able to guess everything? Serena asked about the meaning of Mrs. Daya, implying that her family's painting is a fake or what. Oh, do you want the second season? Then let me know about it by writing a comment asking for it, or a reaction to this manhwa. After all, I really appreciate your wishes. I would like to address you once again and express my gratitude for your interest and support. Your comments and suggestions are very important to me, as they help me better understand your preferences and expectations. In addition, I want to welcome you and let you know that I will continue working on the sequel, if that is what you want. If you are interested in learning more about the sequel or have specific topics or questions you would like me to cover, please leave your comments below. Your active interaction, such as likes, comments, and subscriptions to my channel, will be an important signal to me that my work is appreciated and I can move on. I want to wish you a great day and a great mood. Dear viewers, don't forget to follow updates and subscribe to my channel. Thank you for your time and trust. Summary Manhwa channel with you. Bye-bye.